They tried to shut them up.
There's no guarantee to free speech.
They tried to cancel them.
Deplatforming works.
They even threw them in jail.
Peter Navarro,
Steve Bannon,
now in prison.
But they couldn't stop them.
It's not a prison bill that will ever shut me up.
This is America's Voice Live.
And welcome to America's Voice Live. I'm Steve Gurley.
The pulse of the people.
We need somebody that's going to hear the people's voice.
The truth the mainstream won't touch.
This guy is by definition a globalist.
And the stories that matter.
Rav's own Ben Bergquam.
Right up over this hill, we got Armed Cartel. I see him.
Live.
Breaking news right now here on Real America's Voice.
Unfiltered.
These people are domestic terrorists.
And unapologetic.
We're here to take a stand for God and country. Does feel good, doesn't it?
America's Voice Live starts now.
Welcome to America's Voice Live. I'm Steve Gurley. It is Tuesday, the 17th of June. As always, thank you for joining me today and spending some time with us here on Real America's Voice. Let's look at today's top stories. Just the News reporting that FBI Director Kash Patel recently turned over a newly declassified intelligence report to Congress, revealing China had mass-produced fake U.S. driver's licenses in 2020 to carry out a scheme to hijack the election with fake mail-in ballots in favor of Joe Biden. We'll take a deeper look today. Also, President Trump decided to withdraw from the G7 summit and shift his attention to the situation between Israel and Iran. President Trump has issued several statements on the conflict, including a warning to evacuate Tehran, which, by the way, those living there did. It seems the trigger could indeed be pulled any minute here, which is why I want to start with this topic today, and that's Iran-Israel. President Trump currently meeting with his national security team in the Situation Room as we speak amid the escalating conflict between Israel and Iran, where both nations have targeted each other with missiles. Israel going after the nuclear capabilities of Iran, and Iran going after Israel anywhere they can. President Trump has expressed that Iran's refusal to sign a nuclear deal is a waste of human life and has urged people to evacuate Tehran, which they did. Now, let me be clear about this. The president doesn't go in the Situation Room unless there's a situation he needs to evaluate and potentially make a decision. Today could be a big decision day. That's why he is in the Decision Room. Usually these national security advisors and such would meet on their own. Another question outlined today is DNI Tulsi Gabbard. What is her standing with the president? He has dismissed her evaluations of the Tehran situation and the Iranian nuclear capabilities over the last 24 hours, quite bluntly, in fact. On Air Force One returning to D.C. from Calgary, he said, I don't care what she said about their capabilities. I believe they're capable right now. Here with me to discuss this is the former special assistant to President Trump, Colonel Derek Harvey. Colonel, nice to see you here today. I appreciate it. All right, so explain for anybody who doesn't know what I just said and lay it out, if you will. The president doesn't go into the Situation Room unless, honestly, there's a situation in which he has to weigh in on. He'll hear from all sides. He may make a decision in the room. He may go back to the West Wing, go to the Oval Office, come back with a decision. But this is a very serious moment, isn't it?
It is, and in point of fact, the president may have already given guidance for the objective and the goals that he wants to try to achieve, given the current situation and how things have evolved over the last 5 days. And the National Security Staff, Secretary of State Rubio, the National Security Advisors, Secretary of Defense, and others will be there, including DNI Gabbard, and they will be looking at, what are the options for the president to consider in order to achieve the goals and objectives that he has outlined. And that's for the president to decide. And they will evaluate and discuss risks and opportunities. And from a broad geostrategic perspective, the goal is first and foremost the destruction of the missile capabilities and the nuclear capabilities. But when you look at the global geostrategic map, the chessboard, if you will, Iran has been the fundamental actor, the destabilizing force that has kept the United States entangled in the region. And if there's an opportunity for organic Iranian revolution to change that regime, that could be the best outcome, because that hurts China. It frees up the Middle East for a better course and can allow us to shift our focus to Asia in a way where we're no longer entangled in the Middle East.
In fact, Colonel, I spoke about this on the program over the last couple of days. Iran's oil fields being compromised impacts Russia, China, North Korea. Obviously, it impacts the the pocketbook of Iran. So four of our biggest nemesis, maybe the biggest of all being China, being damaged by this. About 25% of China's oil comes from Iran, either through the front door or out the back door. We know that. It obviously it finances Iran and their ability to finance terrorism. Now, I've been looking at some posts here by the president on Truth Social over the last couple of hours. Let me read a couple to you. We now have complete and total control of the skies over Iran. Iran had good sky trackers and other defensive equipment, and plenty of it, but it doesn't compare to American-made, conceived, and manufactured stuff. As he put it, nobody does it better than the good old U.S. of A. Here's one that I think is fairly telling. We know exactly where the so-called supreme leader is hiding. He is an easy target, but is safe there. We're not going to take him out. And in parentheses, he says kill. At least not for now, but we don't want missiles shot at civilians or American soldiers. Our patience is wearing thin. Thank you for your attention to this matter. And following that up, moments later, in all capitals, unconditional surrender. I think it's safe to say, Colonel, that Iran is at its weakest point since the revolution of 1979, when they took 52 Americans captive for 444 days, a dismal moment in American history. I remember it quite well. Donald Trump might have an opportunity here to see a change in leadership in Iran, the first time in a couple generations. How pivotal would that be?
It would be dramatic. It would be a major shift and really set a course for stabilizing the Middle East, because Iran has been the great destabilizer. Just 18 months ago, they controlled 4 Arab capitals, and their proxies are being defeated and they're dying on the vine, if not already neutralized. But importantly, it impacts China, as you just said, economically, but also it allows the United States, if this outcome moves forward with no ceasefire and the defeat of the Iranian regime, perhaps an organic revolution and a real change of the regime that allows the United States to focus its efforts on Asia against our greatest strategic enemy or adversary, and that is in Beijing. And we've been entangled in the region for the last 47 years, mainly because of what Iran has been doing. And they call us the Great Satan and Israel the Little Satan. Keep in mind, the president does not want troops on the ground. He's been shifting air power and sea power to the region. And Thursday looks like a big day because the Israelis have declared that Thursday is very important for what they're going to be doing. You haven't seen anything yet, according to officials in Tel Aviv. Thursday's something we should be looking for.
So why would they put that out there, Colonel? Why would they? Because this has been, put out for all to see, for all to consume Thursday. And they compare it to their attacks using pagers, which were something that were a bit of a marvel. We all marveled at how precise and impactful that was when these pagers are blowing up all over the Middle East, killing members of Hezbollah and terrorist leadership simultaneously. Why would they telegraph or basically put it on the front page? Look out, Thursday, something serious. Well, why would they do that? Can they really be? I liken it to Babe Ruth pointing to the stands and saying, I'm going to hit a home run there. They're telling the world what they're going to do. Can they really be that bold?
I think so. And, the warnings to get out of Tehran, there are dozens of nuclear-related sites in the Tehran area that have not been hit or sufficiently hit. There are dozens of other missile and research-related sites that still need to be hit. There are other targets that still need to be hit outside the Tehran area. And then you got Fordo, the main mountain nuclear plant research facility and uranium location that needs to be hit. And, we don't know when all this is going to come together. But this is very important. They're going to hit more broadly because they've got the freedom to do it, and they're expanding operations on the ground. We don't know if some of these reports are correct, but there was one report, I haven't seen it confirmed, that former President Ahmadinejad may have been assassinated, and other leaders are being assassinated, and Kurdish elements are starting to say that they're engaging in the conflict. So we're going to have to wait and see how this plays out, and we're still at the very beginning. keep in mind, we bombed Iraq for 2 months in 1991 before we set foot into Kuwait. There's still a long way to go, and air power can do a lot of damage, but they can be very resilient, and the regime still has a lot of capabilities.
Here is the part of the equation that I think is most important, maybe most dangerous, maybe most unpredictable, and that is that oil going to China from Iran. We already know that President Xi has been losing some of his grip on power over the last year. Economics being a driver of that. There's problems in China when it comes to the economy. The factories are not humming along. People are not working as much as they were. The money's not flowing, and therefore there's already a sense of unsettlement in China right now. If the oil gets squeezed off from Iran further, it could create bigger complications for Xi, but that puts him into a corner, and as we all know, a cornered animal can be very dangerous. This could create some unpredictability out of Beijing too, couldn't it?
Yes, it could, I would say that they're going to be very rational about this. They've got their own timeline for things, and they've got very good economists and financiers that are looking at the markets. I think they can manage this. Costs will be higher for them than they want. Prices will go up on the global market, and China will have to find other sources. We'll see what Saudi Arabia and others do to try and address any temporary shortages that may or may not impact China's ability to adjust. But I'm not focused on that issue. I don't think there's going to be an overreaction by Beijing.
Yeah. Meanwhile, the price of silver is way up. The price of gold stays stable. The markets don't seem impressed. Up 300 yesterday, down 300 today. Economically, Wall Street doesn't seem concerned about this. Not necessarily a good indicator of what's happening behind closed doors in the Situation Room, but just another tea leaf. I mean, a lot of different indicators here, Colonel. There's not a single thing we can point to. So you have to take into account all of these different factors, right?
Well, I think because the war is so overwhelmingly going Israel's way, and the weakness shown by Tehran and the IRGC and the inability to really strike back. There's been loss of life. There have been hundreds of missiles shot, but keep in mind, the Israeli leadership thought there would be 4,000 killed and many, many more wounded. From barrages. So this has been wildly successful and has opened up opportunities to look at other options, to include regime change. But the campaign's going to have to go on, and I think the president has signaled clearly, and his leadership has been, extremely good, and he's been ahead of, prognosticators, and I think a lot of his own staff about understanding what he wants to do and what the opportunities are that are being developed. He said no ceasefire, no desire to negotiate, complete surrender. Those are pretty tough red lines that he put out over the last 24 hours.
They certainly are. So the last question today, Colonel, is this. Best guess. Do we get involved directly in this war?
I do not think we get involved in any ground way or any significant way. Air power, limited air power, I think is an assistance on going after, the Fordo Mountain nuclear facility is probably the biggest reach at this point in time.
Yeah, Fordo Mountain. John Fetterman, the Democrat senator from Pennsylvania, says keep dropping 350,000-pound bombs until you get the job done. So there's some bipartisan support for going after that facility. Colonel, I appreciate your time. I'm sure we'll talk again as the situation continues to evolve, sir. Thank you for being here.
Appreciate your work, Steve.
Thank you. All right, up after this is important stuff, folks. We're trying to give you as much information as we can. Make sure you understand it as best as possible from as many angles as possible. After the break, I'll tell you about a recent FBI intelligence report given to Congress that cites a Chinese plot meant to create fake mail-in ballots for the 2020 election. It was poo-pooed back then, but guess what? The facts are coming out. We'll have them after the break. reporting that FBI Director Kash Patel turned over a newly classified intelligence report to Congress last night, revealing China had mass-produced fake American driver's licenses back in 2020. It was all in a scheme to carry out an attempt to hijack the election with fake mail-in ballots in favor, of course, of Joe Biden. An intelligence report in August of 2020 was never corroborated or fully investigated. In fact, it was basically set aside. This was also when then FBI Director Chris Wray testified there were no known plots of election interference prior to Biden defeating Donald Trump in November of 2020. Here with me now to discuss this, the host of Just the News No Noise, John Solomon, and the man behind justthenews.com. John, look, here we are again, looking backwards, saying, well, we talked about this in 2020. I think they found almost 20,000 driver's licenses at O'Hare International Airport, Chicago, and it was like, yeah, that's not a big deal. The truth is what?
It was a big deal because it was corroboration for a plot that a confidential human source had told the FBI about in August 2020. But neither the original intelligence coming in from the informant or the subsequent seizure of 20,000 fake driver's licenses from Hong Kong and China got the FBI off its stuff to investigate whether there was a ongoing effort to malignly influence the 2020 election by a foreign power. Sure. It's really remarkable. These things would normally automatically create investigations, but here somebody grabbed it into a dark closet and kept it from the American people, from the Congress. And of course, we were told after the election, no foreign intrusions at all. We now know there were 2 separate attempted foreign intrusions in the 2020 election.
Well, here's a couple of questions about all that. First of all, was Christopher Wray weighing in on this on one side or the other of the election? Because it sure seems that way when you look at the facts on the ground here. And then the important question is, how many driver's licenses made it through and how many illegals actually voted? Any way to ever figure that out?
Well, there is now. Listen, there should be 5 years later, we can still go back and recreate the evidence trail, interview the source again, go get those driver's licenses, check them for fingerprints, interview Chinese citizens on the ground who were here or still are here that may have been there then. Go back and look at signal intelligence, go back and look at NSA intercepts. If the FBI wants to get to the bottom of this, it can, and we'll see if Kash Patel orders that. The first step was turning this document over to the Senate Judiciary Committee. Chuck Grassley, he had been told about this from an FBI whistleblower, that in fact this got swept under the rug. Kash Patel not only got the documents, he got the proof that it was swept under the rug. The memo goes out to all intelligence agencies saying, hey, let's look at this. And then a few days later, it's pulled back. It's called recalled. It was recalled, and then nobody ever follows up on it. The reason for recalling it was they want to interview the source again. I'm told that the re-interview of the source confirmed what the source told them the first time. And of course, the CPB confirms that there were fake driver's licenses. The FBI simply didn't want to know the answer to whether China was intruding in our elections and trying to swing the election to Joe Biden. So they swept it under the rug.
And that brings me back to the question I started with. Where is Christopher Wray in this? Who does the recall? Who brings it back in? Who sweeps it under the rug? And what is his involvement?
I just a few moments ago, just before I came on air, was able to look at this document for the first time in a location. And Steve, it doesn't have the director on it. It does have several intelligence agencies, including the CIA, on it. It is not marked to the director's office. When the recall notice comes in, it doesn't also identify whether the director or the 7th floor leadership of the FBI are on it. So Kash Patel and Senator Grassley have a lot of sleuthing to do to get us those answers. But your questions are exactly the questions that need to be answered. I'm told just a few minutes ago, Senator Grassley sent a letter back to Kash Patel saying, thanks for the document. Now find out who did the recall. And I think that is the next mystery that needs to be solved in this. But for the first time, we do know the FBI had reason to think that China was trying to swing the election to Donald Trump, or to Joe Biden and away from Donald Trump.
Yeah. Your gut tells you, it's hard to believe that a recall of that magnitude, when Christopher Wray appeared in front of Congress, how many different times, that he would not be aware of this series of facts, finds it hard to believe. Real quickly before you go, because of your expertise inside Washington, the president is in the Situation Room as we speak, discussing options any feeling about what might happen there, or do they not know?
I think they're going to give themselves maximum optionality. That is, that they want to be in a position, if they need to strike, they can strike. But right now, the posture of the United States remains, we will not participate in an offensive manner in this war. We will protect Israel as we need, but at present, we're not going on offense. Why? Because Israel has already demonstrated it has complete air superiority over Iran. It can do what it wants, when it wants, for however long it wants. And that doesn't require then any U.S. intervention right now. I think the most likely scenario is that Israel will seek to drop a series of what are known as MOABs, mother of all bombs. They're bunker busters, and try to implode and crush the nuclear sites and any material stored in them so that Iran is set back by decades, not years or months, on its nuclear weapons illicit program. Now, if the United States were to drop a MOAB from a B-2, we can drop the single largest MOAB there is, and one should penetrate and do the job. Israel doesn't have the capability to fly that large a bomb, so it may need to make 3 to 5 passes of dropping MOABs to ultimately eradicate a nuclear site. So it's just going to take longer. I think the U.S. right now is patient enough to let that time take its course, since Israel is able to do this with dominance from the skies. What we need to watch for is whether Iran tries to attack the United States. If it does, then the U.S. is going to get involved in a big way really quickly, I think.
Well, change public sentiment. You know, ironically, one Democrat saying we should drop every 350,000-pound MOAB we can until it's over, that being John Fetterman. Strangely enough, an irony of ironies. There it is, John. We'll keep an eye on it, sir. Always appreciate your input. Thank you so much.
Yeah, great to be with you, Steve. Love the show.
There you have it, John. So nobody knows Washington better. That's just it. Nobody knows Washington better than that man right there. Coming up after the break, I'll track the ongoing progression of the Israel-Iran conflict, including the offensive strike on Iran's broadcasting headquarters. If you didn't see it, wow, we have some breaking news just coming in, legitimately and literally. Remarkable images since the back and forth between Israel and Iran began. A new wave of Israeli strikes on Tehran, including a dramatic hit on state television headquarters during a live broadcast. If you haven't seen it, watch this.
فضای غبارآلوده استادیوم
We interrupt this program with breaking news. In fact, it's a missile coming through the ceiling. Yeah, that's how that went. Both the Israeli military and President Trump have urged citizens to evacuate Tehran amid the escalating conflict. You might have something like that happen. Here with me to discuss further, foreign policy expert Harley Lippman from New York City. Harley, nice to see you. Yeah, breaking news, all right. It broke the TV station to pieces. That woman's lucky she's alive, to be honest with you.
Yeah, that's true. I noticed that. That was remarkable.
Jeez. Yeah, had a lot of crazy things happen while I was on the air. I haven't had a missile come through the ceiling yet. Let's hope that doesn't happen. Look,
hopefully you never will.
Yeah, but look, a big part of these regimes is their ability to regurgitate propaganda. And when the propaganda machine gets silenced, as it has been, well, that's a change in the game as well, isn't it?
No, absolutely. Israel has a systematic policy of eliminating all the power chambers in the Iranian arsenal, from their intelligence capacity to their air defenses, to their military commanders, to their TV networks, and the list goes on. It's a brilliant plan. It's going to go down in history as one of the most extraordinary intelligence operations in the last century. It's nothing short of remarkable and long overdue, and it's going to create a better world.
You know, Israel, as we've been talking about already this hour, saying something big and surprising is coming Thursday, bigger than the pagers, where they killed dozens and dozens of Hezbollah terrorist operatives back a few months ago, which we all said, what a remarkable accomplishment that was. They said something bigger is coming Thursday. Why would they tell the world that, Harley? I mean, it seems pretty bold.
It was actually, they killed and maimed hundreds of Hezbollah operatives and frightened to death the remaining thousands that had those pagers, and made them terrified to answer any kind of phone or have any kind of electronic equipment on them. So it achieved its purpose, not just in the moment, but for the future. So what could that be? Well, Israel perhaps is playing psychological warfare, or they have a huge surprise for the Fordow nuclear site that, for your viewers, is the be-all, the end-all of the nuclear sites of Iran. This is where they have a lot of the major centrifuges, and it's buried a half a mile deep into the mountain, which is why this is getting so much attention, because it was built and designed to prevent Israel or the United States or any enemy from knocking it out. So the Iranians put a lot of ingenuity into this, and Israel may not have the capacity to do that. While they perhaps have the strongest military in the world, man for man, woman for woman, if you will, in terms of overall superiority militarily, the United States is still overwhelmingly number one and has the B-2s and B-52 bombers and stealth bombers that can actually knock out this facility. And it would be a new era, a new dawn in peacemaking in the world if the United States does that.
Yeah, so do you think the United States right now, last report, Donald Trump is still in the Situation Room? I'm just checking my notes here. He's still there. Not sure what the decisions on the table are, but they're probably making several contingency plans in the Situation Room. Everybody weighing in here today doesn't seem to think the United States is going to get involved too quickly. However, we do have a bunker buster, according to John Solomon just moments ago, that would penetrate that facility and potentially destroy those centrifuges that have been buried a half mile deep into that mountain. Would we do that? Are we going to do that? Last question to you.
I hope we do, because you really have to imagine Ayatollah Khamenei as the equivalent of the modern day Hitler. Just think of this being 1938. If we had dropped the bomb on Hitler's bunker, 60 million people would be alive today that died of World War II. Iran is the center of the world in creating death and violence in the world and new wars. This is where the endless wars are coming from, Iran. If you stop Iran, you're going to create a new era of peace where the nations of the Middle East are going to work together, and it would be a huge pushback strategically against China and Russia. China gets a huge amount of its oil from Iran. If the United States either destroys or weakens this regime, puts the United States in a very strong position vis-a-vis China, which is our #1 adversary. So on all levels, while there are risks, overwhelmingly, this would be a huge credit for President Trump. And he would win the Nobel Peace Prize for doing this, because to stop a rogue nation from having a nuclear bomb that will use one would make him a hero to the people in the United States and to the world.
Yeah. Well, we're going to find out, Harley, and we're going to pay very close attention. It would be a great thing, a monumental thing for a regime change in Tehran for the first time since 1979. Sir, thank you for being here.
My pleasure.
All right. Now, this month, Tax Network USA proudly celebrates our nation's birthday, honoring freedom, resilience, and financial independence. To mark the occasion, they're offering 10% off all services through July 4th. If you're dealing with back taxes or missed the April 15th deadline, don't wait. The IRS is rapidly stepping up enforcement. Penalties can add up quickly, up to 5% per month, maxing out at 25% of your total tax bill just for not filing. That's on top of what you already owe. But there's good news. Tax Network USA can still help you turn things around. Whether you're self-employed, run a business, or your books are a complete mess, their team knows how to cut through the chaos and find solutions that work. Your consultation is always free, and getting ahead of the problem now could help you avoid harsh penalties, wage garnishments, or surprise bank levies. Take the first step. Call 800-905-8000 or visit tnusa.com/RAV. And don't forget, you'll get 10% off all services through July 4th as part of their celebration of our nation's birthday. Regain control of your finances with expert help from Tax Network USA. All right, don't go anywhere. America's Voice Live will continue in a moment. conversation now with the biggest stories of the day here on America's Voice Live. Thank you for tuning in as always. Obviously, with the president in the Situation Room, and that's where he remains as far as we know at this point. We'll give you an update when we have it. I want to have my next guest, Congressman Andy Biggs of Arizona, jump on with me now and talk more about this. Congressman, thank you for being here. Also candidate for governor in the great state of Arizona. Wish you well there. Let's talk about this. Very serious situation. Israel finally saying Iran is far too close to having a nuclear weapon. And in fact, some sources on this program over the last few days put it as close as maybe 10 days that they could have a crude workable weapon, delivery system unknown, but still a workable weapon. I had no idea we were that close. We all thought it was months away. Tulsi Gabbard, obviously not in good standing with the president at this moment because of her information. And he was asked on Air Force One, what do you make of her assessments? I don't care what she said, his comment. Behind the doors at the Situation Room, any indication in your office where you sit as to what could be happening?
Well, you know, we know they're talking, and we know that they're discussing, and we know that they're in constant contact with Israel, but they're also planning strategically, if necessary, what our military might do in response. We have, as you know, personnel. We have infrastructure. We've got bases and installations there. And if Iran were to attack those, you would probably see a response fairly quickly by this president. But otherwise, I think the approach that President Trump has taken so far has been to sit back and play defense here a little bit, and at the same time using this as a leverage threat against Iran. I mean, nobody wants Iran to be able to get a nuclear weapon. And regardless of how soon or how distant that might be, we understand very clearly why Israel took the action that it did. But we also understand that we don't want to get involved in another one of these multi-generation type wars and locations in the Middle East. So I think he's taken a pretty restrained position, yet using the bully pulpit to go after the Ayatollah there and present an option, if you will, for the Ayatollah to come back. But it's a very severe and harsh option, and I'm not sure that these people are humble enough to take it at the highest levels. We think the Persian Street or the Iranian Street is ready for a regime change, but we're not going to institute that regime change.
At least not at this point. As Donald Trump pointed out, he's asking for complete surrender, unconditional surrender in his latest post on Truth Social. I'm not sure. I think you made a great point there. I'm not sure the Ayatollahs or the mullahs or the regime in Tehran is ready to give that sort of surrender. I don't think they can give an unconditional surrender at this point. However, they're at a weaker point than they have been since 1979. And then the strikes on the Iran oil fields also creating economic pressure on them and on China, by the way, by extension. So this is important, too, isn't it?
It totally is, because this has a dramatic impact on China, because China is, to some extent, is actually dependent on Iran for energy. And if this goes for any length of time, China's going to be in trouble. They're going to reach out to Russia, and Russia's not able to correspond either. So when I look at it, what Israel has done is they've actually engaged the entire world in what's going on with Iran. And that's really...
All right, let's hold that thought right there. Congressman Biggs of Arizona, who's also running for governor there. We'll take a quick break. We're going to continue this conversation because there's more to talk about. There's more to talk about the border, about the economy, how the oil fields in Iran being hit impacts China, Russia, North Korea, all of it. Stay with us as we continue our conversation with Andy Biggs. Conversation now with Congressman Andy Biggs of Arizona. Congressman, one of the biggest targets here, and the Israelis are saying, look out, Thursday's coming, we'll have bigger surprises than we had with the pages that took out hundreds and hundreds of Hezbollah terrorists, which was a pretty remarkable thing at the time. We were all talking about it, how they had pulled that off, a masterstroke in crushing the terrorist Hezbollah members. Fordo, that's the name of this underground facility. It's about a half-mile deep. And ironically, one of the people yelling the loudest to say, hit it with the biggest bombs we can, which I think are 350,000-pound Moabs. Mother of all bombs comes from the United States. If we decided to drop one, they'd come from a 52. But it's John Fetterman, the senator from Pennsylvania, that is the loudest, saying, look, keep dropping the Moabs until it's over. I mean, talk about irony, right?
It is ironic. I mean, you know, when you think about the America First movement that took President Trump into office and that he has been the leader of, that America First movement involves non-intervention, right, in forever wars. It involves a quest for peace, which President Trump has really gone after. And so it is because, I mean, your choice of the word ironic is absolutely correct when you have John Fetterman saying, yeah, now it's time to just destroy the leadership and cut off the head of Iran. And I think this is what we get back to what we were talking about. I think President Trump's reticent to do that. I believe I haven't. We're hearing his rhetoric, but he also assured us we would not be getting into American wars. We don't want to lose our military personnel, our young men and our young women. We don't want civilians to be attacked. That is the America First movement that he leads.
I think that, and I did a poll on my X feed today asking people that vote for Donald Trump, would you still support him if we went to war in the Middle East? And about 15% said no. It is something that is pivotal for some of the people that vote for Donald Trump, because there are three pillars. Staying out of never-ending wars, forever wars in the Middle East or anywhere else for that matter. Rebuilding and securing the border, which he's done quite well, as you know, and resetting the financial markets of the world, which is where the tariffs and so forth come in. So he's doing pretty well. I think that most people, from where I sit, would forgive air power. air superiority, Moabs, those would be okay. But putting boots on the ground is a place that I don't think many people are comfortable with that thought. And I don't even know if that's even on the table, to be honest. But if Iran attacked America in some substantial and significant way, I think that would change public opinion as well. Your thoughts?
100% right. I mean, because if Iran were to actually start taking out American citizens, personnel, our bases, our infrastructure, or something else dramatic like that, then it becomes not an aggressive offensive war, it becomes a defensive war and retaliation. That would be the theory of the case there. But it gets to the point which you were making, because if you look at the pillars of America First, the border's been largely secured. It's the most secured in my lifetime. As a guy who lives in Arizona and grew up in Arizona, I could tell you it's the most secure by far in our lifetime. But then when you start, and in the economy, he's doing a masterful job at resetting the economy, both domestically and internationally. And in fact, even the Canadian Prime Minister said, look, he's basically resetting the entire world, and he is. And that's one of the things we wanted to see happen. But this notion of how do you negotiate what's going on in the Middle East becomes a real quandary, because Israel is our ally. We support Israel. We help Israel, and we want to sustain Israel. But they've engaged in this, and they've engaged in it because Iran ostensibly is on the verge of developing nuclear weapons with some kind of delivery mechanism. And if that happened, then the stated reason of Iran is to wipe Israel off the face of the earth. So we understand and justify that.
Yeah, in America, too. Death to America, they chant.
Right.
Some of them chanted in our own streets at this point during these protests, which is, it's antithetical to who we are. But let me ask you about that other tenet, the border. It's down about 95%, maybe more in some areas. As you said, the securest it's ever been in your time living in Arizona. You're running for governor there. How positive of an impact does that have on your race to become governor as a Republican, that the border is in better shape than it's been in decades?
Well, I think it reflects that Republicans actually do care about sovereignty, national sovereignty, but also everybody who lives along the border is doing better off. And we have a long border with Mexico. And quite frankly, the only thing that we are concerned about now primarily is human and drug trafficking through about two separate corridors, but about 90 to 100 miles of border that are not adequately fenced and secured. But
sure,
if we can get that, we're going to be in great shape. We will be in great shape.
Congressman Andy Biggs, greatly appreciate you being here as always. We'll have you back, talk more about your run for governor. Big day in the news, of course. It seems like every day is a big day lately. Can't even quite keep up. But thank you so much.
Thanks, Steve.
There you have it. All right, now think about it. Every dollar you spend is either supporting your values or working against them. In today's economy, where you spend your money matters. And that's how we take back our country, at least one way. Listen, Patriot Mobile is leading the way as America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. Switch today without sacrificing quality or service. You'll get exceptional nationwide coverage because, unlike most budget wireless providers, Patriot Mobile has access to all three major U.S. networks. You can even add two numbers on two networks on one phone. That's right. You'll always have service, something the big guys can't do. Stay connected with flexible, unlimited data plans to fit your lifestyle. These plans offer high-speed data, mobile hotspots, international roaming, device protection, and even internet backup. Here's the best part. When you switch to Patriot Mobile, you're supporting faith, family, and freedom. If you believe in our First and Second Amendment rights, the sanctity of life, and supporting our American veterans, well, this is where you belong. What are you waiting for? Switching is simple. Keep your number, keep your phone, or upgrade. Patriot Mobile's 100% U.S.-based team will get you activated in just a few minutes. Now, right now, go to patriotmobile.com/RAV, or you can call 972-PATRIOT to get a free month of service with the promo code RAV, R-A-V. Make the switch. Defend freedom with every call and text. That's patriotmobile.com/RAV, or call 972-PATRIOT. After the break, we'll have a story that reminds us of just how wonderful America is, plus your America's Voice. Question of the day answers. If the U.S. gets into the war with the Middle East, will you still support President Trump? That's the question today. What are your answers? Breaking news out of Washington. It appears that President Trump's meeting in the Situation Room has ended just moments ago, which means he is done there for now. They met, National Security Council met for well over an hour. The discussion on the table, obviously, the ongoing war between Israel and Iran and what happens next and what our role and America's military role will be going forward. Will we be involved with bombing Fordo or any other Iranian military sites in an attempt to completely hobble and destroy Iran's nuclear capabilities? Yet to be seen. We're also told that Donald Trump could make his way to a press gaggle, make himself available for questions. So if that happens in the next few minutes, we'll, of course, break and go directly to that. Meanwhile, your question of the day is this. If the United States gets involved in a war in the Middle East, will you still support President Trump? It's a touchy answer for some. Marty Kloss writes, yes, Iran should have been dealt with in '79, and we would have avoided decades of issues. Katie Conley writes, I will respect the office of the presidency, but I do not support us going to war. It's a sensitive subject, folks. I'm telling you this. John Triano, if we are sending military aid to Israel along with warships, planes, we are involved. It's only a matter of time before one of our bases is attacked. That was the military-industrial complex's goal all along. Some people believe that, by the way. Buddy Eskew, I will because he is president, but if he is listening, stay out of the war. Our nation needs all of your attention right now. It's out of control. Barbara Ann, yes, because Trump can and will protect us, unlike Biden. Barb Kretsch Partaka, I don't like seeing us in any war, but yes, I will still support him. Brian Sharkey, absolutely. I doubt we will get into a war. Kay Willard, of course I will. I trust him completely with everything, even if I don't understand it. Stacy Kirk says we're not going to war. I hope you're right, Stacy. I do. And we'll leave it with this one. Tony Brown Loving. Definitely, but I might add that we need to be praying like crazy right now for President Trump. A lot of emotions on this topic, which is why I asked the question. By the way, you can go to my X account, Facebook, Instagram. Every single day I'll have the question of the day, and then we'll put your answers up right here to discuss the biggest, hottest topics of the day. So follow me on X. Follow me on Facebook, on Truth Social. All those places, all the usual places, and start your day every day with me. Right here on Real America's Voice. The Steve Gruber Show kicks off at 6 a.m. every Monday through Friday. And then I'll be back here for America's Voice Live.
They tried to shut them up.
There's no guarantee to free speech.
They tried to cancel them.
Deplatforming works.
They even threw them in jail.
Peter Navarro,
Steve Bannon,
now in prison.
But they couldn't stop them.
It's not a prison built that will ever shut me up.
They call them rebels.
Basket of deplorables.
They call them rogues.
They claim to guns or religion.
And they say they're outlaws.
These are the kind of guys you like to smack in the ass.
War Room presents Rebels, Rogues, and Outlaws.
You set out to take Vienna. Take Vienna!
The national bestseller by longtime Bannon producer Dan Fluette. Take a journey through the pictorial history of War Room. In a culture that celebrates the weak, show your support by standing with the rebels. Go to doitfluette.com or scan the QR code on your screen. Use the code RAV20 for 20% off your order. Stand with the rebels and never back down.
There we go. But that's the bell. Let's see it. They're going to ring it? You guys going to ring it? There's the bell. Ding, 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 ding. Means 4 o'clock. Markets close on Broad and Wall on New York Stock Exchange. But this market is open for news and politics. Very quickly, Dow's down 300 points or so. NASDAQ down 180. Now, most of the day was right around unchanged as the rhetoric, the geopolitical rhetoric, the Iranian-Israel situation with, some comments coming out of the White House. As that ratcheted up a bit, it sounded like it was getting a little bit more, let's call it chippy, a little bit more U.S. involvement potentially. I don't know if it'll happen. We're going to talk to John Solomon in just 1 second. But as that rhetoric started to kind of make its way through Wall Street, markets started to tick down. As always, we keep an eye on those things. Gold held $3,400 an ounce. Very good sign for gold. Oil, again, there's a concern that the Israelis were bombing some of the Iranian oil infrastructure, and that's why oil continues. Remember, we started this thing around $62 a barrel. We're up to $75 a barrel right now, and that is tough for the economy. And then crypto was all over the place today. It smashed. It crashed down to 102,000, back up to 105,000 as we speak. So markets are very, let's call it, jittery. All right, folks, my first guest, in fact, is the CEO and editor-in-chief of Just the News, No Noise. I'm happy to have my good friend John Solomon back with us. John, President Trump, he left the G7 somewhat early. Here's what we were kind of speculating a little bit before the show. So is it go time for the U.S., or is Trump doing the things that if you're an Iranian mullah, you go, uh-oh, he may be for real looking at us next. There are so many things, and we'll talk about it as you do.
I think the answer is yes and yes, and that's, I know, frustrating, but I think that's the way Donald Trump operates. He figured he could get far less done with a bunch of liberal European leaders that he could back home in the sit room. He understands the gravity of this moment, that after 46, 47 years after the U.S. embassy was taken by the extreme mullahs in Iran, that maybe there is a regime change possibility at him. Certainly an opportunity to crush an Iranian nuclear program that has tantalized and terrorized the world for most of the last 2 decades. I don't think his first inclination is going to be to immediately intervene in the war. Why? First off, Israel has air superiority. It can do whatever it wants over the skies of Tehran right now. I think the most likely scenario is Israel's going to go in the next few days and drop a bunch of Moabs, mother of all bombs. Israel can't carry the big Moab, the one that only a B-2 bomber can carry, but it can carry some pretty good-sized ones. That means they probably have to drop 3 to 5 of those Moabs on a single nuclear site to make sure that it's imploded, flattened, and the materials are destroyed.
Hold that thought for just 1 second, because you're saying exactly what we're seeing online, and this is from Visegrad 24. Right, the air superiority. They're meeting almost zero resistance.
Yeah.
Ben, roll that sound bite, and we can talk over it as it happens. But this was just, maybe an hour ago.
Yeah.
Just complete access over Tehran, which is great news. So Trump sends B-52s possibly for refueling.
Right.
He sends other refueling assets. He's sending a lot of assets to the area because it's go time, or because he wants to say, hey, Iran,
optionality now, with always the possibility that you have go time in a few seconds, so you want to be ready. You don't want to have any lag if you got to go. If Iran were to attack our troops in Iraq, I think he would instantly send military hardware at them. I think short term he wants optionality, and he wants the mullahs to realize this guy means business. I mean business. I got the hardware there. You want to mess? Let's go do it. But I think he really wants Tehran to say, we're done. We're done. We want to stay alive. Let's make a deal. And the deal is no nuclear enrichment.
Has it changed from Iran will never get a nuclear bomb to I'm open to a regime change? And when?
Clearly, it has changed in the minds of Israel. Israel, clearly, with Netanyahu's interview last night with ABC News, made clear, hey, regime change may be an option for us now. When they started, they just wanted to flatten the nuclear program and make sure it didn't get to that next phase. Now, with the incredible weakness of the Iranian military, the lack of defenses over the skies, they're wondering maybe this is the time to stop the terror forever. Let's create regime change. I don't think Donald Trump is there yet. As he said today, I don't think we should kill the Ayatollah right now, but it's on the table down the road if we have to. I think he's putting maximum pressure to get Iran to do the smart thing for its existence, which is to say we will give up all enrichment capabilities and no nuclear weapons and let the West power their nuclear power plants if they want them in the future. The mullahs just haven't bit on the offer yet.
Very quickly, I just saw Macron just said he's going to convene an emergency meeting
good.
Thursday afternoon.
Good. He better not bring his wife.
Or Tuesday.
No, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry.
but emergency meeting? How about you convene it today?
Today, yeah.
I mean, this stuff is heating up at the speed of sound.
That's how Europeans always are. It's why the United States has always been the superpower and the lead of all international crises. We're quicker, we're faster, we create more options more quickly, and that's what Donald Trump is doing here. I still think his inclination is to avoid conflict unless it's absolutely necessary.
So we got time till Thursday until they figure out if they're going to get involved before we do.
Right. I think we have a little bit of time.
You have another story. You're breaking a massive story. I'll let you take it from here. Folks, and this is
first for you. I just got this. So last night we broke the story that Kash Patel turned over to the Congress, documents showing that the FBI suspected that China was mailing tens of thousands of fake driver's licenses to Chinese citizens here so that they could create fake identities and then cast mail-in ballots for Joe Biden in the 2020 election. Massive interference. What happened to that memo, according to Kash Patel? Kash Patel told me for some reason it was recalled and it wasn't investigated further. Someone sent it out and the FBI called it back and then no one ever investigated, even though there was corroborating evidence. What was the corroborating evidence? Customs and Border Protection intercepted 20,000 of those fake IDs.
Where?
In Chicago, going to Midwest states. Oh, the battleground states, of course. Yeah. They had the corroboration even. They pull it back. I just got text of these two memos for the first time. I'm going to tell you the back one first, and I'll go back to the juicy part in the beginning. When they recalled the memo, they asked all their sister agencies in the intelligence community to destroy the memo that had been sent out. That's very odd. You don't normally destroy raw intelligence reports. Somebody didn't want this to be discovered. Now, let me tell you what the memo actually says. It lays it out exactly as Kash Patel told us last night. In late August 2020, the Chinese government had produced a large amount of fraudulent United States driver's licenses that were secretly exported to the United States. The fraudulent driver's licenses would allow tens of thousands of Chinese students and immigrants sympathetic to the Chinese Communist Party to vote for U.S. presidential candidate, U.S. person Joe Biden, despite not being eligible to vote in the United States. China had collected private U.S. user data from millions of TikTok accounts to include name, ID, and address to facilitate this capability. Very specific. It comes from a source who's been working for the FBI just under a year. During that period, he was working with the FBI. He was chronically corroborated, so he was deemed to be pretty reliable. But there are things in this memo that clearly are wrong. It says, first off, we haven't corroborated everything here. It's out to just get lead generation. Two, we don't see address fields in TikTok, so maybe that part of the information could be wrong. But it was clearly meant to be a lead gen for investigators to go out and find out, was there about to be a massive...
Do we know who pulled back the FBI memo?
Yeah. We do not. That's the missing part. We do not know who called it. We know it was recalled. We see the recall memo, but it doesn't show who gave the order. Just
how do we find that out? Because clearly someone knows that, and if there's going to be a...
Senator Chuck Grassley just a few minutes ago sent a letter to Kash Patel saying, thanks for this memo. I thought this was my memo. What happened? You need to find out who recalled it and why they recalled it. I want every detail about the recall and why the destruction of the document. Why would you destroy something if it's just regular intelligence communication?
Just find that chain of command.
Oh, yeah.
Someone recalled it, but someone told that person to recall it, and so you know it's
going to go up the chain.
It's going to go up the chain. Yeah. Christopher Wray, did it stop it, Ray, or did it actually link?
Yeah, or maybe someone else in the intelligence community, DNI, White House. We have to see.
Would they? Would the DNI be able to pull back an FBI?
They could ask it. Yeah, they sure could.
They can certainly find out. We can start.
That's where we gotta look.
When you tend to sniff around, you get people nervous, and you tend to get more information.
People trip up, and you finally get the truth.
John Solomon, man, it's a great show. Great show.
Good to have you.
Appreciate it.
It's good. Always enjoy being there.
All right, folks, this month, Tax Network USA proudly celebrates our nation's birthday, honoring freedom, resilience, and financial independence. To mark the occasion, they're offering 10% off all services through July 4th. If you're dealing with back taxes or missed the April 15th deadline, don't wait. The IRS is rapidly stepping up enforcements. Penalties can add up quickly, up to 5% per month, maxing out at 25% of your total tax bill, just because you didn't file. Well, that's on top of what's already you owe. So you owe the money, plus these penalties can be up to another 25%. But there's good news. Tax Network USA can still help you turn things around, whether you're self-employed, run your own business, or your books are just a complete mess. Their team knows how to cut through the chaos and find solutions that work. Your consultation, always free, and getting ahead of the problem now could help you avoid harsh penalties later, wage garnishments, or even surprise bank levies. Take the first step. Call 800-905-8000 or visit tnusa.com/RAV. Don't forget, get 10% off all services through July 4th as part of their celebration of our nation's birthday. Regain control of your finances with expert help from Tax Network USA. All right, we'll be back 2.5 minutes. Thank you, John. Thanks for There you go, D.C. I'm right here. Hey, I'm here, right here. D.C. Benjamin, I'm in D.C., and there's the shot. Okay, folks, listen. The president was in Calgary, Canada for the G7 summit. Came back a little bit early, and no better person to talk to about that than, besides the president, would be our own RAV reporter, Brian Glenn. Brian, you're traveling with the president, got back a little early. Tell us, what was the reason? Everyone's saying because of what's going on in the Middle East, but what do you know? You have ears on the plane, so tell us.
Yeah, well, good afternoon, Eric. You know, when we got the word yesterday that he was going to be departing the G7 summit early, of course, all the red flags went up and said, we asked the question, well, why do you think that is? You know, he does say that it's a bigger picture. It's a bigger plan as far as not just the escalation between Iran and Israel, but it did send some shockwaves through the G7 summit. And as I literally just got off the jet just moments ago and making my way to the White House, the media there at the center that was designated for the G7 summit was basically clearing out. Once President Trump says, I'm gone, well, guess what? The rest of the world media said, we're gone too. So day two, being this Tuesday, don't know exactly what has unfolded at the G7 summit since President Trump was not there. Zelensky was planning on attending today's summit and sitting on some of the sessions. So we'll have to see what came out of that. But boy, when he says he was gone, the media packed up and they left too.
That's true. There it is, the most powerful human being on the planet. Any questions? There should be no question of that. President Trump made an important comment about the group used to be G8 when Russia was part of the group. Take a listen to the soundbite.
The G7 used to be the G8. Barack Obama and a person named Trudeau didn't want to have Russia in. And I would say that was a mistake, because I think you wouldn't have a war right now if you had Russia in. And you wouldn't have a war right now if Trump were president 4 years ago. But it didn't work out that way. But it used to be the G8, and now it's, I guess, what's that, 8 years ago, it switched over. They threw Russia out, which I claimed was a very big mistake. Even though I wasn't in politics then, I was very loud about it. It was a mistake in that you spend so much time talking about Russia, and he's no longer at the table, so it makes life more complicated.
But you know, Brian, you're there. You see the president. You see the workings. You see the high level folks surrounding him. What do you think is the true relationship with Putin and Trump?
That's interesting. And I will say this, yesterday, Eric, I spent most of the day watching Canadian news, CTV and some others, just trying to get their take on things. They actually say the statement that it was Trudeau's responsible for that. They say it's wrong. They said it's the administration before Trudeau. So they were fact-checking him all throughout the newscast. I thought that was really interesting. But, you know, President Trump has always said that he wants to have a relationship with Putin, because that's how you negotiate with world leaders. You don't just go scorched earth on them all the time and then expect them to come into the table for negotiations. So he's had that relationship with Putin for a long time. He's very open about that relationship, and I think that's his negotiating style. And for those that seem to find some type of issue with the fact that he doesn't go scorched earth on Putin, they don't know anything about negotiating on high levels, and that's exactly what President Trump is used to doing. But it was very interesting to watch the Canadian news organizations kind of take everything he said and dissect it like some type of seminar on media matters or something like that. It was entertaining to watch.
You know, I would call this a big news story, certainly within the MAGAverse, is the two sides of the MAGAverse are taking different sides of where American involvement should or should not be. We can talk a little bit about that as on one side you have pretty much the primetime Fox hosts, Sean Hannity, Jesse Waters, Laura Ingraham, and others. And on the other side you have Steve Bannon, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Tucker Carlson, who say don't get involved. The Fox side says blow Israel off the map, with Mark Levin, by the way, being the most prominent, loudest voice on the blow Iran off the map side of things, including the U.S. getting involved in it, U.S. attacking Iran specifically. And I only point that out because Mark Levin had dinner with President Trump about 2 weeks ago, imploring him to get involved physically and kinetically in that war. Your thoughts?
Yeah, you definitely have two sides there, and I think we can all agree that having any kind of nuclear capability within that Iranian government is a bad thing for everyone. I don't think anybody wants that. I think what they were just only questioning is we've been told for so long that they were just literally on the brink of having one. So the fact that the timing of this, of getting in this type of escalation, and if President Trump has said, hey, we're not going to put boots on the ground there. We're not going to have forces on the ground or in the air doing this. And I think that's really what the base wants to see. They don't want to see us get into a long-term escalation like previous administrations got us into. So I think that's the stark difference here. If you look at the demographic of who is really engaged in this and who wants to go to, I guess, have the U.S. just wipe Iran off the map, it is your boomer. It is the boomer generation. It's the 58 plus, 65 plus is who really tends to want this. Now, if you look at how they get their news, it's really interesting. That older generation tends to lean towards your legacy media, your evening news on all of the legacy channels. So maybe their approach to things is maybe a little different than your typical MAGA supporter, which is getting their news from alternative sources, not necessarily legacy media. But it's a very complicated issue. I think at the end of the day, both sides want peace. There's no doubt about it. Both sides don't want U.S. casualties at all. That's a no-brainer. But we just got to really kind of tiptoe around this and make sure that we don't get dragged into another long-term conflict. And even if it's in the best interest of Israel, that's Israel's war to fight on that front. But Eric, it certainly has lit up X, and I've seen the post. I've seen the pushback. We are getting somebody about to walk out. I'm not sure, Eric, if we want to keep an eye or
sure, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Austin, keep an eye on what's going on over here. And if we have to, we'll flip the camera over if I see anybody walk up on this. But I just saw some photographers kind of gathering over here.
The concern for me, and probably for a lot of us, should be that we want to stay united, right? Okay, yeah, we have different opinions on how we support Israel to take out Iran. I think everyone wants to take Iran's nuclear capability down. There are different varying ways of doing it. I would suggest that we support them financially, we support them with military assets, but we don't support them with actual bombing or people or folks or kids of ours on the ground anywhere. But the concern is that because of this aggressive behavior between the MAGAverse, the two sides of MAGAverse, we're giving the Democrats a way out. Like we had the liberals were on the ropes. They were on the ropes. They were failing. Mm-hmm. America had been done with them, and now they come over here. Now it's got one group saying yes, another group saying no. So that's one of my concerns.
Yeah. And it's a lot like the Elon Musk breakup, because once again, they like when there's any kind of fracture within the base. They all of a sudden it's like, oh, well, you've got some that support Elon Musk and you have some that support President Trump. When in fact, the majority of MAGA stayed with Trump. They're not going to break away from President Trump and his agenda. Not to say that they want any ill will towards Elon Musk. They just, in that certain degree. So this is just another, I guess, incident that will try and break apart the cohesiveness of MAGA. But let's just see what the next couple of days look like. I know that President Trump has been in that Situation Room since about 1 o'clock here local time. So obviously a lot of high-level talks going on. We'll see if he's going to make a statement a little bit later today. We are the second poll for the White House. So if that does happen, we will be in there to be able to ask some questions and clarify on some things. But I don't like to see the parties split as it is right now. But when you have information that Tulsi Gabbard had that said that Iran was not intimate of having a nuclear weapon, then you see some combating reports from the Israel side saying, wait, they do have capabilities within a short period of time.
They clearly do. They clearly do. I mean, they clearly do. So, they get close, and then there's some either covert or overt operations to ratchet it down. But it won't end until till those facilities are completely destroyed. Now there's rumors of maybe bunker busters, bombs, cluster bombs coming in. Moabs coming in, taking out their full infrastructure would be great. It'd be great. I don't care if we supply it. I don't want our kids piloting the airplanes that drop it. It's just, it's a technicality a little bit, but it certainly will keep America from being implicated in the Third World War. Because Brian, right now, it feels like we are barreling right towards World War III, and there's no reason for that.
Yeah. And look what NATO coming up next week, which will be in Brussels for NATO, giving you live coverage for that. I mean, what does that look like in wake of the next few days of this escalating? And of course, we haven't talked about Ukraine and Russia, and they're exchanging blows in the last couple of days. So you've got, it just seems like the world right now is a little bit of chaos, and there's uncertainty. And you're a market guy, you understand that the markets do not like uncertainty. They do not like this conflict at all.
Yep. That's true. Brian Glenn, anybody who wants, I mean, I think Lindsey Graham is the biggest vocal megaphone for starting another war, another one, and he was there to get us involved. He's in Ukraine. He just wants, he's never met a war he didn't love, and that alone is enough for me to say goodbye. Brian, really good having you. Appreciate your time.
Thanks, Eric. Appreciate it.
All right, folks. He's got to get some rest. When you travel with the president, it's like you don't sleep. You got to be on call nonstop. Whenever he wants to go somewhere, you got to get up out of bed. It's crazy, but what a great job he does. All right, before we head to break, just want to remind you about my podcast and YouTube page, both updated daily. You can see the show, you can see any interview. We play all that, but a whole bunch of other stuff that we don't do here. Make sure you subscribe at one of those places right there. It's always free. We'll be back in 2.5 minutes. Well, there it is. The White House. So we have it. Did I see? Oh, there. It's behind me, but I'm not really seeing that White House on my screen right here. But apparently they told me, Ben, you tell me the White House is there. I believe you. Weak men create war. Let me explain what I mean. Weak men are the problem. Barack Obama, Joe Biden, are two very, very weak men. And they made the weakness that they portrayed in America's dealing with Iran. We opened the door for Iran to become a nuclear power, folks. We made an absolute deal for them to be the nuclear power that they're going to become if we don't do something about it. All right, we're having some technical difficulties. I'm going to have to throw to a break. We will be back as soon as we clean this up. All right, folks, we said weak men create war.
And I wonder, Mr. President, what you would say to him if he is considering using chemical or tactical nuclear weapons.
Don't.
And I wonder, what is your message to Hezbollah and its backer, Iran?
Don't.
That was a weak man and a weak leader, weak president. Real leaders, real presidents take action to prevent war.
What specifically is better than a ceasefire? What are you looking for here?
An end. A real end, not a ceasefire. An end.
So something that would be permanent.
Yeah, or giving up entirely. That's okay too.
Are you close there? Is that possible? Is that possible in the next 24 hours?
Certainly possible. Complete give up. That's possible. Yeah.
So let me explain this. Weak men create war. Actually, the exact phrase goes something like this: weakness begets war. So when you see missiles flying, it's never just about the thing that just happened right before it. It's almost always the result of weakness, poor decisions, bad policy. Let's be clear. Barack Obama started this whole Iran-Israel thing with the disastrous deal he made with Iran. And Joe Biden continued that tradition during his 4 years as president. If you're feeling more uneasy today because of the situation in the Middle East, two men are responsible, Obama and Biden. We wouldn't even need to have these conversations we're having right now if it weren't for those two less than good presidents. Iran being closer to having a nuclear bomb is thanks to the money freed up for the terrorist Iranian regime during both of those men's presidencies.
The United States and Iran are now settling a long-standing Iranian government claim against the United States government. Iran will be returned its own funds, including appropriate interest, but much less than the amount Iran sought. For the United States, this settlement could save us billions of dollars that could have been pursued by Iran, so there was no benefit to the United States in dragging this out.
Well, and then in September of 2023, under Biden's lack of leadership as president, Secretary of State Antony Blinken informed Congress he had a signed waiver releasing $6 billion in frozen Iranian oil revenues. It was part of a deal to bring home 5 Americans imprisoned in Iran. In return, America also released 5 Iranians, some of the baddest of the bad, held here in America. Somehow that's what Democrats called a good deal. They also chose the anniversary of 9/11 that year to announce that deal. And of course, knowing it's not all true, they tried to convince Americans that Iran would make good on their promises to only use those $6 billion for what? Humanitarian efforts. Because, you know, terrorists always tell the truth about their terrorist ways.
With regard to the $6 billion, first, again, it's always worth repeating the facts because, unfortunately, the facts get lost along the way. The money that Iran accrued in bank accounts, in this case in South Korea, for the sale of its oil was done pursuant to an arrangement established by the previous administration, the Trump administration. None of the funds that have now gone to Qatar have actually been spent or accessed in any way by Iran. Indeed, funds from that account are overseen by the Treasury Department, can only be dispensed for humanitarian goods, food, medicine, medical equipment, and never touch Iranian hands. We have strict oversight of the funds, and we retain the right to freeze them.
Got it. Blame Trump, then lie on behalf of that terrorist regime. Do you miss Biden at all anymore? Of course not. Neither do I. So just after that announcement, basically, Antony Blinken admitted that there's no way to control how Iran spends their newly released funds.
For better or worse, and unfortunately for worse, the Iranians have always found a way to spend money for the nefarious actions that they're engaged in. They've done it before sanctions, during sanctions, after sanctions. That's going to continue.
Wait a minute. Didn't we just have him say there's no way they could ever use it for humanitarian? Oh, they can only use it for humanitarian? Didn't we just say that? Didn't you say that soon after that statement? Hamas carried out the atrocious terrorist act on Israeli soil on October 7th. Blinken had to admit that America, well, Biden and Blinken had a hand in it.
What do you say about the argument that money is fungible? So Iran may have known this money is coming and used other funds to help fund this attack that happened.
Iran has unfortunately always used and focused its funds on supporting terrorism, on supporting groups like Hamas, and it's done that when there have been sanctions, it's done that when there haven't been sanctions, and it's always prioritized that. And again, I come back to the proposition that these funds have always been, under the law, available to Iran to use for humanitarian purposes.
So why in the hell would you give him $6 billion, Antony? Look, hostage deals, they're always difficult. They always involve nasty trade-offs. Usually getting Americans home means giving these countries back some of the worst people in the world. In 2014, remember this one? Obama released 5 Taliban commanders for Sergeant Bo Bergdahl. Remember Bo Bergdahl? Bo Bergdahl's an anti-war guy who walked off his base and basically went AWOL. And there was a soldier who was looking for him who got killed looking for him. That's Bo Bergdahl. And we gave 5 bad guys back for Bo Bergdahl. Obama did. President Trump negotiated the release of dozens of Americans held abroad and also did prisoner swaps. We get it. But Biden brought basketball star Brittany Griner back in 2022. The price was freeing Russian arms dealer, really, really bad guy, Victor Bout. But here's what stands out in this deal. The awful one Biden made in 2023, and that's the $6 billion ransom. As always, follow the money. Blinken was sent out to try to really hardly convince the American people that Iran wasn't going to use it to create a nuclear arsenal or to fund terrorism. But what happened? What really happened? They've done both. They've done both. Their nuclear program boosted terrorism throughout the region, funded proxy wars, supported Hamas, Hezbollah. Iran was put in its place for years, handicapped through sanctions under Trump, stifled. And now, just earlier this week, despite talks with President Trump, the Ayatollah calls for death to America. When Biden made that bad deal in 2023, he set in motion the events of the past year and a half. He didn't negotiate from a position of strength. He eagerly gave a terrorist regime exactly what they wanted, billions of dollars, including the hope of reviving their nuclear deal that worked for them so greatly. Not us, not the world. Biden gave Iran exactly what they wanted, but here we are. Weakness and bad policy have consequences. President Trump pointed it out back in 2023 after that deal was horrendously made.
This decision will be extremely deadly. Biden is giving $6 billion to the world's leading state sponsor of terrorism, just as when Obama sent the Iranian regime pallets of cash for hostages in the dark of night. Remember? Plane loads of cash. Biden's ransom payment will be immediately used to stoke violence, bloodshed, and mayhem throughout the Middle East and all around the world.
Biden and Obama, they've sold America out. And President Trump was right. That's exactly what they've done. Barack Obama funded Iran's nuclear program. He knew exactly where those funds would end up when he sent those pallets of cash and released the balance, $1.5 billion. Yet another move by Obama against America's interests. No shocker there. Everything Iran does now, the enrichment of their nuclear capabilities, the brazen funding of proxy wars and terrorism, that's all thanks to Obama and Biden. The damage done by them, we're seeing the fruits of their labor as we speak. It goes without saying that a regime that funded proxy wars against not just Israel, but America too, one that routinely calls not just for death to Israel, but also death to America, they can't have nukes. Not sure what's confusing about that. Here's Saudi Crown Prince saying the same.
He wants to create his own project in the Middle East, very much like Hitler, who wanted to expand at the time. Many countries around the world and in Europe did not realize how dangerous Hitler was until what happened happened. I don't want to see the same events happening in the Middle East.
As I've said, I don't want war. I don't want any of our American troops engaged on any foreign soil or in the air. I just don't want it. But right now, Israel is fighting the fight so we don't have to. And it's one they wouldn't need to fight if it weren't for the weakness and bad policy of one Barack Hussein Obama and Joe Rabino Biden. It's also worth a reminder of the bullet we dodged if Kamala Harris were president right now. Our adversary would not only have a nuclear weapon, but might even be willing to use it.
The work that we have done has resulted in a number of movements in that region by Israel that were very much prompted by or a result of many things, including our advocacy for what needs to happen in the region.
We dodged a bullet there, folks. Back 2.5 minutes.
I talked to you on my 555. I had the asthma. My lungs were dehydrated. I don't even think about using my inhaler anymore. It is absolutely wonderful.
Let's go.
My metabolic age, okay? I'm back in my 40s. And menopause. Like, what happened to menopause, right? My hot flashes are like, is that a hot flash? I don't know. First, I gotta tell you something first before you go. Can you see that?
Oh, let's go.
Love it. Gonna keep doing it.
Well, UCLA Health says that 40% of adults over 60 are dehydrated based on how much water they drink daily. But John Jubilee, founder of Energize Health, says that's only half the story. He believes up to another 50% of older adults are still dehydrated, even while drinking the recommended amount of water daily. Welcome, John Jubilee. I'm going to do this because I got my trusty bottle liter of water. I'm always with the water. I drink a ton of water, but sometimes just drinking water is not enough. About right?
Well, it's not, because our cells are as hard as glass marbles. And so the reason that, on those statistics, there's two measurements. And just real quick for people, everybody can understand this. If you drink water, it's inside your body. It is not inside your cell. So there's a difference between water in the body and water in the cell. It has to be inside the cell. So just picture those cells are as hard as glass marbles, and all that water is just bouncing off and going right down in the toilet. But through the patent pending science of intracellular hydration, it opens up, the hydration gets in the cell. That's the way to get hydrated at the cellular level.
Great. And how do we do it? How does Energize Health create that possibility to hydrate the cell?
Well, the first thing is, as you can see, we're offering people to join us on a 555 challenge. And that's really the first step to learn this breakthrough science. And guys, this is one of the funnest things Chelsea and I get to do. My beautiful wife, Chelsea, we spend 5 days with you. It's less than an hour a day, by the way. So less than an hour a day, $5, price of a cup of coffee. You get to sit down with Chelsea and I. We're going to walk through and we'll break down the science of, listen, what are the 5 things, first of all, how do we get healthy at the cellular level? But secondly, we're going to teach you what are the 5 things that we've all been doing wrong that have caused us to fail and to sabotage our success. So we'll teach you those 5 things so that you never fail again. And guys, this was my story. I failed for 10 years. 10 years, I did all the wrong things. I made all the same mistakes that we've all made because I had heard all the same things that we all did. No fat, low fat, crazy cardio exercises, keto diet, Weight Watchers, counting the calories, all the crazy stuff. I tried it all, but there's a scientific way to actually succeed that is sustainable for your whole life. Because guess what? I found it, 28 years ago. I've been healthy for 28 years now, not one medical doctor visit, regrew the cartilage in my knees, got rid of my high blood pressure, my hypertension. But you can have your best health. Just come and join us for 5 days, and you can have your best health for the rest of your life. You can have sustainable health.
It's a holistic approach, right? I think folks need to understand that. And I know this because I started talking to John and his wife and some other folks at Energize Health. You take a holistic approach to health in the body, not just hydrate, but it really gets the psyche behind dieting and whatnot. It's more than just hydration. Yeah.
Well, it really is. And I really appreciate you bringing that up because, listen, a lot of us have had cellular trauma. We've had traumatic events, parents that were divorced, a divorce ourselves, sicknesses in our children. All of these things produce cellular trauma. And if we don't deal with the whole person, with our mind, our body, and our spirit, we can never truly get healthy. And during your 5-day challenge, we're going to share with you what is cellular trauma, and you'll be able to take a little test with us in just a few minutes and know what is your cellular trauma score and how can you alleviate cellular trauma from your body. So it is a holistic approach, Eric, and I really appreciate you bringing that up.
We'll do it again. I'm going to continue. John Jubilee, folks, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, brother.
All right, we'll see you soon. Hey, Ben, scroll down to, I want to go a little bit lower in the rapid reactions with the Mets, the Mets story.
Roger that.
This is incredible, folks. I just cannot believe it. Again, I'm a former professional baseball player here. I'm a straight white male conservative former baseball player, and I just want you to see what the Mets, the New York Mets, have been one of baseball's top teams in 2025. I think they might be leading the National League, at least very close to the top of the division. But they took a rare loss recently, over the weekend, this past weekend. They had what they called a Pride Weekend festivities. They made the just gross decision to replace the American flag with a pride flag during the national anthem. Look at that. Can you believe they replaced the American flag and put up a pride flag? This is what we hated about Joe Biden when he did that at the White House. Remember when he took the pride flag and flanked the pride flag with 2 American flags? You're not supposed to do that. And I hate the Mets for doing this. Get this too. During the game, they showed men kissing on the Jumbotron during the game. Look what they're doing right there. Let me tell you something, okay? Baseball is America's sport, right? Everyone loves baseball. Young kids, little boys and girls, watch these baseball games. They put these athletes on a pedestal. They want to be like these athletes. I'm embarrassed for Major League Baseball. I'm certainly embarrassed for the New York Mets. I'm embarrassed for New York. I'm embarrassed for the jerk or jerks who decided to do a Pride Day and remove the American flag and put a pride flag on top. And then whoever thought that zooming in on 2 men kissing during a baseball game, you should be fired too. You should be fired too. Folks, we're gonna come backside of this break with Mr. Stephen K. Bannon. All right, folks, Trump's U.S. Army birthday party parade drew all sorts of coverage, mainly because the toxic Democrats tried to mock this honorary and beautiful gesture before it even happened. As usual, the airheads on MSNBC made themselves look totally clueless when they finally realized the parade was nothing more than a patriotic tribute to our troops, the men and women who put their lives on the line for us. Listen to their disbelief on the left.
I will say, I want to go back to you, Ali, that again, when we talk about this sort of tension in the country, and sometimes, you know, you and I have both been at Trump rallies, those can be, you know, very tense, a kind of, I would say, like kind of a dark, malevolent energy sometimes in them. Not always, but it doesn't seem like that's the energy on the mall today, which I think is a good sign, right?
Correct. That you're really correct about that, Chris, and it's something we were watching for.
Well, why are California Democrats always looking for their 5 minutes of fame? Senator Chris Padilla, well, I think it was Alex Padilla, but whatever, removed from Kristi Noem's press conference after he acted like a complete toddler and physically pushed his way towards the podium to apparently ask the question. Padilla is, of course, making left-wing media rounds in the aftermath of him being removed, but he claims he wasn't looking for a viral moment the whole time. Listen to him lie on CNN.
I'm sure you've seen the DHS spokeswoman, Tricia McLaughlin, posted that you, quote, tried to manufacture a viral moment.
Nothing could be further from the truth. Again, what are the odds? I was in a federal building, a couple of doors down, awaiting a briefing from Northern Command, because I still believe the federalization of the National Guard troops and deployment in Los Angeles was not only unlawful, unjustified, but counterproductive. It's what's escalated the tensions in Los Angeles. The sending in the Marines, as a result, like things have been quieting down day after day. So why do you escalate by sending in the Marines? And an opportunity to ask a question, maybe get answers that DHS, including the Secretary, will not provide in committee hearings in the Senate, will not respond to the letters that we've sent inquiring. There was an opportunity to ask a question and do my job as a senator, right? Do my job as a senator in questioning a cabinet secretary.
Yeah. He was looking for the viral moment. He was looking for trouble. He was trying, he found it, you know, FAFO. Padilla also made a stop at CBS where he joined Face the Nation to whine and lie about deportations. Listen.
Because the public approval is so high of deportation.
But details matter. It depends. It depends on how you ask the question. If you ask the same people, do they think we should maintain due process in the United States of America? The answer is overwhelming yes. Mm-hmm. Do dreamers deserve better than the limbo that they find themselves in? Overwhelmingly, on a bipartisan basis, yes. And so I think it's important to break down three things. Number one, do we need a safe and secure, orderly, humane border? Absolutely. No disagreement there. People seeking to come to the United States, whether it's to seek asylum on work visas, et cetera, we definitely have to modernize that system and be more strategic in those capacities. But we can't forget the millions of long-term residents, people who have been here, working, paying taxes, raising families, buying homes, contributing to the strength of our economy. They deserve better.
You are the ranking member.
And that's really what it's about. They want those folks to get amnesty so they can vote Democrat. That's what this is all about. And the bigger fools they can make out of themselves, the more attention they get on CBS, ABC, NBC, MSNBC, and CNN. Speaking of left-wing mouthpieces, this guy, Eric Swalwell, continues to take his public critiques of President Trump way over the line. Here he is calling our commander-in-chief Hitler yet again.
Donald Trump is America's Hitler.
Yeah. There was a day where that would get him at least censored in the House of Representatives, and maybe even tossed. You can't do that. Hitler was killed 6 million Jews, a murderous psychopath. Swalwell, you piece of garbage. Seems like Karen Bass almost never has anything good to say or positive to say. Listen to the Los Angeles mayor. I don't know, talk about Trump. Listen.
But, I think that, one, if the raids hadn't happened, then that protest would have been a no kings protest. We know that that was planned months in advance. But the disruption and the fear that has been caused by the raids has really had a devastating effect and has been a body blow to our economy. I don't think the president understands that we have entire sectors of our economy that cannot function without immigrant labor.
Oh, Karen Bass. Karen Bass, just Sanctuary City ain't working for you, are you, Ms. Mayor? Another terrible mayor, Chicago's Brandon. Let's go. Brandon Johnson continues to call for violence on national television, yet nobody says or does a damn thing about it. Here he is on MSNBC telling folks to take to the streets in response to ICE.
Yeah, let me just first acknowledge the level of anxiety and fear and trepidation that this administration has caused. You've never seen a society improve or expand under this type of fear. And we're going to continue to resist, and we're going to do it in many different ways, whether it's taken to the streets or to the courts or policy. One of the things that I am very proud of is that we are a welcoming city, which means our local law enforcement do not dub or behave as federal ICE agents. And so our local law enforcement, as we continue to rebuild and expand trust amongst all of our residents, it's important that we hold that line.
You know, it's insane. It's absolutely insane. These mayors of sanctuary cities are reaping what they've sown, right? So these uprisings are ruining their cities. You asked for it. You wanted these places to be sanctuary cities. Now you're mayor, and your ratings are like trash in the single digits. It's incredible. Before we go, keep your TV, keep your laptops tuned to Rev. Things are happening really fast. Really fast. You got Bannon coming up next. You got John Solomon. These guys are on the tip of the spear of what's happening in D.C., what's happening in the White House, because things are changing. President Trump allegedly is in the Situation Room right now where he tends to make decisions about America's involvement in war. So we're going to leave it there. We're going to toss it to Steve Bannon in the War Room in just a second. But again, keep it on Rev all night, because you get the real truth here. You don't get the, I'm going to call it bullshit that you get on legacy media. Sorry, Rob Sig, had to say it. Bannon, War Room next.
Went on the air, he said, quote, "We know exactly where the so-called supreme leader is hiding. He is an easy target, but is safe there. We are not going to take him out, kill, at least not for now. But we don't want missiles shot at civilians or American soldiers. Our patience is wearing thin." You part ways with the president on that issue. You think he should be taken out?
Well, I trust President's judgment. Very much I trust his judgment. And I think for now is a term the Ayatollah should understand in Trump world is ever changing. So what is the president trying to do? He's letting the Ayatollah know if you attack American interests, that's the end of you and your regime. What am I trying to do? I'm trying to make the case that ending Iran's nuclear ambitions is not only good for Israel, it's good for us. And they're the weakest they've been since 1979. This region since 1979 has been this regime has been repressing their people, trying to destroy Israel and have American blood on their hands. I hope it's eliminated. I would like to see this regime fall, but I'm going to leave it up to the president as to what to do and when to do it. But I do know this. If we don't take out their nuclear program now, we'll all regret it. We're very close. Be all in, Mr. President, in helping Israel finish the job, and let's see where we're at after we neutralize their nuclear program. They're in disarray, and they're very dangerous. I don't want to underestimate the danger of being involved in these operations, but the danger of Iran having a nuclear weapon or surviving as a state sponsor of terrorism is far greater than the danger of trying to end the threat. So that's the decision President Trump has to make. And I think he's the right guy at the right time to make that decision. But I'm hoping the sun is setting not only on their nuclear program, but the regime itself. Sooner they leave the world stage, the better the world will be. We can have true peace in the Mideast only if the regime falls, in my view.
President Trump emerging out of the White House's Situation Room after over an hour of deliberations with his national security team as he's weighing how to respond to the escalating conflict between Israel and Iran. Sources telling CNN that the president is warming to the idea of using American military assets to strike Iranian nuclear facilities. So joining me now is someone who has spent quite a bit of time in that very room with our presidents. CNN senior military analyst Admiral James Stavridis joins us now. Admiral, I'm so grateful to have you here. And this obviously is a foreign policy challenge that has been on the table for decades, really. What would you be advising the president to do, given the facts as we, as members of the public, not privy to classified information, understand them to be right now?
Let's go back to the Situation Room itself. What the president deserves in this Situation Room
is the best advice. Ultimately, he's going to make the decision. We elected him to make those kind of truly hard calls. But he needs unfettered, unvarnished, take the bark off kind of advice from his cabinet. I hope he's receiving that. I think he's probably got three broad courses of action here, Casey. One is let the Israelis continue to pound away. Another one is put pressure on the Iranians by moving forces into the region, sort of set the table for strikes, but then use that leverage to get back to a negotiation. That would be option two. And then option three, of course, would be to conduct a strike. Your reporting indicates he's leaning toward option three. I just hope he's getting all of the advice, both the pros and the cons of each of those three courses of action.
Arabia would like to see the theocracy gone. Yes. I know the Emirates would, and many other Arab states as well. But then there's the question of what happens if there is a power vacuum there? We saw all too well what happened in Iraq. We saw what happened in Afghanistan when the Taliban took over in literally a matter of hours. You've got competing factions as well who would vie to take over Iran. On the one side, you've got the Crown Prince, Reza Pahlavi, who would like to go in as an interim leader. On the other side of that fence, you've got the NCRI, the National Council for Resistance in Iran, which used to be the MEK, which a lot of people in Iran say would be worse than the Ayatollah. So what steps into the vacuum if the regime falls?
Well, I think what will happen is the Iranian people will know freedom for the first time since 1979. You know, people probably asked that about Hitler in the 30s. What would happen in Germany if we took him out in the mid-30s? Well, I wish we had, because we know what happened when they let him stay in power. And here's what I can say. Taking the Ayatollah's regime down is a good thing, not a bad thing. And I'm willing to risk what happens next because I know what's going to happen if they stay in power.
But, sir, can you guarantee that? Can President Trump in any form, can you make the commitment that this would not lead to a longer war?
I can guarantee you that if the Ayatollah gets a nuclear weapon, he will use it. I believe that with all my heart and soul. So the men and women who serve, they're the ones going, not people answering a poll. And if you ask them, would you be willing to risk your life to stop the Ayatollah from having a nuclear weapon? All of them would say yes, because it makes their country, our country, safer. So we live in a world where you've got to confront problems. You want to avoid World War III? Learn the lessons from World War II. People in World War II appeased Hitler to the point that it got so much out of hand we had a world war and 60 million people got killed. So we live in a world where you pay now or you pay later. Let's stop this threat before he gets a nuclear weapon. Let's end this reign of terror. Let's do it now. It's not going to take 20 months, but I can't guarantee you your freedom and your safety unless we're willing to fight for it. I can guarantee you this. If we don't fight for our freedom, we will lose it.
This is the primal scream of a dying regime. Pray for our enemies, because we're going medieval on these people. You're just not got a free shot on all these networks lying about the people. The people have had a belly full of it. I know you don't like hearing that. I know you try to do everything in the world to stop that, but you're not going to stop it. It's going to happen.
And where do people like that go to share the big lie? MAGA media. I wish in my soul, I wish that any of these people had a conscience.
Ask yourself, what is my task and what is my purpose? If that answer is to save my country, this country will be saved.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Tuesday, 17 June, Year of our Lord 2025. Obviously, a very action-packed afternoon, and we're packed this afternoon. We had a show lined up. We were going to talk about a lot of finance and the good things that are coming out of President Trump's administration economically. We've got a couple of Treasury officials, former head of the World Bank, Philip Patrick, all that. We're going to get that in, but we obviously got to talk about what happened in the National Security Council today. President Trump came back from Calgary. I think partially he was bored. Number two, he had to get back to deal with the situation at hand. They did go through alternatives. It's pretty obvious. At least one alternative is to consider at least some sort of strike, because they're pre-positioning massive assets in the region, both naval assets and air assets, both support logistics assets and also combat aircraft, that has to be viewed as at least negotiating leverage if President Trump is to try to force the hand, which looks like it's either between a full capitulation on the nuclear program or maybe even regime change, as this seems to be changing every minute. Let's go to Jack Posobiec. Jack, you're going to be on Tim Pool tonight. Is that correct? People can see you on the Tim Pool show?
That's right, Steve. And to the War Room Posse, yes, I'll be on Tim Pool in a couple hours tonight. So we'll be covering all of this live. We'll be taking super chats. We'll be doing all of it right there. We're tracking all of this in real time as well.
So, Jack, obviously, in the range of alternatives President Trump's looked at, his current position is, hey, they can. His constant position is they cannot have a nuclear weapon. I've told them they can't have a nuclear weapon. He tried to negotiate. They kind of tried to tap him along. He wasn't prepared to be tapped along. The Israelis did what they did, and now we are where we are. Looks like the range of alternatives to date, Jack, clearly has at least, you can just tell from the outside action, they haven't released any statement, but clearly a lot of assets are being moved around. We had Admiral Stavridis there in the cold open, saying that's to give him a range of alternatives. Admiral Stavridis is correct. This is what he's trying to do: is have options, to have what we call optionality. Jack, give us your assessment of the options you think are out there.
Well, Steve, I think there are a number of options. Obviously, these range from the United States military being ordered to take runs at the political leadership or even the energy or infrastructure of Iran, all of which are capable, all of which are reachable from our air bases throughout the Gulf, including Prince Sultan Air Base in Saudi Arabia. There's stealth, there's multi-role fighters there, F-35s, F-16s, F-22s. There's also the bombers, the B-52s down at Diego Garcia. And, of course, there's been a lot of talk about the United States coming in and having the weaponry and the firepower to take out this underground base over at Fordo, which is built for this purpose because Israel does not have the bunker-busting bombs or the MOPS, these GBUs, these gravity bombs, which the Israelis do not have, but the United States certainly does. This is why they were built for this purpose. And, of course, it was also what the bomb was designed to do. This is part of the escalatory ladder and the tit-for-tat that we've seen in the distracting world, that hardening world that the Iranians and some of these places have. This is why Iran has their Shahad drones underground, for example, and all these other various facilities. And so these options are all available to the United States. There's also a range of options, from intelligence sharing to asymmetric warfare. So intelligence sharing, shutting down electronics, going after their communications, going after their media. There's also a huge range that can be done there as well. And it really all remains to President Trump what he wants to order happen here. We're waiting to hear that readout from the National Security Council meeting, which we're told ended just a little while ago at the White House.
Jack, walk people through what the gravity bomb, exactly the mechanism. How does it actually work? It's kind of unique, and this is why people are saying, well, maybe you put it on a C4, you put it on a big one of our big transport aircraft and have the Israelis push it out the back, or you put it on an Israeli aircraft. Walk me through what do we have here, and why the size of ours are much bigger than theirs, correct?
Yes. Much. Russia has been much larger. Russia has been using a version of this technology in Ukraine for quite some time now, and essentially what the Russians are using for with a smaller version of it is what it does is it turns your to use the parlance, you turn your dumb bombs into smart bombs, because what you're doing is you're able to upgrade them to a point where they have a rudimentary type of guidance, which is far superior to simply just dropping it away, bombs away, as we know. And so they're carrying that, a guidance system. They're monitored. It's controlled externally. Guided bomb, depending on the given weight, that's how much explosives that it has on it. It has radio. And this technology has been around for quite some time, but it's really been plugged up through World War II and then even after throughout the Cold War, where they've been used. And it's only been in the Gulf War, the Ukraine War, and on that we've seen them really used now. And so it's sort of in the way that I think of it is it precision guided munitions? It is. It is not quite precision-guided munitions, but it is a guided bomb is the best way to think about it.
The difference between taking out the nuclear program and making sure they have no capacity to refine material and also even maybe some of the ballistic missile technology they need versus regime change. Give me a minute on that before we go to break.
Well, Steve, this could be everything. So taking out, President Trump has been very clear that he is against Iran's nuclear weapons program. But Iran's regime depends on far more than just that program. They have the IRGC. They have the Iranian army. They've got, and of course, all of the oil pipelines and the deals that they have with the Chinese Communist Party. That's really where that power relies upon. You take out the regime, and that's going to open up a whole hornet's nest, possibly civil war. This is bigger than Iraq, bigger than Afghanistan, bigger than Syria, bigger than Libya.
The shocking thing, though, I think, for a military point of view, is that given all their bluster, the Israelis did take complete air supremacy, air superiority first, and air supremacy. So far, it doesn't seem like there's any, combat aircraft up, or the combat aircraft gets up. Their air defenses systems got destroyed about 90 days ago, but right now, I think in President Trump, of course, he used the royal we. We have control of the airspace over Tehran, right? That's never really a good sign. All of a sudden, you're in it. I tell you what, Jack, can you hang on a minute? I know you're going out to Tim Pool. We're going to take a short commercial break. Jack Posobiec is with us. We're going to have Joe LaVorgna on, special counsel to the Secretary of Treasury. Big breaking news at a Treasury Day about the impact of President Trump's economic program. How about the economic program on you? Take your phone out, text Bannon, B-A-N-N-O-N, at 989898. Get the ultimate guide, it's free, to investing in gold, investing in gold in the age of Trump. Back in a moment.
Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Welcome back. Joe Lavorgner is going to join us from the White House, special assistant or special counsel to Secretary of Treasury. I want to make sure, because I'm going to have some economic guys on here next, Jack Posobiec, talking about the economy, talking about, I got a guy from, the former head of the World Bank and one of the undersecretaries under President Trump in the first term. Philip Patrick's going to join us. Obviously, gold is kind of on fire now. But also there are many economics, not just geopolitical economic. Iran is one of the most important oil and gas producers in the world. They provide, I think, Jack, you would agree, the Chinese Communist Party anywhere between 1.5 and 2.5 million barrels per day, either sold directly or through the black market. They're the principal provider to the CCP of energy. Those oil fields, and there's discussion of the oil fields may come into play. I think Qatar and other nations around the world own, I think, the oil fields that kind of go in Basra. That's part of it's in Iraq, part of it's in Iran. Of course, that part down by Basra, since it's tons of Shiite Muslims, ever since the Iraq War, they kind of claim it for their own. How big a deal is the geoeconomics here of the situation in Iran?
Well, Steve, the idea of the geoeconomics is key. And, we say on Human Events Daily all the time that when it comes to geopolitics, it's sort of like, the French have a phrase, cherchez la femme, whenever you're trying to figure out something, look for the woman. Well, in geopolitics, we say cherchez le pétrole, look for the petrol, look for the oil. And so in this, right, cherchez le pétrole, you don't steal that from me, Bannon, that's all me.
No, dude, I'm going to do it as an homage. I'm going to do it as an homage.
All right, with that,
so good.
Look, obviously, that's one of the fastest ways that could lead to this regime change, civil war kind of breakout that we're talking about. But if you want to talk about the global oil market impact of a massive, sudden supply shock, we're talking immediate, depending on the broader market conditions, you're talking $100 a barrel oil, $150 a barrel. Futures market, you're going to get immediate reaction, huge volatility, stocks, commodities. And you know what? You're not sure what's going to happen, what OPEC decides to do. Does OPEC want to cut? Does OPEC want to keep flooding the system? The U.S., the EU, there's going to be a lot of pressure then to release oil from strategic reserves. Of course, Trump's been trying to fill, by the way, our strategic oil reserve. But here we are in, summer just started, and you might be seeing $6 a barrel oil.
Or get our guys ripping and even pumping more. Jack, social media, you're putting up great stuff all the time. You're going to Tim Pool. You're on the Tim Pool Show tonight. What is that? Is that start at 8 o'clock Eastern Daylight Time, the Tim Pool Show?
So that'll start at 8. So once you're done watching all your evening War Room, you have your dinner, and then boom, you lock in with Timcast, 8 p.m. Eastern.
Hang on, I'm gonna try to get you from Tim's place at 7 when you get out there. So if we get an update, right, we'll come right to you. Okay? Thank you, brother.
I'll get you in. Thank you.
The great Jack Posobiec. I want to go now to the White House. Joe Lavorgner, special counsel to the Secretary of Treasury. Sir, today Scott Bessent had an interview. They put up an interview with Miranda Devine. He talked about the increase in blue-collar wages. It's all some analysis you've done. Can you walk us through exactly, give us the receipts, give us the backup, what's actually happening, and more importantly, why is it happening?
Sure. So, Steve, if you look at President Trump, the first term and second term, what we looked at when I worked for President Trump in the first term is what we call blue-collar wages, which are non-supervisory production workers. These aren't people that are part of the professional managerial class. It's not Wall Street. It's Main Street. It's the backbone of Main Street. And what we've noticed in this first 5 months of this Trump administration is that the annualized increase in real blue-collar wages is almost 2%. The next closest growth we had of that magnitude in the first 5 months of administration was Trump 1.0. So it's remarkable the wage gains he has, and that's a function really of a very pro-growth, supply-side-led set of policies where food and energy costs have been trending down significantly from where they were. And as Secretary Bessent has said, as there are fewer illegal workers that are artificially depressing wages, keeping nominal wages high. So you have a double whammy of falling inflation. The inflation numbers have been absolutely stellar. At the same time, nominal wages have been strong, so your real wages are expanding, increasing purchasing power for the everyday worker.
I want to go back because we did this before in the tax cut in 17, and it came to fruition in 18 and really in 19. That I think it was the fall of 19. You had the tremendous gains in blue collar versus white collar, non-college graduate versus college graduates. Is that essentially the same thing here? We haven't got to the extension of those tax cuts; they're still there. But is that what's going on? Is it anything about the investment in jobs coming back? I know a big part of this has got to be immigration. What do you think's actually the big drivers here in back of this?
So you're correct. If you look at the big effects, obviously, with TICJA was in 18 and 19. If just to put it in broader sense, from 17 to 19, those first 3 Trump years, real median household income was up almost $8,000, more than double what it had been in the prior 16 years of both Republican and Democrat administrations.
Wow.
In the one big beautiful bill, the tax expensing, the likelihood that we get 100% expensing on CapEx back to President Trump Inauguration Day, combined with the deduction of plant equipment, factories, that is hugely supply-side generative. And what that means, Steve, is that you're going to get strong productivity growth because you've got capital deepening. You're giving workers more tools to produce the goods and services that people want. If you have higher productivity, you have higher living standards, you have higher wages. So this bill, once it passes, will codify and further implement what was built off of Trump 1.0, and I'm optimistic we'll get faster growth, we'll grow deficits so that they will fall relative to GDP, and most importantly, Main Street will thrive. I mean, that's the way the theory supposed to work. It's the way it worked in Trump 1.0. And by all indications, we're off to a great start so far in 25.
Great start. And this shows why the immigration policy, sealing the border and the mass deportations, the beginning of that, has all worked out. And remember, President Trump's focus, and this comes, Malpass was in the first administration, Scott Bessent now is Secretary of Treasury, Joe Lavorgnier. Everybody's focused on the working class and middle class for Main Street and a supply-side tax cut, and also to make sure that everything we can do to increase productivity is there, as Dave Brett is often there warning us. Joe, real quickly, what are you doing? You're one of the great gets inside Treasury. You've got an incredible team over there. What is your title, and what are you doing for the Secretary every day?
Well, this is my 10th day, so I come from Wall Street, and I had the pleasure of getting to meet and know the Secretary a little bit in my prior private life. I'm helping out in anything they want me to do, Steve. All things sort of macroeconomics and policy related, and it's been 10 days, but it's been fun, and hoping to get to come on with you again, and I'll have even better news to report the next time I'm on.
Well, it's pretty good news today, Joe. Thank you so much. Joe, do you have social media? Where do people go to find out more about your work, and you put this up so people can look?
Yeah. On my private role, it was at Lavorgnianomics. We'll see if we can make it an official government role. But you'll probably see me a little bit more maybe on TV and radio than social media. But we've got to fine-tune that.
Thank you, brother. Look forward to get all this up on social media.
Same here.
Joe Lavorgnier.
Thank you.
Over there, one of the team that Scott Bessent's pulling together. Really good news. So Malpass, before you've got some observations about the Fed, as you often do. David, you were one of the big guns for President Trump in the first term over at Treasury. Then you're head of the World Bank. First off, just how concerned are you about, particularly as this thing starts to spread in Iran, and whatever can happen, sabotage? They had a thing today that there was a vessel stuck in the mouth of the Straits of Hormuz, and I can tell you, having sailed in and out there on a destroyer, it's not that big. How concerned are you for global economics of what's going on in Persia right now?
Of course, concerned, but the U.S. is powerful, and President Trump has been really clear that's peace through strength, and also they can't have a nuclear weapon. So there are there's exit ramps that they can use, and if not, then I think there is power to control the situation. I think we should really make a distinction between that. Meaning necessary steps to control bad outcomes. That's peace through strength, and then turn to allowing a free market economy in the U.S. to really expand. And so in my mind, there's kind of a connection. There is a connection to the Trump plan The program is to have the economy be really strong so that we have enough strength in the U.S. especially, but globally, to really see peace break out. And he's been clear.
David, the president's been pretty critical of Powell over at the Fed. The Wall Street Journal's got a piece. What is your take? You're somebody the president would always turn to and ask about these situations. What do you think about the Fed and interest rates? Are they ahead of the curve or behind the curve, sir?
They're behind the curve, and they're often behind the curve. And we go from inflation to deflation because they're driving through the rearview mirror. Their models are really antiquated. These are 40, 50-year-old models that basically say the U.S. economy can't grow too fast or it'll be inflationary. And that's just wrong. There's productivity growth. You just heard, we heard Joe Livornia talking about that as the major strategy. If we can get manufacturing going in the U.S. And small businesses really cranking, then it's not going to be an inflationary economy. It's going to be a growth economy. So that's within reach. There is this clear path. The data is clear that there's room for the Fed to cut. That's the retail sales that were negative today. The job growth in May in the household survey was weak. We've got the prime rate at 7%. What are you going to do with that? And why is that where the U.S. is sitting? So I think if the Fed is clear, and Trump has been, that we defend the dollar, we have the dollar as the reserve currency. If the world believes that, they'll beat a path to our door in terms of buying U.S. debt, dollar-denominated debt, and driving down interest rates. I think that's within reach.
Hang on for 1 second, because I want to go back over this, and I got a couple other questions. Philip Patrick from Birch Gold's also going to join us. Got David Malpass from Ahead of the World Bank in the War Room. Short commercial break.
Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
So, Brother Malpass, and by the way, David was Undersecretary for International, one of the most important jobs in the Treasury Department for President Trump in the first term, and then head of the World Bank, put there by President Trump. David, when you just said the models that the Fed uses, because President Trump, let's be blunt, he's not particularly happy with Lewis Powell. He's kind of all over the Fed. He keeps saying they're missing the window here. When you say the models are 40 years old and clunky, doesn't the Federal Reserve, I don't know, have like 8,000 people over there? It's a huge organization, is it not?
That's right. Maybe 700, I don't know, PhDs, Dumb and Dumber. But the Phillips curve is the idea that there's somehow a trade-off between unemployment and inflation, and you have to have higher one to get lower the other. And that is, so the Fed is constantly talking about its mandate, that it's supposed to have price stability and full employment, and somehow those are in opposition. They work totally together. If you have price stability, you'll have more jobs in the economy. That's what Trump is talking about. That's what Scott Bessent is talking about today, even, of how do you get real wages up if the Fed is always leaning against it. This is because, if you think about the last 40 years, there's been innovation everywhere except at the Fed. They're still talking about monetarism, which is ages old, and they're not. And remember, the Fed not only sets interest rates, but they also regulate banks, and they do it poorly because they fail and the small businesses can't get credit. And the Fed has this giant balance sheet that's been horribly managed. They bought $9 trillion of U.S. government bonds at the very trough when yields were the lowest. So they've got this unrealized loss on their books of maybe $1 trillion. So it's just mistakes all around, old models.
The last thing you said about us being the prime reserve currency, we actually are very focused on the Rio reset. We've done a whole special of this. We've got a whole thing we've done over the last couple of years called The End of the Dollar Empire. We put it out in installments. We got the 7th installment about the Rio reset. Walk me through what you said in the last minute of the previous segment about making sure that there's demand for dollar-denominated bonds and that we remain the prime reserve currency, sir.
Even today, you saw Europe saying they want to have more room for the euro on people's shelf space. Well, that is not really the way to have the world be safe. You need the dollar to be the backbone. And that's also important for crypto and digitalization of the world economy. If you look at stable coins, they need to be in U.S. dollars and regulated by the U.S., not by some island. I don't know your view on that, Stephen. People can have different views. But I really think that we can allow and permit this innovation that is the core of the U.S. economy. All that has to happen is Treasury and the Fed say they plan to have the dollar be the core of the global economy for decades and decades. That would bring down interest rates right there if they would say it. But the PhD economists all think that the currencies should just float around with no anchor at all. I think that can be fixed pretty easily.
David Malpass, we hope to have you on here a lot. Where do people get you on social media? Where do they go?
On Twitter or X, at David R. Malpass. Thanks, Steve.
Brother, thank you.
Great show.
Thank you for coming on. Look forward to having you back. I think one of the things we're going to do is this conflict between Israel and Iran, and we're picking up, did CNN just report that maybe that was a false thing. I don't want to. On Kristi Noem, though. Okay. Kristi Noem, we'll get more of that, but Secretary of Homeland Security has been taken, I think, to a local Washington hospital in an ambulance. We don't know anything more than that. As soon as we know more, we will report it. Philip Patrick, one of my favorite people. You had Malpass right there saying what we needed to do to make sure that we remain the prime reserve currency. Our favorite, as you know, the Financial Times of London had this article, right, about gold. If Denver could put it up, I want to make sure it's up. Got Philip Patrick on it. It starts with one of my favorite quotes, Phillips, and the headline's amazing. As you know, Philip, we've been working together for 4 years now, over 4 years, and we talked about doing the end of the dollar empire to make sure people understood the importance of the dollar as the prime reserve currency and how that was so important, and then what backed that up. Now, the Financial Times of London today does this big story, how gold became the world's refuge from uncertainty, which is kind of the thesis that we've been talking about for 4 years. The subheadline, in an era where core assumptions about the global economy are being questioned, gold has once more become an anchor, especially for central banks, as you've reported for 4 years here. But the lead paragraph, though, talks about one of my favorite quotes is by John Maynard Keynes, who was the economist that really, after the war, after World War I, they all kind of, went into Keynesianism, which hadn't been really grasped before, which meant bigger government stimulus, which we're living through, that $2.5 trillion, $2 trillion deficit you see every year. We say that is a Keynesian stimulus to an economy. And Keynes called gold a barbarous relic of an ancient world, sir. So break down the Financial Times, and really the Financial Times coming to understand what we've been kind of laying out for this audience for 4 years, sir.
Yeah, look, I mean, as you say, we've been talking about this for a long time. First of all, we can, I think, clearly show that John Maynard Keynes was incorrect calling gold a barbarous relic. Seeing gold this century outperform almost every other asset class, I think it's very clear. But I thought a very good article. It was summarizing a lot of what we've talked about over, as you said, the last few years. And that is, slowly we are disincentivizing the world to hold our dollars, right? After 1946, what incentivized the world to use dollars was redeemability, right? It was the only currency in the world that, central banks could hand into the Treasury Department and get gold back in return. Following 71, it was the petrodollar agreement, right? The world had to use dollars to buy oil. 40% of the world's oil supply came from OPEC. It guaranteed this demand, right? Since then, it's really been stability, right? The dollar, as far as currencies go, has been the most stable. All of that being said, the world has been incentivized to hold our US dollar. Well, what have we seen really since the Biden administration, right? We've seen devaluation of currency. We've seen weaponization of our currency. Central banks around the world are looking at dollars now more as a liability than as an asset. Even Trump's policies, listen, Trump's been trying to thread the needle. Things like tariffs, they tell nations around the world, look, we understand why he implemented them. We have to boost domestic manufacturing. But tariffs have negative impacts as well. They force countries to diversify away from our currency. Even the big, beautiful bill, right? Trump was elected with a mandate. I said to you before, I'm torn on this, right? He was elected with a clear mandate to shore up the borders. This stuff is expensive, but it comes with consequences, right? That is an explosion in deficits, right? The dollar, again, less attractive to foreign investors. What about the revenge tax within the big, beautiful bill, right? The Financial Times referenced that specifically. I understand why Trump has it in there, right? It's one more weapon that Trump can use to balance global trade. But I also understand that as a foreign investor, right, that's a concerning thing for me. So my concern now is not that we lose global reserve currency status, but that we move into a more multipolar world, right? Other currencies being used, demand for the dollar waning longer term, that can put our position as global reserve currency under threat. So, we've been talking about this for a long time. I think Biden put President Trump into a corner. We're trying to fight our way out, but it's a very, very tough battle.
What's the hardest thing he has to do? Because I'm going to expand the conversation to talk about this current war that's going on, and particularly if it expands. But as you sit here today with all the policy levers President Trump is trying to do, and you just heard Joe Lavarnier from Treasury talk about some good news we're hearing at the get-go, right, particularly about blue-collar wages. What is the hardest thing you think President Trump and Bessent have to do to thread the needle?
It's such a very tough question. If I had the answer to that, I may be sitting next to both of them.
Hold it. If we had the answer, Philip, Patrick, and Steve, I wouldn't be doing this. Philip wouldn't be there. We'd have the Patrick Bannon hedge fund, right?
There's no question about it. Look, I think it's all about creating incentives, and this is where politics and economics cross. If you ask me as an economist what we have to do, the answer is not politically viable, right? What we have to do really is curb spending. We have to sort of generate more revenue. We've got to tighten the belt buckle. Ultimately, that's the way to do it. President Trump's strategy is a riskier one, right? And that is to grow the economy and to do it at a rapid rate, faster than debt. But I don't envy President Trump's position. I've said before, if I left with his legacy in 2020, I wouldn't be back again, because this is a much more difficult fight he has in front of him. But he's got to balance things in a way that I think is going to be difficult to do, but he's got to incentivize. Listen, I thought the trade deal he struck with the United Kingdom was genius, right? That was a way to sort of work China out of crucial supply chains while sort of maintaining good relationships with our European counterparts. I think that should be the blueprint for any future trade deals. So it's a tough one. I think curbing deficit spending is going to be key. Trying to get a handle on the debt's going to be key, and growing the economy is going to be key. But we're in a very tough position. Look, it wouldn't surprise me, and you and I have said this for a long time, 20 years from now, people take an economics course, there's going to be discussions about the 60-year experiment from 1970 to 2030 with a global, free-floating, unbacked currencies and how it failed, right? And I think ultimately that is the biggest problem. This is how every empire in history has collapsed, and we're heading down that path.
Let's go back to that, because the Financial Times talks about that too, and talking about Keynes, that there was a system in place really from the post-war period, given the devastation. Remember, they didn't have a system in place really, from World War I to the Second World War, and it was that people forget, it wasn't just World War I that caused World War II. Keynes came to prominence because he wrote a book about the Versailles Treaty, and he called it The Economic Consequences of the Peace, where he kind of forecasted that, hey, there's some bad things going to come, particularly about reparations and debt in Germany and some of these countries not being able to pay this off, that maybe the terms were too tough. And people didn't listen to him, and of course, when people ask about how Hitler came to power because of hyperinflation in the Weimar Republic. It really destroyed the currency. And when you destroy a country's currency, you really destroy the fabric of the country. Do you not, Philip Patrick?
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think any historian disagrees with that position today. The Treaty of Versailles put the German people in dire straits, and desperate people do desperate things. There's no question about that.
Philip, can you hang over a second? I want to hold you for another block. I got some other questions to ask you about the current situation, particularly as President Trump goes through and looks through various alternatives to deal with this situation in Persia. Don't know if we're going to hear from the president or not tonight or not, maybe even a press avail, etc. A lot of rumors going around. We're going to try to track them all down. Short commercial break. You got Philip Patrick of Birch Gold. Just take your phone out right now. Text Bannon, B-A-N-N-O-N at 989898. Get the ultimate guide for investing in gold and precious metals in the age, not the era, the age of Trump. It is pretty straightforward. It gives you access to Philip Patrick's team of Birch Gold. Short commercial break. Philip Patrick on the other side.
We rejoice when there's no more. Let's take down the CCP.
the fanfare.
Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Okay. Philip Patrick, the geopolitical concern, flight to quality, we've had, it's about volatility, it's about safe havens. There's all kind of rumor tonight that President Trump may come and address the nation. We have not heard anything official, right? We know that people are reviewing a range of alternatives, including continue on negotiations, but give them a play me or trade me now. But if this continues down the path, and clearly Israel is going to keep pounding the Persians, and the Persians are going to pound back, and if the oil assets and resources get hit down there by Basra and those massive fields down there, what's your sense of where this could head as far as financial markets and particularly gold?
Look, I think it's in our interest for President Trump to try and end this as quickly as possible. Obviously, a lot of it's out of his control. But the longer this goes on, the worse it is for global financial markets. We saw an immediate response, obviously, from energy markets. We saw a 7.5% spike in oil prices last Friday. On the back of that, obviously, gold, the traditional safe haven, when U.S. Treasuries are not, spiked as well. It drove up 1.5% on the back of that news alone. From a broader economic perspective, regional instability adds to fuel the existing inflation that's happening here in the United States and around the world. And it comes at a time when major economies are already strained, right? Europe's in recession, China's growth is spluttering, and our own GDP in the first quarter was negative 0.3%. So I would say geopolitical shocks like this, they don't create an economic crisis, but they put pressure on financial system and make the cracks worse at a time when we really can't afford to. So this isn't welcome news domestically for the economy, but I don't see where this goes. We've had sanctions on Iran since the 1970s. They don't appear to be stopping them pursuing a nuclear weapon. I don't know. Again, geopolitics is not my forte. From an economic standpoint, we've got to end this as quickly as possible. Otherwise, it's going to be the catalyst for the Fed to keep interest rates where they are. That's the last thing we need from a debt standpoint and from a growth standpoint.
In an era of future instability, and you just mentioned that, hey, people are going to study from 1971 to 2030 when you kind of had this floating, you had fiat currencies out there, right, without anything really backing it up. In the article, they talk about central banks have had this kind of fascination with gold here recently. And that's one of the reasons that the price of gold, it's one of we tell people it's not the price, it's the process. You got to learn what's in back of it. That's been very strong demand by central banks. And we got the BRICS nations. In fact, you guys will be down there reporting from down there in Rio for the Rio Reset. What is your anticipation of the appetite of the central banks to continue to purchase gold at kind of the rates that they've been purchasing it in the last couple of years?
I mean, look, the trajectory is not letting up. Gold buying is increasing. The biggest single quarter in world history was the fourth quarter of 2024. We saw a slight tail off first quarter of this year, but the trend generally is increasing, and I think it'll continue to increase. We have to remember the traditional safe haven asset was U.S. government debt, Treasury specifically. What we are seeing now is demand for that debt is waning, right? The Fed lowered interest rates borrowing rates on the 10-year went up 70 basis points. On the 30-year, 100 basis points, which is concerning. So I'm of the belief that trend will continue, and until another currency appears, right, there is not a currency better than the dollar today outside of gold. Until that appears, I think central banks will continue increasing gold holdings. Let's not forget, gold overtook the euro as the number 2 global reserve asset last year. My feeling is those trends continue.
Wow. Philip, how do people start to work with your team? How do they start to work with your team? Where do they go?
Of course. So very simple. Information is big for us as it is for you. So birchgold.com/Bannon or text Bannon to 989898, either one. That will get them access to free information kits, how and why to buy precious metals today, and importantly, the installments at the end of the dollar empire. So birchgold.com/Bannon. Yeah. They can reach me personally on Getter at Philip Patrick.
And people, just remember that we don't get into it a lot, but Birch Gold's got all kind of methodologies and mechanisms, 401ks, IRAs, tax deferred, all of it. Get into the details with them. We've partnered with these guys for 4 years now. It's been a great partnership because what we decided to do at the beginning is do something different and give people information so they understood the dollar, they understood currency, they understood what the primary reserve currency is, they understood gold and how important gold really is in the system, whereas a lot of people dismiss it. And as Philip said, it's had a better run in this century than any asset. It's not what gold's really set up to do or done historically, but hey, you never know. Philip Patrick, you guys over at Birch Gold are terrific, and thank you for taking care of everybody.
Thank you for having me, Steve. Good to see you.
You're really, if you get in with his team over there, it'll be a very good experience. Birchgold.com. Go check it out today. Put promo code Bannon in there, and you get all the free access to the information. Mike Lindell, did you win or did you lose? The mainstream media told me you lost. I'm hearing from the alternative media, us, that you won. What is it?
It's a big win, everybody. My pill, 100% innocent, and we got completely validated that we did nothing wrong, never did anything wrong. And I want to tell you, Steve, the other part that the mainstream media is telling you, my statements, they said there's 3 of them that I made, realized they were all after I was attacked. It's like being in jail and you badmouth the guard. You're in jail and you weren't supposed to be there. They sued me first before I did anything. And you know what? It's the same team that called my pillows lumpy. Remember that? Same attorneys.
I remember.
I think I called them all criminals, and you know what? They're coming after me for it. But we won, you guys. We keep fighting. I'm going to quit talking about securing our elections. Of course I am. And I wanted to get on here. I want to thank the War Room Policy, you guys. This is the last few hours. We did this. You guys supported us, these wholesale prices right from our factory, so we could support this trial, $49.98. Get your free MyPillow 2.0 with any purchase tonight. Do it now, the last few hours of the sale. Go to mypillow.com, use the famous promo code War Room. Use that War Room promo code, get the My Krauses 50% off. Get all those Giza sheets. You guys deserve them. Get them all 50% off. Get all those Giza sheets. You guys deserve them. Get them all. $49.98, any size, any color. Steve, it's an exciting day for MyPillow. I'm telling you, we're here to stay.
Big day.
Made in the USA. Promo code War Room.
Brother, the most powerful promo code in the world. We'll see you tomorrow morning. Stick around. The second hour of the War Room will be quite intense.
tried to shut them up.
There's no guarantee to free speech.
They tried to cancel them.
Deplatforming works.
They even threw them in jail.
Peter Navarro.
Steve Bannon.
Now in prison.
But they couldn't stop them.
It's not a prison bill that will ever shut me up.
They call them rebels.
Basket of deplorables.
They call them rogues.
They claim to guns or religion.
And they say they're outlaws.
These are the kind of guys you like to smack in the ass.
War Room presents Rebels, Rogues, and Outlaws.
You set out to take Vienna. Take Vienna.
The national bestseller by longtime Bannon producer Dan Fluette. Take a journey through the pictorial history of War Room in a culture that celebrates the weak. Show your support by standing with the rebels. Go to doitfluette.com or scan the QR code on your screen. Use the code RAV20 for 20% off your order. Stand with the rebels and never back down.
Good evening, America, and welcome to a very busy Tuesday edition of Just the News, No Noise. I'm your host, John Solomon, as you know, reporting to you from the nation's capital and the WiredToFishCoffee.com studios. You know this, Wired to Fish Coffee is official coffee of Just the News, and you can go right now to the WiredToFishCoffee.com website. Get 10% off on all their great coffees, their mugs, their cups, even the Just the News mug. Go check that out. All you got to do is use the promo code JustNews at checkout to get that discount. All right, we're keeping a close eye on what's going on in Iran. There are rumblings tonight that Iran has a big attack plan. There are rumblings that maybe President Trump has a response. Right now, all is quiet in both locations, but we'll be watching throughout the show and throughout the night right here in Real America's Voice. But we're going to turn our attention to another potential threat to America, this emanating once again from China. We've talked about the pathogens. We've talked about the COVID-19 cover-up that we now have been able to document. Tonight, we're going to talk about still not fully investigated allegations that China may have meddled in the 2020 election. Just the News has obtained FBI documents showing that in August 2020, the FBI warned other spy agencies in the United States government that it had a source telling them that the Chinese government had made tens of thousands of fake driver's licenses for Americans, sent them here to the United States in hopes that Chinese citizens living on this soil here, both legally and illegally, would use them to register and file fake mail-in ballots. Specifically, the memo says, to assist Joe Biden in defeating Donald Trump. Now, if that isn't shocking enough, the next few twists will only go a little bit further. Shortly after sending that memo, the FBI recalled it, just said, forget it, forget we sent it to you, we're going to re-interview the source. Now, that almost never happens in the intelligence community, not for something as simple as we want to re-interview the source. But most amazingly, when they sent that request, they asked all the spy agencies, the CIA and others, to destroy the document that mentioned the alleged Chinese plot to help Joe Biden. And then something even more shocking. You say, well, maybe it was uncorroborated intelligence. That's why they did it. Well, it turns out the U.S. Customs and Border Protection Agency had corroborated that China had already sent thousands of fake driver's licenses to Chicago O'Hare Airport to be distributed to people in the Midwest, in the battleground states, places like Wisconsin and Pennsylvania and Michigan. All right, so you had some corroboration. You had a reliable source. But instead of investigating it, they called it back. And according to Kash Patel, the FBI director who we talked to last night, he said it never got fully investigated. He said he's concerned there's a cover-up. Today, Senator Charles Grassley, the man who first heard about this incident, asked Kash Patel to get to the bottom of it, specifically find out who called it back, why they called it back, and were they trying to obstruct the American people from getting justice and a possible foreign intrusion in our election. We're going to have more throughout the show on that, including with a member of the House Judiciary Committee, Congressman Andy Biggs, coming up in a second. Man, I want to bring you in quickly. We heard about China cover up a couple of weeks ago. Then the pathogens happened. Now we got a possible intrusion in the 2020 election. One of the common themes is the intelligence agencies don't seem to be, at least during the Biden years at the end of the first Trump administration, not taking these things that seriously.
Yeah, well, those ballots certainly weren't there to help Donald Trump. And you think about the context of 20,000 ballots. If you just take 3,000 of those, 5,000 of those, and send them to swing districts in swing states, it swings the election. And I keep thinking to myself, all right, who in China would care about this? Well, Patrick Ho, Jonathan Lee, Ye Jianming, a lot of these names that you reported on with respect to the Bidens' relationships with China. So it's not all that surprising.
Yeah, man, we don't need a connection to this particular plot. But listen, China clearly must have had a preference in this election if this intelligence is there. And I think the big question is, why wasn't it investigated thoroughly? When the FBI director says it wasn't investigated thoroughly, it's kind of shocking.
Indeed.
The job now is to find out who's responsible, I think.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, we're going to jump right into things today. We've got the perfect first guest because he's always been on top of the many ailing problems of the FBI, always trying to fix them. He's a congressman from the great state of Arizona and now a candidate for governor there, our good friend, Congressman Andy Biggs. Congressman, welcome back to the show.
John, Amanda, good to be with you.
All right, you've done more than anyone I can think of in Congress to look into the foibles, the failures, and other problems inside the FBI. You're always trying to make them better. When you see this document today and you see this information, your thoughts?
Well, it certainly explains why there were reports of document shredders at the FBI headquarters after Donald Trump was elected president, because there was going to be some information that came, perhaps. And that's what we get to here. I am pleased that Kash Patel is the FBI director. I am pleased that he is releasing this information. I am pleased that your team is on top of it. But I will tell you what, I'm livid at this because, if anybody mentions election integrity, you're considered a wacko nut job. And it turns out that the FBI had at least raw data. They had a source that was telling them that China was going to attempt to manipulate our election. And they let that go without investigating it fully.
Congressman, I think at best it is pathological incuriosity. The fact that they didn't want to investigate, the fact that they wanted this just kind of shoved under the rug with shredded pieces of paper. But at worst, it's corruption, because at that end of the spectrum, you've got intelligence officials in this country who were okay with the election being swung in the direction of Joe Biden. Maybe it's not one or the other. Maybe it's somewhere in between. But what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, that gets to really the question of why. Why didn't you pursue the investigation? Why didn't you release the information at the time? Why did you have the intelligence community back off and the other agencies delete this information? And so that gets ultimately to the culpable mental state. What was in the head of whoever made these decisions? And that leads us back to, was this Christopher Wray making these decisions, or was this a subordinate? And we need to know who, we need to know why.
Yeah, it's really important. When you hear, sir, that Kash Patel says everything he's been told is that this never really got run to ground. They actually didn't check it out. Even now, 5 years later, is there a value to the American public to find out if China did try to put its thumb on the scale of our election?
Absolutely there is, because it gets to the heart of whether you can trust the most fundamental basic institution of a constitutional republic, which is the vote, the franchise. And if that's been tampered with and then been covered up either purposefully or by sheer incompetence, or what, as Amanda said, somewhere in between, then yes, it is of great value, great worth to us to know who, what, when, why. And by the way, if there was criminal activity going on here, you are running out of runway because the statute of limitations is just about over. And good grief. That means that you would have let some really bad apple go free, and we need to get to the bottom of that.
Yeah, that's really important.
Congressman, on the Iran-Israel conflict, I know President Trump is watching this very closely. I'm sure you are as well, and President Trump is making decisions as we go along. If there is a point at which he decides that U.S. involvement further is warranted, whether that's an attack on a U.S. base abroad, whatever that looks like, do you think that that could be a possibility?
I think it could be a possibility, but I don't think it's what President Trump wants. I think President Trump and the America First movement says we don't want boots on the ground. We don't want to get further involvement. We are trying to provide some defense support for the state of Israel, who is our ally and friend. But bottom line is, if the president were to feel necessary to make that step, the War Powers Act would require him to come to Congress within 60 days and provide justification. And I'm a big believer that President Trump is trying to get to peace here. I think he's genuinely does not like war. And he certainly promised, and I think he truly is there. He doesn't want to get us involved into a forever war, a long-term, multi-generational war. So, yeah, I would say there's a possibility, but that's kind of a hypothetical. And I think Iran doesn't want to get into that kind of situation either. We'll see what happens in the next day or two. I don't believe Iran can actually keep this up. I also believe that there are lots of reports that they're seeking some kind of mediation. And I do think at some point you're going to see Iran seek that mediation.
Yeah, I think that's right. So real quickly before we let you go, we were told heading into the 2020 election there was no credible evidence of any foreign interference in the election. We were told afterwards in a famous 60 Minutes interview there was no credible evidence of interference. Now, the China stuff is just not fully investigated, so we don't know what's credible. But we do know in November of 2021 that the Justice Department charged 2 Iranians with hacking into government databases and stealing the identities of American voters before the 2020 election. That is a confirmed, in fact, some of the defendants have now been convicted. Knowing that that was already underway and the government knew about that for months, had a sealed indictment almost for a year, were the American people given a false sense of security coming out of the 2020 election?
100% false. They told us, when I say they, I'm talking about the federal police apparatus.
Right.
They told us there's nothing to fear here, nothing to see here, go along your way. And that just simply was not true. The raw data here, the raw intelligence here indicates that that was not true. The Iranian, as you say, the Iranian indictments also the same. But don't forget, too, we know even when Trump had secured the border substantially, let me tell you, you could go down into downtown Phoenix and buy what's called a packet with identification information for somewhere around $50 to $75, and then you could turn around and apply for an early ballot. That's the danger that was here. The federal police state ignored it, and they didn't tell us the truth.
Yeah, well, one thing we're always certain of, you always tell us the truth, sir. It's such a great honor to have you on. You always make a lot of sense and make these very complicated issues a lot more clear for us. Thanks for joining us tonight.
Thank you. Thanks for having me always. Appreciate
we love having you on. Thank you, sir. All right, we're going to keep this session going a little bit longer, now take our normal commercial break. Joining us now, another good friend of the show, the executive director of the Foundation for Freedom Online, the man who crushed the censorship industrial complex, our good friend, Mike Benz. Mike, welcome.
Great to see you, John and Amanda.
All right, you've been in government. You know what it's like on the inside. You know how bureaucrats think. You helped unmask how they tried to hijack the debate in the 2020 election and afterwards. When you see that the FBI didn't fully investigate a concern that China was trying to intrude in our elections, what are your first thoughts?
I'm shocked, and it takes a lot to shock me.
Yeah, I was going to say.
When this story first broke, I thought that there must be some details about it that are more speculative than you can rely on. But the more I read the piece that you published and saw what Kash submitted to Chuck Grassley, there are several levels of this that are concerning almost beyond belief. So obviously the First Family itself was taking millions of dollars from China. The Biden First Family through Hunter Biden and China CEFC Energy was taking $5 to $10 million in consulting fees from Chinese energy firms as Hunter Biden was flying on Air Force One to China with Vice President Biden in order to secure those deals. Biden's CIA director, Bill Burns, took millions of dollars from China when he was the head of the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace for 7 years before becoming CIA director, taking CCP members and putting them on Carnegie's board, as well as forming a joint Carnegie-China center so that they could cooperate more closely. Tony Blinken, the Secretary of State, was the managing director of the Penn Biden Center, which took millions of dollars from China. So all the way up and down the entire foreign policy establishment of the Biden administration, from the White House to the CIA to the State Department, you had millions of dollars being juiced by the Chinese government the entire time. And then the more you think about this story, the more shocking it gets when you think about the massive, biggest election censorship event in human history, which was DHS CISA's censorship of the 2020 election, specifically to stop election misinformation, which was all run out of a group that Chris Krebs formed called the Countering Foreign Influence Task Force, which you would think would have been the exact task force at DHS set up to stop something like this and set up to be responsive to something like this, when in fact it did the exact opposite. They told us there was no foreign interference. Now, how does the FBI know this, and the CIA know this, and the DHS task force, who is responsible for stopping the domestic side of this operation, not be informed? How is it possible that this intelligence was circulated at the FBI and CIA levels, but not at the DHS level? And so that is an immediate question for Chris Krebs and Alex Stamos.
Well, we can actually answer the question for you, Mike, too. The document I saw, I actually saw the document and got some of the quotes from it. It was circulated to the Department of Homeland Security in addition to the CIA. So they were, now it doesn't say CISA, it does say DHS, so at least the senior component got it. And when it was called back, they asked all those agencies to destroy it. So it was sent out to Homeland.
Now get this. The DHS censorship operation run out of CISA, together with EIP, this four-group consortium of 120 individual censors monitoring the entire internet across 15 different platforms to censor pro-Trump tweets or anyone who cast doubt on the integrity of the 2020 election. In the slide deck presentations of those censors who were set up by DHS, who got to use CISA's 24/7 cyber mission control to flag tweets, in those presentations, they specifically finger out a specific tweet by Donald Trump on June 22nd, and I'll read it. Rigged 2020 election. This is all caps. Rigged 2020 election. Millions of mail-in ballots will be printed by foreign countries and others. It will be the scandal of our times. Now, DHS's censorship network specifically cited that tweet as one of the reasons they needed to scramble to form this wide-spanning, totalizing censorship operation. And the fact that they specifically were set off by tweets by Donald Trump insinuating that foreign countries may be printing ballots or taking advantage of the mail-in ballot system in the operation that Kash just laid out, while that was the triggering tweet among several others to set up this entire censorship operation, while DHS had inside classified knowledge that is exactly what was going down and that Donald Trump was in fact correct. So they set up the censorship operation. In part, it would seem to suggest that their knowledge of this at the senior level of DHS or at the Chris Krebs level may have been motivated in part by a desire to keep quiet these various scandals, because as China was backing the entire Biden foreign policy establishment, literally and monetarily, the idea that China would be exploiting this would be a massive, massive, massive scandal, especially on the heels of Russiagate, where that entire apparatus used all of that power and abuse of the FBI and Justice Department in order to go after foreign powers interfering in elections. That could have been a scandal that could have tipped the election. So the idea that not only would they censor it at the FBI and CIA level, but that DHS itself could be activated to censor anyone who might suggest that a foreign body like China may be exploiting the mail-in ballot system is...
I just want to make sure, because we do have to, I know you have a tight timeline, we want to let you go, but I have one more question, because if China interfered in the 2020 election, could other countries have as well? And if they interfered in the 2020 election, could there have been other elections?
Well, certainly, I think the mail-in ballot system is the most exploitable, however, and the universal mass mail-in ballot system that was instituted for the very first time in American history, I think made it very unique. Hillary Clinton came out and said, well, if Russia is helping the Republicans win elections, why don't we reach out to China to help Democrats? She said that live to Rachel Maddow on national broadcast television. And when you take these sort of anecdotes together with the financial funding, together with this logistical operation where Customs and Border Patrol literally seized the passports that the FBI had intelligence were the linchpin of this plan, it seems like all parts of the U.S. national security state were activated in order to either ensure that this did happen or prevent the public scandal that would naturally arise and have its own Justice Department implications for Chinese interference on the 2020 election, especially when you consider Trump's foreign policy was so hostile to China and Biden's was so aligned. In fact, it was Biden who actually allowed China to circumvent the sanctions on Iran to sign a $400 billion deal, oil and gas deal. 90% of Iran's exports now go to China. Trump stopped that. It only took 2 months into the Biden administration for Iran to get $400 billion from China. And so the fact that you see these entities implicated when these were the very entities that President Biden built this whole foreign policy around is a scandal to me. I'm going to be following these details very closely because
you help us connect the dots like few others do, Mike. The work you've done is just so epic, and we're so grateful to it. We're going to hit a quick commercial break, but thanks for joining us, my friend. All right, folks, when we come back, the Homeland Security Assistant Secretary Tricia McLaughlin's here. Homeland Secretary Kristi Noem was taken to the hospital for allergic reaction to the bill. We'll get an update on that and so much more right after these messages.
Welcome back, everybody, to Just the News, No Noise. DHS Secretary Kristi Noem was taken to the hospital after an allergic reaction, and with us to give an update on that and so much more is Tricia McLaughlin, DHS Assistant Secretary. Thanks so much for being here, Tricia. Great to see you.
It's great to be on with you. Thanks, Amanda.
First and foremost, we want to get a check-in on the secretary. I know that it wasn't anything too major, thankfully just an allergic reaction, but those things can get scary. How's she doing?
She's doing well. She's recovering. She's alert. She was taken to the hospital just out of an abundance of caution, but she's doing great. And she's such a badass. We're very proud to have her as our Secretary of Homeland Security.
I love it.
That's a good description. I agree with the description, actually. Indeed. It's great. Tricia, you do some of your own great work. And I think over the last few weeks, I've watched my colleagues in the legacy media, where I spent most of my career, just reporting completely fake things like ISIS targeting by race, or that they weren't really going after bad guys in Los Angeles, and that's why the riot started. You have pushed back on every single one of those. Give us your favorite mistruths that were reported in the legacy media.
Just recently, John, we had a case out of New York where this Jamaican man who's been in the country for 30 years, he was deported. What the New York Times failed to report is that he was in a U.S. prison for 15 of those 30 years for kidnapping. So they are creating a complete sob story, but that's just one out of dozens that we deal with a day. Constant fake stories about U.S. citizens being deported, which is absolutely not true. But I'd love to remind the American people in the legacy media that actually 75% of ICE arrests in the last 100 days under President Donald Trump have been of convicted criminal illegal aliens. So we are getting the worst of the worst out of this country, John.
Yeah. That's huge.
Important. And it's been amazing to see you combat the propaganda and the lies that are told about all of this. But I want to ask you, because these protests that are taking place across this country, there's plenty of propaganda to go along with them. But I don't know if it is producing fruit that the Democrats want to see. Do you anticipate that these protests will continue throughout the summer and possibly all the way to midterms so that they can campaign on that? Or if it proves to be unsuccessful, they'll let it go and probably find something else to protest?
I would think they would follow the polling, but it appears they're not, because the polling surrounding these protests is so low, is so not in Gavin Newsom or Karen Bass's favor. Most people recognize these for what they are, and they're not peaceful protests. They're anti-American riots. I mean, we've seen our law enforcement being pummeled by rocks, Molotov cocktails being thrown at them, American flags being burned. So I hope that they don't continue into the summer, but if they do, our law enforcement will be ready. And I think Donald Trump, the president, showed real moral courage here when he called in the National Guard and the Marines. He saw what happened in 2020, our great American cities burning, and he said, we're not going to have that again, not in 2025.
I think a lot of Americans keep asking themselves, why do these blue cities allow this violence to go on? And it requires the federal government to do what should be the local authorities' job. Is there discussions inside Homeland and other important agencies that hand out federal funding that going forward, cities who don't stop this violence might not get future funds? Is there a way to tie funding to their failure to protect their own residents?
Oh, I think absolutely, John, and we're keeping all options, not just at DHS, but I mean, you even saw Sean Duffy talking about these rogue states and holding them accountable with funding. Pam Bondi, Attorney General, has been fantastic in giving us options for these sanctuary cities. But I have to give a shout out to the U.S. Attorney in Los Angeles. He's been wonderful. He has, no holds bar. He's gone full throat on these sanctuary cities and made sure that we are serving warrants to those individuals who are in this country illegally that not only have criminal convictions, but also who have tried to re-enter the country after being deported, which is a felony. So he's done a great job, and we are keeping all of the options on the table. We know we face a historic number of injunctions in this administration, but we have to deliver on the president's mandate to deport illegal immigrants that have entered this country.
Yeah, no doubt.
Tricia, it's not often that I'm forced to cover the vapid comments of a celebrity like Eva Longoria, but she was out there telling people that ICE was raiding, I think what she said was a kindergarten graduation, which was blatantly false. But there are a lot of accusations that these raids are happening in homeless shelters, emergency rooms, schools, things like that. That's not happening, is it?
It's not happening, Amanda. But if you are an MS-13 gang member, or if you are a violent criminal alien and you try to seek safe harbor in a church or a courthouse or a kindergarten classroom, we will come and get you. But to create this fear-mongering that we've seen from Eva Longoria, we've seen from Sabrina Carpenter, and the who's who of the Gen Z, it's just baloney.
Yeah, you're exactly right. It is. And the American people see it for what it is. I want to turn for a second to those who are funding the unrest on the streets. I know in addition to doing the job of clearing the criminal illegal aliens out, you're also trying to figure out who's propagating this violence, who's paying for it. Can you give us any insight? Is there foreign influence? Are there communist-led Americans that are doing this? What sort of network have you been able to start to put together? And do you think at some point there may be some penalty for those who funded these protests?
And John, you've done such great reporting on this yourself. The FBI is leading this investigation. We're also working with the IRS and Homeland Security investigations. These are looking like incredibly coordinated and highly sophisticated protests with pallets of bricks being brought into different cities across the country, including Los Angeles and New York, where we've seen these violent protests and riots break out. But we are seeing indications that this is likely a foreign adversary, John, but I'm not going to get ahead of the FBI.
Okay. Wow.
Tricia, before we let you go, from one day to the next in Los Angeles, you could tell that something changed overnight, and that, of course, was the presence of the National Guard. If that's required in all of these cities across the country where these protests are taking place, is the president prepared to deploy that?
I think absolutely. What he's going to do is keep American cities safe, American citizens safe, and our law enforcement safe. He's done an incredible job. He's showed total moral leadership. And I think every American can be proud of our law enforcement, who in the face of such hatred, of taunting, of assault, they've stood so strong with patriotism and dignity to protect our cities.
Yeah, that they have.
Absolutely. Tricia McLaughlin, Homeland Security Assistant Secretary, thanks so much for being here. Good to see you.
Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. All right, everybody, coming up, evidence of massive Medicaid fraud in Arizona, along with a lot of other states. We're going to have one of the Republican leaders in that state on to find out exactly what they have found. That's next.
Welcome back, America. As we've gone through the Doge experiment, so many people will say, how in God's name did we waste all this money? How did we blow another $2 trillion a year above what we were spending 5 years ago? Well, one of the answers is Medicaid, sadly. It's an important program. It helps the most needy in this country, but it has been abused. And our next guest has exposed in more detail than anyone I've ever seen exactly how much abuse it is and what it costs us. Arizona State Senate Majority Leader Janae Shamp had a press conference today, released extraordinary details about how few people are actually vetted and how few actually qualify for the Medicaid benefits they get. She's joining us right now. Senator, great to have you on the show.
Thank you so much, John and Manny, for having me on. I appreciate it.
I had to read these numbers a couple times to make sure I really believed it. Only 24% of people are vetted, and of those people who get voted, 34% weren't even supposed to get it, but they got the benefits anyway. Do I have that right?
Yes, you have that right. I mean, ultimately, what we're looking at is why we've started the phrase of hashtag Medicaid millionaires, because we are not checking or verifying. We have 388,000 people last year that applied for Access, which is the Arizona's version of Medicaid program, and 23% of those people were checked. And of those 23%, 33% failed. So we're talking about 130,000 people that haven't even been verified. Why? Because we know that the CFR, the federal regulations state that there needs to be 100% verification, and we're not getting that done here in Arizona. And that's costing, what we're looking at, extrapolating the data, up to $6 billion a year in Medicaid fraud. Wow. And so when we're talking about cutting fraud, waste, and abuse, that is exactly where we start. And I'm very much looking forward to pushing the governor to do an investigation, and hopefully the Attorney General gets involved. But most importantly, that we get this information, which is already on its way, to Secretary Kennedy and Director Oz, because these reforms are going to have to happen at the federal level. You know, it may be a political conversation here in the state of Arizona, but I believe in Washington, D.C., this is a massive policy conversation.
Yeah, you can time this by 50 and you get a sense of the bill. The
Well,
loss,
and Janae, it's absolutely pitiful that hashtag Medicaid millionaire has become trending online. But Ohio had the same thing. They booted off hundreds of people from their rolls. What would you recommend? Well, first, let me ask this. Do you think that Arizona's governor, Democrat Katie Hobbs, would come to people like you who have dug into the numbers extensively and meticulously? Do you think that if there is an investigation to ensue, that she would consult people like you?
You know, I don't know how to answer that question, because I always want to believe in the good that, yes, we can work across party lines and we can figure out how to do this collectively together, because it's the citizens of Arizona, the taxpayers of Arizona, that are bearing the brunt of this fraud. And so I would hope that she will definitely work with us. I have sent a letter to her office. I'm asking for a bunch of questions to be answered and to find out what it is that the governor's office is prepared to do with her agency that is directorless, leaderless, complete no transparency, and totally unaccountable.
Yeah, that is really stunning. What can your colleagues in the legislature do to keep the pressure on the governor? Obviously, the governor has to administer the program, but if I'm one of your colleagues in the Senate or the House in Arizona, I am shocked, and I want to fix this. What do you think legislators can do to try to put some remedies in place to force better behavior, better auditing, better checking?
I think it's very simple. We're right now in the middle of our budget negotiations. And so unless there's clear reform, I suppose we're going to have a problem. I would say that everyone across the country, every state should be looking at this. We know Ohio, South Carolina, now Arizona, there's more states to come. And I think that we definitely should be consulting with each other and talking about how we're going to move forward with making sure that we aren't increasing government spending based off of fraud, because it's been a problem here in Arizona. We've had to pass quite a few supplemental bills because of misspending. And now with this report, we're finding out maybe it wasn't just misspending, it was fraud. Because there's over 5,000 people in the state of Arizona right now that have $50,000 in liquid assets. So tell me, how do they qualify for a program that is for people that are vulnerable and in desperate need? It doesn't make any sense to me. And yet the governor is asking for a 7.5% increase in the program. I would say we could find a lot more in fraud than adding to the already bloated budget.
Great point.
Janae, in the One Big Beautiful Bill, Republicans are obviously trying to save the American people money, like you are in Arizona, by kicking people off the rolls who are able-bodied and able to work and shouldn't be on those lists to begin with. In Arizona, you have your own situation, but this has got to be across all 50 states. And in Ohio, I was just looking at the numbers, and they predicted that it was costing Ohio taxpayers over $7 billion. Do you anticipate that it's going to be the same or in the same ballpark for Arizona?
Oh, absolutely. Because we're extrapolating the data and looking at it, and we're looking at about $6 billion annually in fraud. That's ridiculous. When we're talking about people who are suffering, they're not going to have access to a program if we don't have funding for it. And yet people who have $50,000 sitting in their bank accounts with liquid assets are getting Medicaid That doesn't make any sense to me. And that also doesn't make sense to me that an agency is not following the federal regulations. I mean, how do we draw down federal dollars if we're not following the law?
That's such a great question, and it's such an important point to get to the bottom of. Senator, before we go, there's a lot of demagoguery going on in the Medicaid program. It used to be only Social Security and Medicare were untouchable. Now it seems like Medicaid's been added to that third rail. But the truth of the matter is, when you have this level of fraud, the people who are being victimized are the most vulnerable, the disabled, the elderly, those who are the most sick. To the Democrats who try to fight the fraud prevention here, they're actually hurting the people they claim they're representing in the argument, right?
Absolutely. Because I would argue that the reason why government is in charge of these programs is because community no longer does it, right? I mean, the cowboy hat's not a shtick. I'm a farmer's wife. I'm a rancher. And so we take care of our own. Our community is strong that way. And not everybody has that. And that's where the government comes in. The health and safety of the people and infrastructure. That's our only jobs, right? And so when we are not able to provide for those people, and you have people that are utilizing the system for their own gain and not because they need it, then I would argue that we're doing a massive disservice. And exactly as you said, we're not taking care of the people that are being espoused to be taken care of, right? If we're going in and we're cutting fraud, then we should be able to take care of others. And that's what the most important part in all of this is. And the fact that there is also evidence that almost 50,000 people are double dipping in other states, they're not just getting money from Arizona's programs, they're getting it from multiple states. How is that happening?
It's disgusting.
Well, I will say this. You have done, obviously, the constituents of your state a great service, but I think you've done the taxpayers of America a great service. This is the most detailed report I've seen anywhere, and it gives a roadmap to all 50 states to find and root out the fraud. Senator Champ, what a great honor to have you on. Thanks for all the great work you've done.
Thank you so much. And I would be remiss if I did not thank the Patients First group. They have been very key in helping to kind of get this moving and getting this information out and saying, hey, are you asking these questions? Because we should be asking these questions.
Yeah, and I know it's personal for you too, right?
Because we get a shout out to them.
Before you were legislator, you've been a nurse, right? You worked in the medical profession, so this matters to you, doesn't it?
Very much so, yes. I am still a nurse. I'm a perioperative nurse manager, which means I work in surgery. And I miss it, but I've been called to be here. And as long as I'm here, I'm going to fight for what's right, because right is right and wrong is wrong, plain and simple.
Well, we love that a lot. It's a great honor to have you on the show today. Thanks for all that great work, Senator. All right, folks, we're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, our weekly Just News Health Update right around the corner, right after these messages. Hey folks, if you're a homeowner like me, you need to listen to this. In today's AI and cyber world, scammers are stealing home titles and your equity is their target. Here's how it works. Criminals forge your signature on one document, use a fake notary stamp, pay a small fee with your county, and boom, just like that, your home title has been transferred out of your name. And that's where the problems begin, because they start taking out loans using your equity and even sell your property. And you're not even going to find out it's happened until you get a collection or foreclosure notice months later. That's a nightmare, right? So when's the last time you checked on your home title? Well, if you're like me, the answer is never, right? You need to do something about that right now. That's why I've partnered with Home Title Lock, so you can find out today if you're already a victim. Use my promo code JTN at HometitleLock.com and you'll get a free title history report and a free trial of their $1 million triple lock protection. That's 24/7 monitoring of your title, urgent alerts to any changes that might happen, and if fraud does happen, they'll spend up to $1 million to fix it. That's a good deal. Find out why I trust Home Title Lock. Go to HometitleLock.com and use the promo code JTN. That's HometitleLock.com, promo code JTN. Welcome back, America. Time for our weekly Just the News Health Update. Everybody loves this. This month, we're really focusing on processed food. It's very important for us to understand it, what it does to us, how we can get off the addiction from it, and how our health changes when we do. Joining us now to take us on that journey, our great partners at NativePath, the co-founder and chief culture officer there, in fact, Dr. Chad Walding. Doctor, welcome back.
Hey, John. So good to be here. Thank you for having me again.
Yeah, I love this. I think people have gotten into this busy lifestyle, and over time we've just traded convenience and maybe even savings for healthier food. Yeah, we'll buy the processed food because I can cook it in 2 minutes, or I don't have to prepare it. But the long-term effect is we're really harming our body, aren't we?
We are, and you're hitting on something big there, is that, we can go get a Big Mac and a Coke and pay maybe $2.99. And if we go get a bundle of broccoli, it might cost us $5, right? That whole real food can often cost way more money than refined and processed food, which is really getting us in trouble because we want to save money and we want to save time, but it often gets us in a huge, huge trouble, right? So what we want to do with everything that's happening, with creating awareness around health right now, is we want to shift what people are thinking about when they think about what they eat and the long-term effects and what we mean by health insurance, right? Ensuring that our health is good for the long run is really going to come down to what we put in our body right now. We might pay a little bit more for whole real food, but in the long run, that's a life that has more energy, that has less pain, that has much less dependency or possible need for any medications. You could possibly extend the life that you have 5, 10, 20 years, and not only extend the length of your life, but the quality of your life, right? The quality of your life. And, I want to share with everybody, as a doctor of physical therapy, I've seen people live long, over the age of maybe 90, sometimes 100, but the last 20, sometimes 30 years of their life is spent in a nursing home. It's spent there, flipping channels, watching The Price is Right, living alone. That is not a quality life. We want to improve the health span. How long can we live but be healthy and do all the things we want to do? And that's really going to come down to the quality of the foods we put in our body right now.
Yeah, it's a choice, and once you make that choice, you start to see the benefit from it. I started on a journey it's almost 2 years ago now, and it has been life-changing for me. And it turns out it's not that much more expensive and certainly that much more time to eat healthier. It just is a change in mind. You talk often about getting on the path. A lot of that means getting off the sugars, getting onto proteins. What are some of the other things in ultra-processed foods that we should be alarmed by? I know I hear a lot lately about seed oils, that those are really bad for us.
Yeah, the seed oils they're oils that our great-great-grandparents would never understand what they are, right? They're vegetable oils, safflower oils, canola oils. Our great-great-grandparents used traditional fats like butter, ghee, tallow, things that have been around for hundreds, maybe thousands of years, right? These are stable fats that are good to cook with. The oils that are being used in refined and processed foods, especially over the past 50 years, they've been made to act like real traditional fats, but they've done that by putting chemicals in there and more chemicals and more chemicals. And what this does is when you consume that, especially under heat, it can be very inflammatory to your body and really cause damage to your cells. Anything that you may have been diagnosed with or heard about that has itis behind it, like arthritis or gastritis, that's inflammation, right? Those oils can really inflame your body and cause all kinds of damages, not only to the cells, but the gut lining itself, and affects your ability to absorb food, eliminate toxins. So we really encourage people, when they're purchasing food or cooking at home, to move back on the path to more of these traditional fats that have proven time to be safe and healthy for you.
Yeah, what Grandma and Grandpa would have cooked with 40, 50 years ago. That's the standard. You've got to be trained to think that way now. Would Grandma and Grandpa use it? Probably not. I'm not going to use it. It's interesting to get that simple mindset in there. There are signs of progress. Some restaurant chains now saying they're going to get rid of seed oils. A lot of food dyes are getting pulled out of state. Talk about just getting this conversation going, even before there's been regulatory change, how much a voluntary change the marketplace is creating on the issue of processed foods.
Oh yeah, I'm seeing some great things happening, and this is really a good sign that what people demand, the markets will change, right? So, for instance, Steak and Shake and Popeyes, they are moving away from the seed oils. They're moving back towards traditional fats. Even Outback is doing the same, right? So you can go to Outback and trust that you can get a good fat in there. And Chobani, the yogurt, they're now reducing the amount of sugar in the yogurt and increasing the amount of protein, and that is huge. That is exactly the thing that if we all did that as a culture, we could dramatically improve the health of this country, in the next 3 months, if we all did that, right? So that happened because people demanded it. That happened because the awareness created around this health movement. The more we demand foods like that, the more we actually consume foods like that, the more positive changes we'll see, the more food companies will start producing even healthier food. So that's a really positive step in the right direction.
Yeah. Another big one that caught my attention was the FDA Administrator Marty Makary announcing, I think it was 2 months ago now, that the agency plans to work with the industry, food industry, to phase out the use of petroleum-based synthetic dyes. That's a big moment because literally those are coming out of basically synthetic oil, right? And these dyes get in our system. They're not good for us, are they?
Yeah, I mean, what are the dyes anyway? Like, where do they come from, right? What's going on there? And that was one of the first things that RFK really brought to our attention was these dyes that are in so many of our foods, especially in the foods that are we're feeding our children. Things like icings and cereals and things like that. And a lot of the studies behind those dyes we're seeing increases in cancers and things like that. And we know the incidence of cancer has gone up extraordinary in the past 20 years and especially the past 100 years, So, it's good that we're racing for the cure for all these things. It's an honorable thing, but with all our diseases, we really have to step back, realize a lot of these diseases have been getting worse over the past 100 years as our food has become more refined and processed. We need to find also the cause, right? We need to turn off the kitchen sink before we get all the mops to mop everything up. We have to stop the cause. So I'm really appreciating the fact that the dyes are moving out of the food, the sugar, the toxic fats, all of it.
Yeah, so important. You mentioned the disease, and that we're learning more and more now that Parkinson's disease may have its starting point, origin point at the dinner table. It's another one of those diseases that we could potentially change the arc of.
Yeah, Parkinson's disease, Alzheimer's, Alzheimer's also is now being referred to as type 3 diabetes of the brain. That's a blood sugar issue. These are metabolic issues. And it's just another example of it's not always the case that it's your genetics. It's really your genetics being expressed in a certain environment, in the food environment that it's in. So the more we create awareness around this, the better.
Well, you're doing so much, and also you created a great line of products. My favorite is Native Path. My whole family uses it, and as I got in my 50s, man, my joints would hurt from all my days of playing sports, and I got on the collagen supplements, and it just made a huge difference to me. My elbows are more limber, my knees more limber than it's been. Folks, if you want to join me on getting on that path, here's what you do, because Dr. Chad Walding has created this incredible product. You're going to go to getnativepath.com/justnews, and right now you're going to qualify for a special bundle deal at a fraction of the regular retail price. Plus, you're going to get free shipping. That's just for being in the Just the News Real America's Voice family. So you go to getnativepath.com/justnews. With over 4 million jars sold, thousands of 5-star reviews, and a 365-day money-back guarantee, this is your moment to take control of aging before it gets in control of you. Go to getnativepath.com/justnews right now to take advantage. We'll be right back right after these messages.
Welcome back, everybody. A few more topics, and our producer has put some amazing topics in there, but I want to lead off with something.
Wait, you're skipping the teleprompter?
I
do that all the time.
Hang on. From actor, bodybuilder, and former what do they call him? The Governator. Arnold Schwarzenegger was on The View and shocked these ladies. I think they were really hoping to goad him into supporting these ICE raids.
Yeah.
As an immigrant himself, of course, they didn't differentiate between illegal aliens and immigrants.
That's right.
But he said, among other things, I'm so proud and happy that I was embraced by the American people like I was. Imagine I came here with absolutely nothing and then I created a career like that. In no other country in the world can you do that. The key thing is to do things legal. Those people that are doing illegal things in America, and they're the foreigners, they are not smart. When you come to America, you're a guest and you have to behave like a guest.
I couldn't agree more with him.
I think it's incredible.
Yeah,
it's nice to hear him saying
he's
that.
He's always been an interesting guy. I know he's a little bit more moderate than most Republicans, but that's just common sense. If you're just an everyday American, you're like, I agree with that.
Yep, absolutely.
John Fetterman.
Yeah.
What do you make of this?
Guy sounds
I swear
more
he's
and more
switching to the
lucid.
Republican Party. I don't know. He sounds more Republican than some Republicans do these days.
Yeah. All right. So he said that Israel should have taken out Iran's Supreme Leader Khamenei. Obviously, President Trump said he's safe for now. We know where he is.
Yeah, that's for now. It could be a short lifespan. We'll see. Yeah, I don't know. First off, Fetterman also praised the parade over the weekend, so we should celebrate a military. The guy, again, people say that's common sense.
Absolutely.
I don't know what's going on yet. I think the current state of play is let's see what Israel can get done. If they need our help, we'll get in. If Iran dares try to attack us, we're really going to get in.
Absolutely.
And but I think it could be quiet tonight. I think maybe Iran might do something, but I think America's going to stay quiet tonight.
Yeah, well,
that's my guess.
The White House just called a full lid, which means no press. That means President Trump is not going to be speaking from the Oval and addressing the nation. But on another note, speaking of not knowing what's going on, up in New York, holy smokes, their comptroller, Brad Lander, who is also running, I believe, for mayor of that city, another Alex Padilla situation. The media says that Brad was arrested by ICE for asking to see a judicial warrant. DHS is saying that Brad Lander was arrested because he was assaulting law enforcement and impeding a federal officer. But this just keeps happening, John.
Yeah. Listen, Tricia said it right. All these men and women in ICE are just doing their job. They're doing what the law says they're supposed to do. And we these politicians who try to make it look like something that it isn't, they're disserving their entire country, and they're disserving the oath that they said that they would uphold the Constitution. Shame on them.
Yeah. Speaking of these types of tactics, and speaking of the other story, Los Angeles mayor lifts the downtown curfew as the rioting subsides, but California is trying to rush through a ban on ICE agents wearing masks in the city. And as we know, they are being doxxed, their families getting doxxed, so it's a dangerous situation for them. And California wants it to be made even more dangerous.
Good to know that they actually care about the safety of their men and women in law enforcement. What a joke.
That thin blue line in California is almost non-existent, unfortunately. Anyway, all right, everybody. Thanks so much for joining us tonight. Head over to justthenews.com for more breaking news, and check out John's breaking news that we reported at the top of the show. Have a great night.
Welcome to Stinchfield, folks. I'm Grant Stinchfield. I'll tell you, it's not often I say one of the most important stories of maybe the decade was broken by our friends over at Just the News. Now, I say often they break some very important stories, but this story about the Chinese potentially meddling in the 2020 election and the FBI covering it up is probably one of the most troubling stories that I've seen, not because the Chinese were sending 20,000 or more driver's license over here to make fake ballots to rig the election in favor of, yes, Joe Biden, not President Trump. It's an important story because of the cover-up. How does something like this happen? It turns out our government lied to us. We were told the 2020 election was the most safest, secure election in American history. That turns out to be an adjunct lie. And this, thanks to our friends over at Just the News, is Mike Benz talking about this story just less than an hour ago.
Tweets by Donald Trump insinuating that foreign countries may be printing ballots or taking advantage of the mail-in ballot system in the operation that Kash just laid out, while that was the triggering tweet among several others to set up this entire censorship operation, while DHS had inside classified knowledge that is exactly what was going down and that Donald Trump was in fact correct. So they set up the censorship operation.
Censorship from not just people of importance, but from all of you, maybe the most important people out there, the American citizenry, where we're told don't worry about anything. When meanwhile, U.S. Customs and Border Protection had intercepted 20,000 driver's licenses apparently coming from China. Now, my question then becomes, how many did they not intercept? We're told they never got this operation off the ground. But what if they did? What if that's the reason why President Trump lost? We need to get to the bottom of this story. This is Andy Biggs, again, on with our friends at Just the News.
Why didn't you release the information at the time? Why did you have the intelligence community back off and the other agencies delete this information? And so that gets ultimately to the culpable mental state. What was in the head of whoever made these decisions? And that leads us back to, was this Christopher Wray making these decisions, or was this a subordinate? And we need to know who, we need to know why.
Well, sadly, Congress has a tall order ahead of them to get to the bottom of this. And then we're learning today, again, thanks to our friends at Just the News, that apparently the FBI, with this information, had asked America's spy agencies to destroy this information, to destroy the memos and emails that had spelled out this Chinese operation. They asked them to destroy it. A recall notice, they called it. It's the height of arrogance on behalf of a government that's supposed to be by and for the people, which was nothing of the case during 2020 and long before that. I want to bring in now the host of Just the News, No Noise, the man who broke the story. John Solomon is with us. John, welcome to the show.
Yeah, good to be with you, Grant.
John, I'm so troubled that China would try to do this, but I've come to the conclusion China, Russia, they're all going to be meddling in our elections. It's our job to make sure they're not successful. I'm most troubled that we're just learning this now, that we were told that it's safe and secure. I remember the cybersecurity infrastructure guy, Krebs, saying, oh, nothing to see here. They made fun of all of us and Donald Trump. Heck, they tried to impeach him.
Yeah, think about what we learned long after Chris Krebs was out of government. We learned that they knew before the election was over in 2020 that Iran had hacked into a state voter database and stolen the identities of many Americans. I think thousands is what the indictment says. And now we know that the FBI had credible evidence or credible intel from a relatively new source who had been corroborable, meaning that some things they were telling them in the last year were checking out, that this plot was underway. And not only did they have the informant telling them that, they had the Customs and Border Protection Agency catching some of the, like 20,000 of these fake driver's licenses. And rather than investigate it to the end, rather to protect the Americans' interest in making sure a foreign power didn't intrude in the American election, they just swept it under the rug and deleted the documents. Not what the word security means in national security, I don't think, for most Americans.
All right, John, I'm so skeptical about anything now that the government tells us. I know that Kash Patel's trying to get to the bottom of all of this. Yep. But what are the chances that something was compromised, that maybe the election, that some of these licenses did get through, that they did get mail-in ballots through phony ballots and the election was rigged? Is there any possibility of that? Are they even looking into it?
The fact that we don't know the answer to that is part of the travesty of what happened in 2020. We should have an absolute answer to that. And because this intel wasn't seen through to the end, because the FBI didn't even open up on the discovery of the 20,000 fake driver's licenses, they just stopped at the interdiction. We don't know the answer. Now, and here's the thing. If there's going to be any charges in this, the statute of limitations is coming up in August, just 2 months away. So Kash Patel and the Justice Department are going to have to move quickly if they intend to indict anyone for obstruction or for tampering in the election or for identity theft with an intent to tamper in the election. They've got just a few short months to get that done. That's an unfortunate thing as well. The delay game, the deep state and their friends in the media, in big tech, who are the censors, as Mike Benz mentioned, and in the Democratic Party, who often urge on these things, they have succeeded more than those who want accountability have succeeded. I hope we change that balance in the next year. But there's a short window for criminal charges. That's one of the tough things that Kash Patel is going to have to get to. The big evidence everyone wants now, what are the emails around the recall? Who sent the emails? That's going to give us a roadmap to who may have obstructed this investigation.
Yeah. You know, when you look at this and the investigations, the Democrats, the deep state, all of them have done such a great job of running out the clock. Did Kash Patel tell you, or anybody inside the FBI let you know, how is Kash and his team coming upon this information? Is there a friendly inside the FBI that says, oh, hey, by the way, this went down in 2020 now?
Yeah, so what happened was some whistleblowers came to Senator Chuck Grassley, the chairman of the Judiciary Committee, and I call him the king of the whistleblowers in Capitol Hill. He's been protecting whistleblowers for all 35 years I've been in Washington. And he provided that information to the FBI in May. Kash Patel and his team jumped on it within just a couple of weeks. They found all the documents, and then they transmitted them back last night. That's when we broke the story. But the whistleblower is going to Capitol Hill so that they have protections. In disclosing this, there's fewer protections if you blow the whistle to your boss at the FBI than there is going to Congress. That's a sad thing. But that whistleblower information made its way right back to Kash Patel. He jumped on it right away. And to his credit, he produced the evidence. And now the race is on to figure out who were the people that did the stand down on this. That's going to be the next part of the story.
Well, you say a statute of limitations is in August. That's less than 2 months away now. But God bless these whistleblowers. They've done a great job of exposing what we're up against inside the FBI. I'm sure there's more information to come. I know you guys will be on it. John, thank you for tipping us off to this and the work that you're always doing over at Just the News. We appreciate you.
Yeah, your family. I watch your show every night, so I love it. I love it.
Well, it's the highest compliment I can get. Thank you, John Solomon, of course. And the feeling is mutual. Now, it's an important story. Folks, they stole the election. I don't know how else to say it. They stole it. And this is more evidence that they stole it. But, you know, God works in mysterious ways. Maybe it needed to happen to have President Trump come in and do the things he's doing right now. With that, I want to tell all of my MAGA friends, tap the brakes for a second. This situation with Iran and Israel, President Trump's got this under control. I've got MAGA friends who are freaking out thinking that we're going to be in an endless war. We're not going to be in an endless war. Let me tell you why. Because President Trump knows what I know, that China is not going to tussle with the United States. Russia is not going to tussle with the United States. And it is my assumption that President Trump has already spoken with the leaders of these two nations. And the agreement is in place that, yes, Russia will have to posture. China, Xi Jinping will say, we're going to send equipment into Iran and we're going to look like we're doing something so we don't look weak. All the while, President Trump, if it comes down to it, and he's got to go after the supreme leader and go after that nuclear facility that's 300 feet below the ground, you better believe President Trump will do it. And there will be no ramifications from what I would consider enemies like Russia and China. And there will be no forever war because President Trump has this under control. So what freaked them all out? This Truth Social post just came out not long ago. Unconditional surrender, President Trump posted. Folks, I want you to know this is all part of the art of the deal. The tweet right before that I thought was even better. It read, quote, "We know exactly where the so-called supreme leader is hiding. He is an easy target, but safe there. We are not going to take him out, kill, at least not for now." That is a warning like only President Trump can offer up. And I will say this. You think about a regime change. This is not like Iraq. We are not going into Iran to somehow institute a democracy and think that these people are going to start exercising the benefits of capitalism. Not happening. We could blow them back to the Stone Ages, and it will be Iran's problem to rebuild, not the United States. So everybody, Thomas Massey, my MAGA friends, my America First friends, trust President Trump. He got us here for a reason. Listen to him here.
I told them to do the deal. They should have done the deal. Their cities have been blown to pieces. They've lost a lot of people. They should have done the deal. I told them, do the deal. So I don't know. I'm not too much in the mood to negotiate now.
Don't test his patience. And this is the only way you deal with bullies. I'm telling you, you talk about America first. Our safety and security is number one, first and foremost. We are not safe if Iran has a nuclear bomb. I'm telling you that, folks. Believe me on this one. Joining me now, former special assistant to President Trump and Army Colonel retired, Derek Harvey is back with us. Colonel, great to have you back on the program.
Grant, good to be here.
All right, Colonel, what do you make of my assessment? Nobody's saying this. Everybody says I've got it dead wrong. I don't think Russia or China is going to tussle with us. I do not think this is the brink of World War III. I don't think anybody actually cares about Iran other than the oil that China may get from him. And I bet you President Trump makes a deal that if it was taken out, China could still get oil from that place.
Well, I agree with you, and it's clear from the statements and the actions of both Russia and Beijing that they are not going to back up what appears to be a failing regime that is beginning to disintegrate. So let's put that argument aside. It's not going to be a World War III because of this. I'm still more concerned about Ukraine and Eastern Europe and things like that. Number two is, with Iran taken off the table as a major chessboard piece, it provides an opportunity for the United States to actually shift its focus to Asia in a way that it can without being entangled because of the continuing proxy wars and malign activities that Iran has pursued for the last 47 years. So that's a real opportunity for the United States. Take the nuclear capabilities away, destroy the missile delivery capabilities. And then the third piece here, and I don't think we have to be involved in this, and that is, an organic revolution, regime change, and the Kurds in their 4 provinces and, people that are starting to disaffect away from the regime, military people, and others are looking for their own future. Former Crown Prince Pahlavi has made his statement earlier today, to the Iranian people. And this is what Israel wants. So what we need to do is just stay out of it, Grant. Yeah. Let this campaign go on, pressure the regime. Maybe we're going to have to support going after the major nuclear facilities because of, the penetration challenges for the Israelis. But they can probably handle that with our assistance.
All right, that nuclear facility is at Fordo, I believe is what it's called, at 300 feet allegedly below the surface. Only our bunker busters are going to be able to take that out. I agree with you on the stay out of it, but I also see your caveat is if we've got to go in there with some surgical strikes here, take out those nuclear facilities, you're okay with that, Colonel?
I think that'll be a judgment of the president, and he's got the better insights and information. And I'd just like to say he's been ahead of all the prognosticators. He's been ahead of, I think, most of his national security advisory team. He's he's just really understanding the dynamics here. And of course, he's got, the experience of having dealt with Iran for 4 years previously. And he's got a very, I think, solid understanding of it from my experience working with him. So I think he's on top of it. I think he's getting good advice from CENTCOM and the chairman of the Joint Chiefs and some others. And I think, the president has an end game in mind. I'm not sure, if it's art of the deal, talking about unconditional surrender, but I think the United States and the region would be far better off with an organic regime change there.
The president once told me when I was sitting at dinner with him, just me and him, that he was talking with Vladimir Putin, and he said, if you go into Ukraine, I'll bomb Moscow. And Putin said, bullcorn, but probably a little more salty language. President Trump said, try me, those big, beautiful rooftops, kiss them all goodbye. I believe the president was serious about this. I believe his unconditional surrender. I think what the president means is they'll take Iran, whether it's through Israel, whether it's through a little bit of help of the United States, back to the Stone Ages and let them rebuild. I think this regime change will not end up being some great new hero of the Middle East. I think it'll be another dictator. And I think the people of Iran will be under dictatorship rule. And what I've realized after Iraq, Colonel Harvey, I'm curious as your opinion of this, there are certain people in the world, most in fact, that can't handle democracy. It takes an exceptional group of people. Americans are exceptional. Some in Europe, exceptional. But not in many of these Middle East countries. They can't handle it. They need the iron fist of a Saddam Hussein, and America should just stay out of that. But if we blow them back to the Stone Ages, I love your take on this. They're not a problem anymore. You can start concentrating on other things, and you don't have to worry about this piece in this puzzle. I'll give you the last word.
Well, I don't think we need to blow them back to the Stone Ages. And I think the political culture of Iran and their experience with, parliamentary government going back 9 decades is really impressive. And they have experience with elections and parliamentary procedure, but they've suffered for 47 years by being under this dictatorial Islamic rule that hijacked a revolution in 1978-79. So that said, now the other thing I think is very important, the Iranian people are creative, they're hardworking, they're innovative, they're scientists, they're technologically sophisticated. They understand, big tech, high tech, etc., aerospace. They have capabilities. They're not going to need a lot of help. They may need some financial assistance to rebuild, but that can probably be organized from the Gulf and others that want to build a relationship and have a new stability in the region.
Yeah. All interesting points. I think the takeaway where we both agree here is this is not the verge of World War III, and we should trust the president and his decisions in this one. At least I do. I know you do, too. Colonel Harvey, I appreciate you coming on. Thank you so much.
God bless you, Grant.
Absolutely. You, too. It's interesting, folks. I'm not a politician, right? So I take a harder line. My America First is I don't care about these countries anymore. Now, I care about the civilians. When I say bomb them back to the Stone Ages, I'm not talking about going after civilians in Iran. I'm talking about the infrastructure, the nuclear facilities, the power plants. And then, I'm sorry, you're going to have to let them deal with it. It's not America's problem. But this idea that we totally stay away and let Iran and Israel fight it out. If Israel needs us, we ought to be there to help. And that doesn't mean boots on the ground either, folks. So don't start emailing me about that. All right, I want to turn to another real win for the president. It turns out over 1 million illegal aliens have self-deported from the United States. Can you believe it? 1 million. It turns out many of these rallies, the No Kings, they're scaring the illegals more than they're scaring the Americans. The illegals are saying, you know what, we better get out of Dodge. Wages have gone up a little bit, 0.4%, but they're going up. Here's another positive. The murder rate is plummeting. We are close to getting to the lowest murder rate imaginable, last I can remember. For all of the stats on this, I want to bring in the man who tipped us off to this story from the Crime Prevention Research Center. Dr. John Lott is with us. John, it's great to have you back on.
Great to talk to you, Grant.
All right, can we directly attribute the murder rate falling to illegal aliens being deported?
I think it's one part of the story. Obviously, people like Kash Patel has moved a lot of FBI agents out of the Washington, D.C. area. They'd had about a third of the FBI agents have been stationed there, moving them to parts of the country where the crime is occurring. You have the Trump administration's no longer trying to push DEI policies on police departments around the country. So with regard to hiring and promotion, all those things matter. You've had changes in who the district attorneys are in places like Los Angeles and San Francisco, getting rid of Soros-backed district attorneys who didn't want to prosecute people. All those things matter. But going after illegal aliens who commit crime at high rates also, I think, has helped. And it's helped in two ways. One is they've deported some of these individuals already. But secondly, these illegals are worried about getting deported. And one way of drawing attention to yourself and making it more likely you get deported is to commit a crime. Because if you get caught by the police, you're going to get turned over to ICE now. And so to avoid getting deported, you can help avoid that by not committing as many crimes right now. We see illegals changing their behavior in many different ways. We see them in terms of leaving the job force. During the Biden administration, 5.4 million of the jobs that were created went to non-native born Americans. We don't know how many of those are illegals, but a number of them were. And then during the last 4 months that we have data for, the number of jobs for non-native born Americans have fallen by over 700,000. That's quite a switch from the huge increase that we saw before. And I presume most of those are probably illegals who want to lie low,
John,
just like they want to lie low with regard to committing crimes.
Real quick to something we've talked about a lot. It always amazed me that most of the crime in America, especially violent crime, is committed by the same group of people. I mean, these repeat offenders over and over again, they're the same people. You go get those people off the street, then the crime will plummet. President Trump has made it really a mission to go get the worst of the worst. I promise you, many of these MS-13 gang members were multiple murderers that they took off the street. That could be playing a role in all this.
Oh, yeah, no, I definitely agree. I mean, you have about 3 to 5% of the criminals commit the vast majority of crime that's going on there. You know, they may be committing like 80% of the violent crime. And so if you can get rid of those individuals, you can have a significant impact. I think there are many things that are going on, but the bottom line is it's not rocket science. If you make it risky for criminals to commit crime with higher arrest rates, higher conviction rates, longer prison sentences, the death penalty, and you deport those who are committing the crime, or at least make them realize that that's a risk that they face, you can reduce the crime rate.
Isn't it amazing that the old saying, actions have consequences, something my mom taught me, also works for criminals too. Dr. John Lott, it's always great having you on from the Crime Prevention Research Center. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You know, my mom's a liberal from New York, but she taught me everything I know about conservatism. She really did. Actions have consequences. Be responsible for yourself. Don't wait for someone to help you. All these things. I'm like, Mom, I don't know if you're really a liberal because you taught me a lot about conservatism. Anyway, all right, we are days away from what has been dubbed the Rio Reset, the greatest threat to the U.S. dollar global dominance in over 80 years. On July 6th, BRICS nations, Russia, China, India, Iran, and many more, are expected to unveil their plans to circumvent the U.S. dollar, thus creating its value, cratering its value. Now, how can you protect your IRA or 401k from the fallout from this landmark shift? Diversify with gold from Birch Gold Group. Get a free info kit on tax-sheltered gold IRAs by texting the word America to the number 989898. Arm yourself with the information to diversify your retirement savings. Text America to the number 989898. Claim your free info kit from Birch Gold. All right, deep state Republicans, I believe, are working to stop the Trump agenda through the big, beautiful bill. Are they actively trying to sink the big, beautiful bill? We'll talk about that next. Welcome back, everyone. So the big, beautiful bill is being debated in the United States Senate. I'm the first to tell you it's not perfect. But the bottom line is, I think it's probably the best we're going to get. Maybe a few tweaks. But the United States Senate right now is really rocking and rolling with this thing and making some tweaks that could upend this bill. Now, first and foremost, what do you think no tax on tips means? To me, when the president makes a promise, no tax on tips, that means no tax on tips. It doesn't mean no tax on tips up to $25,000. That's what the Senate has done now. They've put a cap on tips. When you say no tax on overtime, to me it means no tax on overtime, not no tax on overtime up to $12,500. And anybody that works a lot of overtime knows that $12,500 is going to be eaten up very quickly. So what is the United States doing here? One thing I am worried about is you got deep state Republicans that could be trying to sink this whole thing. I want to bring in now Louisiana State Treasurer, Republican. He is a U.S. Senate candidate running against Bill Cassidy in Louisiana. John Fleming is with us. John, welcome to the program.
Good evening. Great to be with you.
All right, John, what do you make of what the Senate is doing? And let me preface it with this. I first called you last week. Cassidy was really pushing this Medicare Advantage cuts. Yes. A whole bunch of us went nuts on this last week, and it looks like we got them to now squash that idea. But again, President Trump promised no Medicare cuts, and Cassidy's pushing cuts, no tax on tips. Now they're saying, all right, well, there'll be tax on some tips. What is happening here, John?
Well, first of all, the BBB, the Big Beautiful Bill, is a must-pass legislation. We could go into a severe recession with tax increases across the board if we don't get this done very soon, and hopefully it'll be completed no later than July. But yeah, Senator Cassidy wants to cut Medicare. Well, that's just absurd. That's a third rail of politics. And what he's doing, he was looking at the so-called upcoding that occurs when physicians or other providers are maybe trying to charge more than what's reasonable. But that's just not going to work. All it's going to do is cut provider salaries, and that's going to cut access to care. And so he needs to leave Medicare and Medicare Advantage alone.
All right. Let me play a soundbite from Dr. Oz. Talking about the Big Beautiful Bill and specifically Medicaid for the guys behind the glass. Number 2, please.
It builds a strong framework to allow us to do the right thing for the American people by allowing these systems to align the needs of the federal government and the president with those of governors and states. By aligning the needs of the federal government and the states, we can serve the American people most effectively. The current system doesn't do that. Between state directed payments, provider taxes, and other types of legalized money laundering, we're hurting the ability of the federal government to work with states to improve the system. And we know from having spoken to many of these states, these are the kinds of changes that could be beneficial.
All right. So what do you make of his comments? And then there is a push to cut Medicaid. Now, I'm okay with some work requirements for things. I'm not okay with really cutting benefits right now because President Trump promised he wouldn't do that. Josh Hawley sounded the alarm saying that there could be cuts in some rural areas for Medicaid with what establishment senators are pushing right now.
Yes, there's a lot of room for work with Medicaid. Medicaid was originally created in the 60s to help out young mothers with children. And today we have many able-bodied men who are receiving Medicaid, and therefore they're not in the workforce where they're needed. So I believe that we should have work requirements for those who are able to work, who are not disabled and not taking care of small children, because really once they get a job within a business or an industry, they will have even better insurance, the private insurance sector. And so, but what the good doctor's referring to there is we have a very complicated and overlapping system in healthcare. Everything from public healthcare to private healthcare to self-pay healthcare. And then we've got middlemen, the PBMs and all of that. It all needs to be wedged together and streamlined to save cost. It's just the consumers are just drowned in billing and costs, whether it's premiums or direct cost for their care.
All right, let me ask you on a broad-based question here. So, John Fleming, you're running for United States Senate. You're running in a primary. You're up against Bill Cassidy. This guy has been a real disappointment when it comes to MAGA Republicans, when it comes to America First policies. He's really been a thorn in President Trump's side at times, including voting to impeach the guy. So what do you bring here? Will President Trump endorse you? How important is that through all of this as you move into this campaign and try to get some reinforcements from the MAGA side of things back into the United States Senate?
Well, first of all, I served 8 years in the House of Representatives. I was one of the founders of the House Freedom Caucus, along with Jim Jordan and others. And then I went into the Trump administration, served in 3 different positions, culminating in being a special advisor to the president in the last year of his stay there in the first administration. And then he endorsed me for my current position, which is state treasurer. So he knows I was there at the beginnings. I was part of the origins of MAGA, and I'm very proud of that. And I do want to continue that. So I look forward to working alongside President Trump. As you know, you mentioned it, Bill Cassidy voted to convict President Trump as he was leaving office, meaning that for some reason he couldn't run for re-election. But thank goodness he failed in doing that. And he has held up a lot of things that Trump has tried to do. And certainly he was a holdout vote for Robert Kennedy's nomination and ultimate, being transported through the Senate and confirmed. So he's just not in touch with Louisiana. He's in touch with Washington, the swamp. And Louisiana, he's upside down in the polls. They want a replacement for him. And obviously, I'm the obvious choice.
Well, you've got some good people across the country. My buddy Ken Paxton, the Attorney General here in Texas, is running against John Cornyn. That's a tall order in a primary. You against Bill Cassidy, tall order. But, these are men, I believe, my humble opinion, that need to go, and it's time for real America First principled men and women to join the ranks, especially in the Senate, especially in the House. John Fleming, I wish you luck as you move forward. Please tell people where they can find you.
Yes, Fleming with one M, FlemingSenateCampaign.com, FlemingSenateCampaign.com.
All right, sounds good. Good luck to you. I appreciate you coming on, and I hope we get to talk again soon.
Looking forward to it.
Absolutely. All right, folks, if you are dealing with back taxes or missed the April 15th deadline, don't wait. The IRS is rapidly stepping up enforcement, but there's good news. Tax Network USA is here to help, whether you're self-employed, run a business, or your books are a complete mess. Their team knows how to cut through the chaos, find solutions that work. Your consultation is always free, and getting ahead of the problem could help you avoid harsh penalties, wage garnishments, or even surprise bank levies. Take the first step. Do it now. Call 1-800-905-8000 or visit tnusa.com/RAV. And in honor of our nation's birthday, Tax Network USA is offering a 10% discount on all services through July 4th. All right, Iran has launched more missile strikes on Israel. We speak with the group directly helping people on the ground in Israel next. Welcome back, everyone. Right now, as we speak, Iran has launched another barrage of missile attacks against Israel. Now, it's believed that only about 40% of Iran's missile capacity is still intact. They are not the largest missile attacks that we have seen because Israel has done such a great job of debilitating Iran. This is from Fox News. Trey Yingst, who's been really, I'll tell you what, doing a fabulous job from Israel near a missile strike. Watch this as it goes down.
What comes next? How does this end?
This is the same front like the pilots that are striking Iran. We knew when we struck Iran, which is a historic opportunity, they would respond. The Israeli public has been prepared for this. They know that our aerial defense is not 100%. I can hear them out front saying, long live the state of Israel. This is the front line, and these families are truly heroes. We will do everything we can to stop this, but as a nation, this is an existential moment. We will stay strong.
So it is amazing to me how strong the Israelis have been. You look at apartment buildings that are destroyed, and yet in the streets they are singing "Long Live Israel." They knew there would be ramifications for going back after Iran, but once and for all, it's time to chop the head off the snake. And that's what Israel is doing. Last night we had Yuri Sakam on the program from the emergency services that are going around and rescuing Israelis. This is what he had to say.
I will tell you more than this. I'm currently sitting at a new protected underground blood center. That means that Magen David Adom collects blood from people in order to provide it to people at the hospitals, in order to provide it for the IDF, that's the Israeli army that protects life in the state of Israel, where in other countries, people build underground facilities in order to create weapons. Israelis build underground in order to protect life, where others build underground facilities in order to take lives.
All right, so this is the difference. Iran will actively target civilians. Israel does everything it can to not do that. Now, clearly, civilians are being injured in Israel, and there's an organization called the One Family Fund that is out there directly helping Israelis on the ground. I want to bring in now the executive director of One Family Fund, Naomi Nussbaum, is with us. Naomi, welcome to the program.
Thank you for having me this evening.
All right, Naomi, can you tell me what your crews are doing in Israel tonight?
Sure. One Family has been providing emotional, financial, and legal support since 2001. And in response to what's going on now, we set up another 24-hour emergency hotline for anybody to call at any hour of the day. We'll help them solve problems. We are setting up Zoom calls for all the participants, emergency calls to give them psychological support at this time, whatever they need. We have a Hugmobile, right? A rented vehicle. And our counselors from the youth department are going house to house all over the country, delivering toys, games, gifts for the kids and spending some time with them, even if they have to run to the shelters together. We're setting up yoga classes to keep everyone calm, helping them meditate, really as much as we can do. You're seeing live footage of our director going to visit hospital rooms, right? Of course, we attend funerals and we visit Shiva homes and people who are severely injured in the hospital as well. We're bringing financial assistance, bringing anything they need.
Well, where can people find your organization, Naomi?
Overcometerror.com. Please find us. Help is urgently needed at this time.
All right, overcometerror.com. Naomi Nussbaum, I appreciate the work your group is doing. Thank you for coming on tonight. As we move forward, I want to give you a little bit of an example of what, thank you for coming on, I want to give you an example of what Israelis are going through. This is an Israeli woman near the rubble, and this is how strong and the resolve that they have. Check this out.
She supports Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's decision to go to war with Iran.
But we have no choice because they want to destroy us. We have to defend on us.
So I have friends in Israel, acquaintances that I've done business with in Tel Aviv. Every single one of them have the resolve that they are grateful to what Benjamin Netanyahu is doing, and they are confident that they will be victorious in all of this. And again, folks, I will tell you, do not worry so much. I know my MAGA friends are, that this is going to be some kind of a never-ending war. This is not about a regime change where the United States goes in for decades and props up some regime that isn't going to work. This is about getting rid of the nuclear capacity from Iran. That's it. Trust President Trump. This man knows what he's doing. He's gotten us out of wars and gotten us out of more conflicts than any other sitting president I know in my lifetime. Trust President Trump. All right, another Democrat is arrested for causing a scene at an immigration court. He's running for mayor of New York. Go figure. What do you see this? Welcome back, everyone. So, I think we should look to New York as a sign of where America is headed, specifically New York City. I don't see a lot of good things coming out of New York City. So I'm going to say this with some solace, because the mayoral race in New York is a real, well, I can't say the S word, but it's an S show, to say the least, all right? You've got Cuomo now, again, the former governor of New York, running as a mayor. He's an absolute disaster. You've got this Mamdani character who is literally a socialist, a Marxist socialist who wants to have the city buy grocery stores, okay, and run them. How did that work out for most countries that go down that path? Then there's this cat, Brad Lander. He is the controller of New York currently. He's running for mayor. He got arrested today, coming out of immigration court. He was with, I guess, an illegal alien who was also arrested at the time. And he makes a whole scene, and federal agents weren't having it. Watch.
Go! Take him in. 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 Let's go. You don't have the authority to arrest U.S. citizens. Sir, you don't have the authority to arrest U.S. citizens. You don't have the... I'm not obstructing. I'm standing right here in the hallway. I asked to see the judicial warrant. By asking for a judicial warrant? You don't have the authority to arrest U.S. citizens asking for a judicial warrant.
I believe the whole thing was a stunt, just like most Democrats and the things that they do. So he was obstructing the agents, in my opinion. He asked to see the judicial order. Maybe they meant the arrest warrant in all of this. The agents saw it as obstruction. Get out of our way when we're arresting a criminal. If you don't get out of the way, you do not obey commands, you will be arrested. And so he got the shot he wants. I believe these Democrats, they all want the same thing. They want the Trump mugshot. That's the gold in their opinion. They see President Trump get arrested and he gets elected. The only difference is President Trump gets arrested for no reason, and he stands as a principled man, where these people get arrested for a reason with totally no principles at all. I'll remind you about this Mamdani guy, the socialist. He tried to barge in on Tom Homan. This goes back to March, but just to show you, they're dying for this stuff. Now, I'm going to give Mamdani a little clue. You got your stunt photo, and I'm sure it rallied your base. And shockingly, or maybe not so much, he's wildly popular in New York. The guy is leading in the polls as a full-on self-described radical socialist. He got his shot. But here's the deal. You want a meeting with Tom Homan? You're the front runner running for mayor of New York City, the largest city in this country. Tom Homan will meet with you. He'll be happy to meet with you. You don't need to act like a fool. And speaking of acting like a fool, this is Cuomo. This is cut number 5 for the guys there. Wearing a silly hat, trying to be taken seriously. These people are Looney Tunes.
The city of New York. We are the capital of diversity. 180 languages spoken in our school system. 180 different languages, people from all across the world. That makes us stronger, not weaker.
Why is he wearing the orange hat? I mean, honestly, I watched the debate. For Mr. Producer Man, do you know, was he at a mosque by any chance? And you can find, what's that? Okay. Because he was asked about this during the debate. If you can believe it, I watched the New York City mayoral debate last week for you. I guess I watch it so you don't have to see it. And he was criticized for not going to a mosque. If he was at a mosque there, go figure, he just fell for the bait. Then, of course, there's Eric Adams. Eric Adams, the current mayor of New York. Truthfully, he looks like the most normal of all. I can't believe that I'm actually saying that. Roll it.
Oh, but you're right. The extreme arm of the party
did go too far. I say it all the time. I didn't leave the party left me. The party left working class people. When they were starting to call in the President Hitler and other fascists, I said, that's not what working class people are concerned about. We need to talk about affordability, housing, public safety, these bread and butter issues. It has gone too far left, an arm of the party, and far too many working class people are saying, start talking about my issues.
All right, so to bring the segment full circle, when I tell you we can look at New York to see the direction the country is headed, especially in blue cities, if they reelect Eric Adams, we're going to see that they are moderating, even though I never thought that guy was a moderate until, of course, he got pardoned by President Trump. If they go with Mamdani, we're in trouble with these blue cities, folks, because he will set the tone for the rest of the country and the rest of the country's blue cities. It would be very, very troubling if that happens. My pick for New York City mayor, he's a good friend of mine. We ought to get him on the program. Curtis Sliwa, the founder of the Guardian Angels. I don't agree with everything that he has to say, but I certainly agree with a lot more of what he's pushing than any of the others that I just showed you. So if you live in New York, give Curtis Sliwa a look. All right, folks. Up next, Representative Omar says Somalia is better than America. Talk about it next.
Tried to shut them up.
There's no guarantee to free speech.
They tried to cancel them.
Deplatforming works.
They even threw them in jail.
Peter Navarro,
Steve Bannon,
now in prison.
But they couldn't stop them.
It's not a prison bill that will ever shut me up.
They call them rebels.
Basket of deplorables.
They call them rogues.
They claim to values or religion.
And they say they're outlaws.
These are the kind of guys you like to smack in the ass.
War Room presents Rebels, Rogues, and Outlaws.
You set out to take Vienna. Take Vienna!
The national bestseller by longtime Bannon producer Dan Fluette. Take a journey through the pictorial history of War Room in a culture that celebrates the weak. Show your support by standing with the rebels. Go to doitfluette.com or scan the QR code on your screen. Use the code RAV20 for 20% off your order. Stand with the rebels and never back down.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm going to make a declaration, and I'm not going out on a limb here. America is the greatest nation of the world. I love this country. I love the people in it, and I love all of you. Ilhan Omar, the radical congresswoman, apparently doesn't agree with me.
to be coming out of our country. I mean, I grew up in a dictatorship. And I don't even remember ever witnessing anything like that. To have a democracy, a beacon of hope for the world to now be turned into one of the worst countries where the military are in our streets.
When you marry your brother or whatever else the thing that she's doing, and you come over here and you besmirch the great name of America, you don't have a right, I don't believe, to.
TV sounds funny in the evening. You're watching live from Studio 6B on Real America's Voice.
All right, it is live from Studio 6B on Real America's Voice. 8 o'clock on a Tuesday night, June 17th. Glad you're in, everybody. Welcome on in on a busy Tuesday. Slick Rick is here. He's going to do some sports. Rick Delgado's here. He's going to do the news. Vinnie Mac.
Yes, sir.
Is here as well. Aaron and Fran holding it down as always. Slickster, how are you?
I'm doing good, Big D.
How was your day?
Yeah, we're a good day today. You know, busy like everybody else. I hate to say I'm busy because everybody in this world is busy nowadays. But the news is just moving 90 miles an hour.
Yeah.
Wow.
It sure is. The White House has called a lid at about 6:30 p.m., which would, unless they're pulling a fast one and trying to misdirect, would lead us to believe that we will not be hearing from President Trump. There was wild speculation all day that things were going to go down tonight. He's taking us to war. He's going to make a big speech. Well, they called a lid at 6:30. So as of now, we don't suspect any of that's going to happen, at least tonight. But as always, we will have our crack team on top of everything that's happening. And if something does pop off, and this 6:30 lid was some kind of misdirection, and we'll be on it. I didn't know Trump even called lids. I thought he was like a 24/7 guy.
Yeah. So that was the other guy. I called Liz at 2 o'clock.
Yeah, it's 9 a.m. Rick Delgado's here. He's going to do the news. Mr. Delgado, how are you?
I am well.
How was your day today?
My day was very subdued. A very subdued day.
Why is that?
I didn't get in till late last night. I was on 3 hours of sleep, so I took an extra long nap today. Not that anybody cares, but it helps me. So now I feel much better.
What did you have to do after the show last night?
Well, I had to go to a game. I had to go watch Connor's. He was playing a men's league game.
Oh, late.
10:30.
Wow.
Yeah.
Was it ice hockey?
Midnight.
Yeah, that's like Slick used to do that in ice hockey.
I know. Oh, yeah. I remember those
Slick
days.
used to have to leave the show at 10 and go play ice hockey
I know.
1 in the morning.
They're still calling me, but I said, I'm busy. I got to do the show. I didn't know that.
How's your hips, by the way?
Good, actually. They're good. I feel like I'm ready to rock.
Good enough to dance. I know. I can
Yes,
see
sir.
that.
I can do that still.
Okay, good.
Daily.
Vinnie Mac is here.
I can tell you that.
Vinnie Mac, how are you?
I'm doing good. I had a similar day to Delgado, so I decided to spend it amping up some Facebook battles. So it's this whole Iran thing and all this stuff going on, man. It was I woke up to looking at some alert, and then I got right to it. Started a few fires in the morning. So,
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, very good. Well, we'll talk about it. And as I said, there was speculation all day that tonight was the night, and I've seen reports that there's high frequency chatter that people know that there's B-52 bombers in the air, and I've seen all kinds of stuff. And of course, the White House called a lid at 6:30, and there's as of now no President Trump big speech to the nation, as people were saying all afternoon long. I heard it constantly. Trey Yingst from 2 minutes ago, Israel issued an evacuation order for Tehran's District 18. Iran responded by issuing an evacuation order for Tel Aviv's Neve Tzedek neighborhood. So, there's been a lot of propaganda media coming out of Iran tonight that there's going to be a big surprise tonight, that the world's going to see something that they will, remember for centuries. And as Jesse Kelly said, has anyone ever overpromised and underdelivered like Iran more than stuffed crust pizza has?
Oh, yeah.
So
they're all talk and all delay, by the way. But I don't have any problem with what Trump's considering. I mean, I understand the vile nature of Iran and how it affects us personally here in America. And sending B-52s with bunker-busting bombs seems like exactly the right move. Let's finish it.
Yeah.
If Israel can't finish it, not saying they can't, they probably could over time, but we can. It's in our best interest. This is as much about the United States as it is about Israel. So I don't understand some of the reasons. Tucker, coming out and getting us in this long war. There's no long war. They have no capacity. They have no capability. No. It's simply our planes dropping a big bomb, taking out the nukes. Hopefully the people take out the leadership or they get destroyed during that process. And it's over. This is not like Iraq and Afghanistan and all these other things. There's not one similarity to this.
I don't see anybody running to say, oh, we need to nation build here. It just seems like, you know what? You need that final little push to get it past the choke point. And if we can provide it, and it comes at really no cost to us, just some munitions. We got to use these things, see how they work anyway. Let's test it out.
Here's the cost to us, though, that I think everybody underestimates.
You know that most. By the way, I didn't know that all three of us, and then Slick, I don't know where he stands. I didn't know we were even on the same page with this. I thought I was kind of on an island by myself. I mean, Vin hadn't been on until tonight, so I didn't know where he stood. But most people don't agree with us. Even in this audience, they don't agree. Everybody has got the scenario drawn out to some long, drawn-out conflict. It's all the chatter. It's all you hear all day long. It's all the emails I get all day long. Damon, what are you talking about? This is not just going to be 5 minutes. And I'm like, really? Because it sure looks like, to me, it's going to be about 5 minutes. It's going to be years. It's going to be drawn out. It's going to land to...
Trump doesn't seem like the type who wants to draw stuff out.
No way.
He wants it pretty much, here's the deal. Let's get it done and be over with. This is not your mom and dad's federal government or military complex talking here.
Not at all.
His idea is get in, get it done, and get out. We don't need to be there, and just be done with it.
I mean, people who say, MAGA, is this what you voted for? How is the answer not yes?
That's my point exactly.
It's exactly what you voted for. It's exactly what you voted for, and the guy in there is the guy you voted for, and he hasn't changed. He talked about this endlessly
2016.
on the campaign trail, in his last term, during Biden's term, during the course of run-up to the election. I played one clip last night. I saw my friend Michael Knowles put together probably 8 different times today that Trump talked about it over the last years. The one thing they can't have is a nuclear weapon. Those are the sites you need to hit first. He talked about it incessantly. He's also talked about all the other scenarios that people are drawing up. He has absolutely made clear he's for none of that. But now people say it's like we don't know who he is. It's like he's going to war. He's as bad as Bush. He's drawn us in like everything else. Everything that's happened in the past, we have to remember and apply to this situation when it doesn't seem like it has anything to do with this situation. But people don't seem to care.
It's a false narrative completely. And I'll make a few points here for the audience that might not agree. Okay. Number one, what Delgado said and what Damon said exactly is right. This is not a long thing. This is a quick thing. Our bunker buster guys go in there. Israel's fighting the war. We're just assisting to taking out the nukes. Number two, what was the last thing Iran did? The last thing Iran did was to talk to the terrorist groups about giving them a nuke for them to use. Who are they going to use that against? Who do you think? Probably us, probably Israel, probably a lot of our friends. That's as dangerous as it gets. Last point, number three. If we don't go in there and help break down these bunkers, which, by the way, are underground and very difficult to penetrate, and that's where all the secret sauce is. What if there's a bomb down there that's ready to get made, and some rogue general of, in the Iranian army gets a hold of it and boom, sends it off? I mean, who wants to take this chance? This is every bit about this country. And you mentioned rebuilding and economic and all that stuff. The Iranian people, and we talked about this, I think, in one of our last shows, the Iranian people are more than capable of rebuilding an amazing economy because they have already done it. This was an amazing country with great people, smart people, businesses, and so on, prospered. They were under the rule of the Shah. I hope we don't go that way again. Love to see a real democracy in there. But these are not people that can't rebuild. These are really smart and good people. Let's give them a chance to do that. But as far as America First goes, this is very consistent with America First.
Yeah, and you know what's important to also see or notice is what you don't see. What aren't we seeing with just the idea of us getting involved in helping Israel finally stamp this problem out? You don't see the rest of the Middle East freaking out.
Exactly.
There's no support for them at all.
Exactly.
Daniel Horowitz makes the point
They want
tonight.
this done too.
He said there's a lot of unanswered questions here, but one thing is quite clear. There is no broader conflict with other countries siding with Iran. They are alone and they have zero leverage.
Yeah. That's why I said, look, normally if you see, the rest of the region like, oh, you're getting involved in the Muslim, they don't care. Because they're all on the, hey, Iran's been a pain in our butt for far too long. If you guys do it, hey, thanks a lot. We'll take it from there. And I think that's part of what they realize is that, again, Trump doesn't want to bring us in and nation build another failed state in the form of Iran. So I think it's a matter of, hey, these guys are the bad dudes. We've known it for a long time. They've killed a bunch of our people, by the way, and they've targeted our people, especially our president, for assassination. And we could probably lend Israel a few bombs to finish the job, and then they can go about, cleaning house.
You know what, Rick? We've been at war with them for 25, 30 years, maybe even longer.
1979, maybe?
Since legitimately since 1979. Yeah. We've been at war with them. You know how many of our guys and gals they've killed?
Over 600?
600 or so? Yeah, terrorist organizations that have supported all the things that they've done. We've been at war with them. No different than sort of the war we've had with China, but they're not out sort of blatantly blowing things up. They're poisoning us, and they're doing all sorts of other stuff. So this is not like something that's brand new. This is going to end it, hopefully.
I mean, what's amazing to me is how many people have walked this line. Of course, they won't fully commit. Even Tucker won't fully commit. They've walked this line of like kind of throwing Trump under the bus, kind of saying, oh, he's not what we voted for. Oh, he's changed. Oh, he's this. And then, they don't really fully commit to it because they don't want to get caught. If he does this and it's like a 5-minute thing and it's done, what are they going to say? They're going to say, well, that's terrible that you finished it off like that. But how many people have kind of just jumped off the bandwagon saying, this is not this is not that? They've got all of these. I mean, some of them are so crazy to me.
Yeah.
The scenarios people have.
Especially when you see somebody like
ground war. Really? The country of 9 million is going to invade the country of 90 million from 2,400 kilometers away? That's an interesting ground war. What?
It's not happening.
And who's called for that? Yep. Who's one person that's called for that? Nobody.
Yeah. And what's crazy is that Thomas Massey is kind of trying to get Congress.
Oh boy.
To put a stop to the president, I guess any president ever having the command of the military to do stuff like this. And he's being supported by Ilhan Omar and the squad.
Of course, because it's the dumbest, stupidest thing.
That's enough to make you go, okay, they're on the wrong side.
George Bush needed to go do stuff, and he did. He went out and got bin Laden. He didn't have to go to Congress for it. Trump doesn't either. This is just typical
Obama, you mean? Didn't
derangement
Obama get bin Laden?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Obama and even George Bush. He didn't have to do any of that after 9/11.
All right, more on this. Lots of other news. 13 past the hour. Sports. Everything coming up. Live from Studio 6B.
Veronica.
My name is Darvin.
I'm Courtney.
I'm Jackie.
And we switched to Consumer Cellular. My previous provider was terrible.
Surprise, we've changed your rate.
We wouldn't get to talk to a person.
And then all of a sudden it disconnects.
Now with Consumer Cellular, no problems.
Better customer service. They tell me exactly what I'm paying and why I'm paying for it.
It's within $1 of being half of my old bill.
With Verizon, I was paying about $150 a month. With Consumer Cellular, I'm paying about half that.
Okay, this is doable. This is affordable.
I'm getting the exact same coverage for half the price. That's a beautiful thing.
Done deal.
I got to keep my phone. I got to keep my number.
Switching over took about 20 minutes. That's it.
It's month to month, very simple.
It's been amazing.
I was now a Consumer Cellular customer.
And I've been bragging to my friends about it too.
Call 1-800-726-2125.
To switch and save up to half with Consumer Cellular. Plus, new customers can save $25 when they switch today.
Be part of a historic event. Join Lech Walesa, Nobel Peace Prize winner and one of the world's greatest leaders, on his first ever grand lecture tour across North America. Meet the global hero who changed the course of history and inspired millions. Now, the greatest challenges of our time lie ahead. Walesa will take you behind the scenes of one of history's greatest turning points to draw lessons for a future we must build together. Register now at historyexplorer.com.
Funerals can be emotionally devastating for a family to go through. Besides the sorrow, loved ones are left with the high cost of arranging a funeral. Funeral Advantage was formed to help protect your family when they need it most. It pays your loved ones up to $20,000 immediately for funeral and any other expenses.
It's a good feeling to know that my family will be taken care of if anything happens to me.
Funerals can easily cost $9,000 or more, but government benefits pay only $255, leaving your loved ones to pay the rest.
It's so easy. Just answer a few simple health questions. This is so affordable, even for someone like me who's on a fixed income.
If you're 40 to 85, get information on how to protect your family. Funeral Advantage is something we all need. There's no risk or obligation. Call now.
Get the facts about how easy it is to protect your family. Call 800-849-7919. Don't wait. Call now.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active? Introducing the EasyWell Remedy Massage System, a triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax. The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it. Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
All right, 17 past the hour, live from Studio 6B. Slick's in doing sports. Delgado's here doing the news. Vinnie Mac's going to do some news as well. Aaron and Fran holding it down as always. Glad to see everybody in the chat, wherever you're watching. Rumble, Facebook, X, YouTube, Getter, Facebook, wherever you're watching. We appreciate it. Make sure you hit the like, subscribe, thumbs up, comment. Just engage in the chat. We always appreciate that. Good to see everybody in there. We don't always all agree, but it's great to have everybody active and in the chat and talking about how they feel about what's going on. There's a lot going on in the world here. It's important stuff. But just back to my point I was talking about in the break, I think the thing that amazes me the most about all of this is the lack of trust in the guy that we put in the Oval Office. We put him there for a reason. It's not like he doesn't have any history with talking about these things, how he feels about intervention in these places, or how he sees the American military and what their job is. I don't think you can also overlook J.D. Vance in that. When you talk about that as well. J.D. Vance today put out what I thought was an excellent summation of how he sees this from, as he called it, from the inside. Let me just pull that up because I thought that was actually very good. And again, to his point, he says, actually it was Roger O'Hanley today, I think it was. He said, President Trump's not going to drag us into Afghanistan 2.0. He's not going to drag us into Iraq 2.0. He's not going to drag us into Ukraine 2.0. He won't allow Hamas October 7th 2.0. We had peace during his first term, and you know what he accomplished then? He's dropped MOABs on the Taliban, unleashing American military on ISIS, dropped bombs on Iranian generals, took out Soleimani. Peace through strength, not pure isolationism. He's not dragging us into forever conflicts, but he will use America's military to punch people in the face and get them back to the negotiating table when they need to be.
Well said.
He's been very consistent on this, and he will continue to do so.
Harumph.
And again, I disagreed with him on everything when it came to the debt ceiling. I couldn't agree with him more on all of this. I think he's dead nuts on.
Yeah. And again, just if you want to see his, for those that might doubt, we're going to get dragged into this forever war thing, look at what he did to the caliphate. He said, generals, go take these guys out, get rid of them. And what did he do? He unleashed the military over the course of weeks, maybe a few months. That was taken care of. And guess what? Then we left. We didn't try to nation build. We didn't try to, go into Syria and say, okay, now we're going to fix this problem. We got out. That was it. And it was done. I mean, if that gives you, if that doesn't alleviate any pause you might have for this tactic, which is a tactic I've been in favor of for God knows how long, is why do we end up there so long? Why? And then you find out why, because it makes a lot of people a lot of money, or very little people, higher up people, a lot of money, and that's why they like doing it.
Yeah.
But in terms of, when people go, Afghanistan war was 20 years, it was 3 months, 4 months of really taking it to them and beating them down. And then the rest was, we have to rebuild the roads and the schools, and the women need this and the people need that, and we have to do this. It became this project that was never meant to be.
And I understand people might be a little misinformed or jumping to that conclusion. It's not true in my view, what you just said, 3 months or 3 years or whatever. Not in this case.
No.
This is a couple of days. But if you look at the totality of what Trump has actually done since he became president, and I could not agree with Damon more in terms of trusting your president. We voted for this guy. He's done everything he said he's going to do. There's never been a president in my lifetime that has laid out a plan and one by one knocks it off. They always get sidetracked. They can't fulfill everything. There's one or two promises. What does Trump do? Okay, put this Iran thing aside for a second. Panama. The Chinese are controlling one of the biggest ports in the world, and it affects our national sovereignty. What does he do? He goes right after that. He's not starting a war. He's basically showing, we're not putting up with this. Greenland. We're not taking over Greenland. It's a strategic place, again, against China. Mm-hmm. Canada. He had to kind of bitch slap them a little bit because of his tariff thing. So he's messing with them. These are all things that you could say, he's going to start World War III. He's going to start all this stuff. No, he's doing what he told us he's going to do. He's evening the playing field. He's straightening things out because it's gone crazy. And this Iran thing has gone mental. We had Obama shipping billions of dollars in cash there, enabling them to do all the stuff they've done. Trump gets in office and he tightens that ship. He gets out of that dumbass deal, which wasn't effective. They lied every day. It was a farce. And by the way, all those inspectors, maybe not everyone, but a lot of them, they were getting bribed. They weren't going to the places that they were supposed to go. Then Biden gets in office. There's a whole other appeasement thing. This thing's gotten out of control. Finally, they got to the point where they can do something with a nuclear weapon. That's what this is about. That's all the stuff Trump has done. He's protecting us. Mm-hmm. He's made America first with these international moves.
J.D. Vance today, it's the tweet I was talking about. Aaron, if you want to put it up. He says, look, I'm seeing this from the inside, and I'm amiably biased towards our president and my friend, but there's a lot of crazy stuff on social media, so I want to address some things directly on the Iran issue. First, POTUS has been amazingly consistent over 10 years that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. Over the last few months, he encouraged his foreign policy team to reach a deal with the Iranians to accomplish this goal. The president has made clear that Iran cannot have uranium enrichment, and he said repeatedly that this would happen one of two ways, the easy way or the other way. Second, I've seen a lot of confusion over the issue of civilian nuclear power and uranium enrichment. These are distinct issues. Iran could have civilian nuclear power without enrichment, but Iran rejected that. Meanwhile, they've enriched uranium far above the levels necessary for any civilian purpose. They've been found in violation of their non-proliferation obligations by the International Atomic Energy Agency, which is hardly a right-wing organization. That's for sure, by the way. It's one thing to want civilian nuclear energy. It's another thing to demand sophisticated enrichment capacity. And it's still another to cling to enrichment while simultaneously violating basic non-proliferation obligations and enriching right to the point of weapons-grade uranium. I've yet to see a single good argument for why Iran needs to enrich uranium well above the thresholds for civilian use. I've yet to see a single good argument for why Iran was justified in violating its non-proliferation obligations. I've yet to see a single good pushback against the IAEA's findings. Meanwhile, the president has shown remarkable restraint in keeping our military focused on protecting our troops and protecting our citizens. He may decide he needs to take further action to end Iranian enrichment. That decision ultimately belongs to the president. And of course, people are right to be worried about foreign entanglements after the last 25 years of idiotic foreign policy.
Yeah.
But I believe the president has earned the trust on this issue. And having seen this up close and personal, I can assure you that he's only interested in using the American military to accomplish the American people's goals. Whatever he does, that is his focus.
That's right. That's well said. That's spot on. It should satisfy everyone because nobody wants what we had, which is a George Bush, Dick Cheney, multi-year war machine, money grab, whatever you want to call it. That whole process was uncalled for. Nobody wants that. Donald Trump doesn't want that. I haven't heard him once speak positively about any of that stuff. And I do want to raise one last point about this trust your president thing, because what you said is how we all should feel, because we voted for a guy in big numbers, and you got to trust him to accomplish some of the stuff. Even this debt ceiling thing, that's bugging a lot of people. If you want to criticize him, well, that's probably the one you can really jump to. I don't think there's anything else. And I have a feeling if we trust him through this process, we might just get that resolved too. Maybe not to everybody's satisfaction, but to satisfaction. I'm hoping we do. But you're not talking about a guy that's BS'd his way through the presidency. Last time in 2016, he accomplished more. And this time around, the same thing.
All right, live from Studio 6B, 26 past the hour. We'll do sports when we get back, and then we'll jump back on this, plus other news. Glad you're in on a Tuesday night.
Do you have time to take a survey for our disabled veterans? Do you have time to take a survey? Hey, do you have time to take a survey? Hey, ma'am, how are you today?
I'm good, how are you?
Great. Well, I'm with Disabled American Veterans. Do you have a moment to chat?
Yes,
Awesome. If you had the opportunity to say thank you to a disabled veteran, do you know what you would say?
I feel like I just thank him for what he's done for me,
We actually have that opportunity right now.
Oh my God.
If you turn around, we have one of our veterans with us.
Hi.
Hi, my name's Mike. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. I just want to thank you so much for risking your life for me and everyone here, and I thank you for the sacrifices you made, and I appreciate you.
You seem a little emotional. What's going on?
I looked down at your arm and I shook your hand, and I realized that you did it at the cost for me. You did it for me, and you didn't have to, and I just thank you for sacrificing yourself for me.
It's okay. I'd do it again and again.
You can show your gratitude as well when you call the number on your screen right away, or go to helpdav.org today with your monthly gift of only $19. When you do, we'll send you your very own DAV blanket as a symbol of the care you're making possible for veterans.
When you support DAV, you're supporting veterans like me when we need you the most.
Please Call or go online to helpdav.org right away. Your monthly gift makes a difference in the lives of our veterans, now and into their future.
There's nothing worse than losing your dog before their time. So why do so many dog foods contain awful things a human would never eat? To save his pets, world-famous veterinarian Dr. Marty knew he had to change what was in their bowl.
That's why I created Dr. Marty Nature's Blend, my breakthrough formula that's changed everything about dog food.
Nature's Blend contains nothing but all-natural ingredients, designed to help dogs with everything from digestive issues to itching and paw licking, even moving around better. And that's because Nature's Blend is freeze-dried. So instead of destroying the nutrients with high heat, we gently preserve them, and you'll see the difference in your dog.
Take it from a veterinarian with over 50 years of experience saving dogs' lives. I have never seen a food make this much impact on a dog's health.
Such a huge difference in her health. More energy, more playful, no more pooping issues. He's healthier, he looks better.
Dr. Marty has thousands of 5-star reviews. And for a limited time, get up to 54% off Dr. Marty Nature's Blend, plus a free gift with our special TV offer. Call or go to drmartypets.com/TV. That's drmartypets.com/TV.
Our officers are some of like the best and most highly trained that there are. We've seen just record amounts of arrests, and we expect it to continue. There's been an increase in, assaults on us. It makes it a little bit more, unsafe for everybody.
Sounds like the target vehicle might be on. It's a big day.
We'll just go stage around the corner and wait for that person to come outside. Put your hands up.
You don't want to be recorded. Don't commit crimes. Don't come into our country illegally. So we made it to the Immigration and Customs Enforcement building here in Chicago, seeing if there's any protesters. We got a few out here. Let's go see if we can talk to them. Got a few protesters out here. What is up with the umbrellas? Why do you cover your face? What are you hiding from? These pathetic little communist trolls. COVID is over. You don't need the mask unless you're criminals. Why is the Rainbow Push Coalition supporting illegal aliens when illegal aliens disproportionately negatively affect the black community? That's not true. It is true. It doesn't matter about black jobs. This is about raising money for their coalition. With a communist... All right, guys, so we're here, Gary, Indiana, Gary Airport. They'll pick up the illegals. They'll bring them down from the main headquarters.
There's flights going every day to a lot of states picking up people that are ready to be removed from the U.S.
Intentional. This was intentional. They intentionally invaded our country. The devil is the deceiver. It's got to stop. It's got to stop.
All right, 32 past the hour, live from Studio 6B on a Tuesday night. Great preview there of the new Law and Border with Ben. I don't know. I think I got to talk to Ben. I mean, he's just nuts.
He's awesome. That's a great.
He's
got to start being more careful. I mean, he's
just unreal.
I don't know,
man.
No, I mean, I don't know. But no one does it any better.
Yep.
But I don't know. He just seems like he's just. You know what I mean?
He's been doing it for so long. I think he just makes it look easy.
Just jumping up in the middle with your phone.
He deserves an Emmy.
He's been doing that for years now, and in some of the most dangerous places. Remember, we've talked to him when he was, over borders and hiding in bush
in the jungle.
Yeah, stuff like that. So
man, that guy
being able to be in a building with windows and doors is probably a luxury.
Yeah, I mean, it's just incredible. But he's just got to be. I don't know. I just think he's got to take his safety a little more. and I mean, I'm just projecting here. He's probably listening, saying, "Shut up, you idiot." I do, but it just seems to me that he needs to be a little more careful.
Knowing Ben, he probably puts his life in God's hands. That's the kind of guy Ben is.
Well, I'm sure you're right about that, Slick, but I just want him to be safe. So, all right, let's good lead into Do Sports with Slickster. Sports is brought to you by our friend Mike Lindell, MyPillow, MyPillow.com. Use our code LFSXP if you want to shop at MyPillow. Obviously, all the great stuff from pillows to sheets to towels to slippers to clothes to all kinds of great stuff. My store as well. Remember, if you want to try that coffee or some of the other things Mike has, he also has mystore.com, which, of course, our code works at as well. Slick's got sports. What's going on, Slickster?
Well, big night tonight in the NHL. The Stanley Cup is hoping to retain its residency in Florida. They're hoping to stay down in Florida and not get a one-way ticket back to Edmonton for a Game 7, because Game 6 going on right now in Amerant Bank Stadium down in Florida with the 3-2 lead for the Florida Panthers in the series, and they just went up 1-0 early in the first period. We will track that game tonight, but a Stanley Cup could be awarded, or I should say re-awarded, to the Florida Panthers if they can win tonight and keep the cup at home. If not, then they're going to force a Game 7, and, well, you never know how that's going to end up in Edmonton. I'd like to see the Florida keep it in the United States. Be nice to see a championship at the White House, right, Rick? We were talking before the game, and we'll see what happens. But right now, Panthers up 1-0, 12:23 to go there in the first period. And, well, NBA Finals next game will be on Thursday night. That'll be a Game 6. Right now, OKC with a very dominant win last night. I mean, Pacers did close it to about 5 with about 6 minutes to go in the fourth, but then the Thunder just pulled away, and right now they lead that series 3-2. Again, a must-win situation for Indiana, I should say, on Game 6, and that'll be Thursday night. We'll obviously have that for you on the show as well. Get to some baseball scores real quick. Marlins 6-3 over the Phillies, middle of the 8th. Bottom 7th, the Tigers lead the Pirates 5-3. Rockies over the Nationals 3-1, top of the 7th. Top 6, Angels blanking the Yankees 3-0 in the Bronx. Diamondbacks 3-2 over the Blue Jays, top of the 5th. Bottom 4, Reds lead the Twins 2-1 in Cincinnati. Middle of the 2nd, Mets blanking the Braves 3-0 down in Atlanta. Tampa Rays and Orioles tied at 1, bottom 4. Bottom 3, we have the Cardinals over the White Sox 5-1. KC Royals lead the Rangers 3-0 down in Texas, bottom 2nd. Also bottom 2nd, we have the Brewers over the Cubs 2-0 in Wrigley. Red Sox Mariners, Guardians Giants, Astros Athletics, Padres and Dodgers all coming up between 9:45 and 10:10 first pitch. So full plate there in the Major League Baseball. And, well, on the subject we were talking about, guys, let's talk about this one. I got to navigate some F-bombs here, but I'll be very careful. UFC fighter Sean Strickland urges Trump not to be involved in Israel's war. One-time UFC middleweight champion joins former MLB player in questioning potential U.S. military involvement. Seems to be some has-beens, but just the same, sports weighing in, and not in a positive way for the president right now, although both of them are supporters of Trump, I should say. Soon to be, maybe not. I don't know. Jackson Thompson of Fox News. One-time UFC middleweight champion Sean Strickland made his stance clear on the notion of America joining Israel in a war against Iran on Tuesday. The 34-year-old fighter sent a post on X in response to a post from President Donald Trump urging the commander-in-chief not to involve the U.S. in the ongoing conflict. Trump's post boasted about the U.S. military's taking complete and total control over the skies of Iran. America doesn't want to be involved in Israel's war. This is not our war. We don't want it. You were elected by the people. Listen to the people who elected you. We do not want this, Strickland wrote in his response to Trump. Strickland has previously expressed support for Trump, and the president has occasionally been in attendance to watch Strickland fight in the octagon at past events. Strickland even publicly declared his support for Trump after a win over Paulo Costa at UFC 302 back in June of 2024. However, Strickland has also been vocal in his stance that he does not want Trump to side with Israel at the cost of American interest. In a February 10th X post, Strickland even suggested he would start waving a Palestinian flag amid report of a deal for Trump to sell $8 billion worth of arms to Israel. Man, if Trump keeps this BS up, I'm about to start waving a Palestinian flag. American cities are bleep holes, and you want to go spend billions on this dumpster fire. Did we make a mistake? This ain't America first, Strickland wrote. I know it's not popular on the show, but just reading what he said. Also, former Cincinnati Reds shortstop Zach Cozart, who has also been a staunch Trump supporter in the past, expressed a similar sentiment to Strickland in a post on X on Monday. If Trump gets us in a war, I'll no longer support him, and I'm sure most of you know I love Trump, Cozart said. So
sounds like it.
Yeah, well, I'm just,
What'd you vote for him for?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you voted for him for what? All the other days to sit in the Oval Office? These are the moments that these are the moments that a president is carved out for. That he's either meant for, he rises to the challenge or not. These are the moments. I mean, what did you vote for him for? For this moment to say, oh, this is when I abandon him, seems completely counterproductive to me.
Yeah, and for Strickland to say, I'd wave a Palestinian flag, I mean, really?
That's ridiculous.
That's crazy.
Then if you're willing to do that just because of this, you were probably never America first. Nobody on our side would say, oh, well, you know what? I'm so not on board with this particular policy.
Yeah.
I'm going to actually advocate for murderers.
Right.
If Trump were a sports team, speaking on sports, and you really felt this way, he's like 25-1. Okay,
Exactly.
I mean, if you look at his record here, he's nailed everything. Yeah. Tell me one thing that he's left out there, and the jury's still out on this bill. He's nailed everything. How can you just criticize? It's just, you can't be a fly-by-night fan. You got to follow what Damon's saying. He's our president. You need to trust him through this process.
And I get that, but you don't have to be on board with every single thing as well. I mean, I'm fine with they don't want to do the Israel thing. But don't sit there and be like, I'm gonna fly a Palestinian.
Right.
That's taking it
that's
too
where you
far.
kind of
I agree with
you kind of be like,
don't
right,
jump ship.
You don't need
because
that.
of
now you're just
Exactly.
being an idiot because now you're just showing
Right. It's like disagreeing with your wife over something. You're going to file for divorce. You know, I mean, simple thing like, what color do you want to paint the bedroom? I mean, really. And just for the record, I obviously stand with President Trump as well, and I support certainly any type of military action that is necessary because we definitely see what's going on, and they're very dangerous. And you're right, Rick. I should say, you're right, Vin. A rogue general could easily ruin this world.
That's what that's
a
what
very
the threat
good point.
really is.
Yeah.
Look at what Hamas did when they flew into Israel with these little hang gliders. Look at what they did.
Yep.
Right.
They slaughtered a couple of thousand people, and then they took hostages. Yeah. Imagine if they had a capability of even a dirty bomb. Just that nuclear stuff. I mean, it's real stuff. This
and
is
the
not
fallout and the fallout from this afterwards. What could happen? I mean, with the obviously the nuclear fallout could kill millions of people.
And we had our last president who wasn't watching the store and allowed 15 to 20 million people, allowed 15 to 20 million people into this country. A lot of them are terrorists that we're trying to hunt down right now because this conflict does raise the ante. And you want us to be vulnerable to anything. And then you got cartels in Mexico. They want to take us down too because we're shutting them down because of what Trump did. So there's not a lot of very pleasant people out there that want to do good here to us. Trump's being a good guy here.
Here's what I'd like for people in the chat. I have no problem with you calling names to any of us on the show, but just explain your position with it. Instead of just saying whatever, hey, you're an idiot. You're delusional. That's fine. Just tell us, please explain your position and tell us why so I can read them.
Well, that's why we do the show. We know we're delusional.
That's all. I just want to know.
Well, who do you call delusional? Okay.
Well, me, of course. Well, I think all of us. But that's all it says. So I just explain it. I said this the other day. Steve Day said this morning on X, and I agree with President Trump and how well he says, I trust POTUS here for two reasons that I wouldn't trust a typical Republican president to manage the current situation with Iran. Number one, his foreign policy resume is the best of any president since I came of voting age, including successfully navigating complex scenarios in this very region of the world. He more than has proof of concept here, which I think is an absolute great point.
Exactly.
Number two, I absolutely believe at the first sign this goes against our country's self-interest, Trump will cut bait. He's not some neocon on a dogmatic mission to, quote, bring democracy to the Middle East wherever it ever wanted it or not. He's the utter pragmatist to the core. For example, if Israel's initial strike were not successful and or had incurred undue civilian casualties, I absolutely believe Trump would be less bullish than he is now. Trump will act in America's interest first, foremost, and only here. He's not dogmatic about anything other than what he believes is winning. And I mean, for better or worse, I agree with that. All right, more of this live from Studio 6B.
having trouble hearing your TV or listening to conversations in loud spaces?
I think as my hearing loss has gotten worse, I'm not as engaging as I was before.
Then it might be time to consider Nano hearing aids. The days of expensive hearing aids are over. Recent changes in the law have allowed for over-the-counter hearing aids sold direct and shipped to your home, which means no more having to go to a doctor and spend thousands.
The fact that you're able to go direct, the pricing was phenomenal. It just was a win-win all the way around.
Nano hearing aids are incredibly affordable and deliver outstanding high-quality volume with superior noise reduction.
When you put nanos in your ears, truly amazes me that you can hear so much better.
Don't mistake nanos for cheap amplifiers. Nanos are FDA-registered OTC hearing aids. They are lightweight and simple to use, and their tiny in-ear design makes them nearly invisible. And best of all, they are rechargeable, saving you hundreds of dollars on batteries.
They are so small and so powerful. Just makes my life so much better.
Don't be fooled by overpriced hearing aids. Prescription hearing aids could cost $3,000 or more. Order now and get 2 Nano CIC rechargeable hearing aids for only $397. You get a free portable charging case, a $79 value, free 24/7 lifetime telephone support, and free shipping. Plus, all Nanos come with a 45-day money-back guarantee. Try them, and if you're not happy, return them for a full refund.
Just so easy, so affordable. Just go ahead and do it.
Nano hearing aids are only $397. But wait, we are so confident you are going to love your Nanos, we are offering $100 off through this special TV offer. Order now and you'll get 2 Nano CIC rechargeable hearing aids for only $297. Call and order your Nano hearing aids right now and get all the benefits of being able to hear again without having to spend thousands.
Call 800-226-2107. That's 800-226-2107.
Funerals can be emotionally devastating for a family to go through. Besides the sorrow, loved ones are left with the high cost of arranging a funeral. Funeral Advantage was formed to help protect your family when they need it most. It pays your loved ones up to $20,000 immediately for funeral and any other expenses.
It's a good feeling to know that my family will be taken care of if anything happens to me.
Funerals can easily cost $9,000 or more, but government benefits pay only $255, leaving your loved ones to pay the rest.
It's so easy, just answer a few simple health questions. This is so affordable, even for someone like me who's on a fixed income.
If you're 40 to 85, get information on how to protect your family. Funeral Advantage is something we all need. There's no risk or obligation. Call now.
Get the facts about how easy it is to protect your family. Call 800-849-7919. Don't wait. Call now.
Oh, yeah, we're on. All right, 13 to the hour, live from Studio 6B on a Tuesday night. Glad you're in. Slick's going to do some more sports. Yeah. Delgado's going to do some headlines, greatest headlines in the world, coming up right now. Vinny will have some thoughts after that. Aaron and Fran holding it down as always. Let's get to the greatest headlines in the world with Rick Delgado, brought to you by our friends at EternalLifeCoin.com. Mr. Delgado, what are those headlines?
All right. Well, it has to do with I need FaceTime, and I'm not talking about Slick. I'm talking about this new New York City mayoral candidate who's also the New York City comptroller, Brad Ladner, getting arrested after a chaotic arrest by ICE agents at immigration court earlier today. This is cut number one. Check this out. As the mayor wannabe, who's polling probably around Kamala Harris numbers in some of these New York City polls for mayor, gets arrested. Cut number one. Check this out. As he's trying to escort an illegal immigrant who they had a warrant for his arrest. And yes, he was looking for the cameras, and he finally found them. I think he brought half of them with him. Because this is the way these people operate.
Look.
Making your own documentary.
Yes.
Keep it going. Another 5 seconds here. Make sure we got the pictures.
Now, keep in mind, he's a New York City comptroller. And I wanted to make sure that I had the proper definition here for that. Just so people know,
I got the camera's in front of me. All right, let me resist a little bit. The camera's over here. All right, let me resist a little more.
Jerry, can you resist to the left a little, please?
Move your tie to the left.
Yeah, move your tie over and mess up your hair a little. Look ruffled.
Yes.
And action.
Here we go.
So there he is.
No body slam.
Amazing, amazing. What's amazing about this is all these elected officials, if he wants to talk to Tom Homan, how hard do you think it would be for an elected official to talk to Tom Homan?
Well, it would be very easy, especially for the fact that he's an accountant. He's the accountant for New York City as the New York City comptroller. He doesn't have authorities to enforce any law or look at any paperwork or demand any warrants for arrest, because again, he's an accountant for the city. That's basically his job. But there he is trying to get some face time, and let's face it, he needs all the help he can get. Here he is, cut number 6. He comes out after being released, after being arrested.
And action.
And go. Here is
make
cut
sure
number
that at
6.
least they get as much help as we can provide, as New York City, as New York State can provide to help them avoid being separated or being detained.
Shoot the tears.
But then when we went back upstairs again, we had these next 2 cases. This
There's that
Yoruba
little
gentleman,
troll Hochul behind
and
him.
then Edgardo, who we just tried to walk out of the building. And I think you saw the video. All I tried to do was just hold it.
Get this demented fool off my screen.
Did he have a fake limp too?
What's amazing about the opportunism from this guy is that, hey, Aaron, if you just throw up that video without the audio, just to show in front of him, he already had a placard ready to go that showed his name. So see it right there?
Aaron?
He just got released. But somehow he had a piece of paper that was printed up properly so they could set it up on a podium with his name on it. Just amazing. Finally, from the grifter known as Brad Ladner, New York City comptroller, who's not going to be elected mayor and probably lose his job as comptroller. Here is Kathy Hochul, the governor.
Oh boy,
of New York, coming out.
If I ever pre-bombed the clip,
this is pre-bombed.
You're going to like this one.
I'm pre-bomber.
Yeah.
No.
How dare
see, we
they?
talked over her big line.
Yeah, we know. It's BS. She says.
Who's been going down there
She's
for
real
weeks
tough.
to escort people who are
Get her off
afraid
the
to
screen,
walk
this
into
demented fool, inside and out. Get out.
Damon's releasing bunker busters on these clips.
Sick of these people.
Proactively taking out those
guns for you.
This is why we're going to win in a landslide in 26, by the way.
Yeah.
The
Yes.
left keeps buying the farm on the dumbest stuff that is so off base. Let's let them keep going. I mean, let's not resist this. Just keep going. Keep burying yourself.
So Lander spent about 4 hours in custody before he ambled outside onto 26 Federal Plaza, escorted by his wife and the aforementioned Governor Kathy Crazy Eyes Hochul, and announced the assault and obstruction charges against him that were dropped. Just an amazing thing. Just seeking some time, because let's face it, this is what they do. They look for cameras and try to get themselves famous. You never heard of Brad Lander before this, right?
Look at Padilla. Look at this other Ann Landers. What's his name? And Barry Lander.
Brad Landers. Brad Lander. Yeah, something like that.
You got Padilla. You got Lander. Padilla put out a statement saying, "Well, I just happened to be in Los Angeles and I went to this thing." He flew there purposely to go into this thing. They're just such liars and disingenuous.
Yeah, it's an amazing, another amazing display. So there you have it. That's probably the biggest news story in the world coming out of New York City today, David. If you were paying attention to that. Did you hear about this? President Trump was asked about calling Minnesota Governor Tim Walz over the shooting, of course, of those legislators in the state of Minnesota over the past weekend, with the shooter now in custody. I think he was due in front of a judge today. I'll try and follow up and see what came of that. But here's President Trump when asked if he'd be calling Governor Walz about what happened last weekend. Cut number 3. Check this out.
On Minnesota, there were a lot of horrific details that came out today about the suspect who's been charged there. Have you called the governor yet or been able to speak to any of them?
I don't really call him. He appointed this guy to a position. I think the governor of Minnesota is so whacked out. I'm not calling him. Why would I call him? I could call him and say, "Hi, how you doing?" The guy doesn't have a clue. He's a mess. So used to call him, but why waste time?
He's right.
I mean, exactly right.
He's right.
And this is what any of us would say, by the way, in a situation like this. That's why he's so good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Why?
Just
and he's
amazing.
nuts.
Yeah. Exactly.
And he already made the point. The guy appointed him, so he's no judge of character, clearly. What's he going to call him and say to him? Hey, what did you see in this guy? Well, I mean, what's he going to say to him?
Yeah.
That's exactly right. Why would I call him and waste my time?
Amazing.
I got bigger things to worry about than this.
100% right.
Yeah.
At least, I mean, as far as, I don't mean this, meaning this is a horrific story, but talking to that doofus, I'll talk to my people and figure it out. I don't need to talk to him. The hell's he going to tell me?
Anyhow, just a quick little update. I know you're wondering about the New York City mayor election.
Oh, boy.
Because I guess today is primary day. New York City primaries. No, they're officially 1 week away. But right now, as it stands, former
the lunatic
governor,
guy, like the crazy lunatic, really crazy guy. What's his name?
Zoran Mamdani.
Yeah,
is that him?
Is that the guy who wants the government to operate all the food stores?
I mean,
just
he's even got
full-blown communism.
He's even got the leftists calling him too leftist.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So far, believe it or not, it looks like former Governor Cuomo has a substantial lead. As some have him up 20, 30 points. Some polls, believe it or not.
New York is just cooked, man.
The betting odds, according to this online prediction market, predicted Cuomo's odds of success 70% to win the Democratic nomination.
He's so beatable. That's okay. I mean, before a Republican,
right?
He is beatable. I mean, his whole COVID thing and so on, I think, fine. He wins that primary. We'll run against him and hopefully bring in a better candidate. But he's beatable, and I'm not worried about any of that.
Yeah.
And so they're lunatics. This other guy's a lunatic.
Oh, he's totally nuts.
I mean, it's kind of like the lesser of three evils here.
Yeah, and current mayor, New York City Mayor Eric Adams, currently polling, according to Marist College, around 11%. But again, he's not running as a Democrat in this primary. He's running as an independent. Yep. So we'll see what happens when it comes to the general later on.
All right, live from Studio 6B. That was a quick hour one. Hour two coming back. Vinnie Mac will kick us off. Hour two. Slick will do some more sports, all coming up right after this.
Looks like Florida just scored a second goal.
Yep.
2-0. Inside a minute. Over.
Hello friends, Pat Boone here with a message from the past. Imagine the shock of reading tomorrow's newspaper and discovering the price of gold has doubled to over $1,000 an ounce. Sound impossible? Well, it's not. That's right. Back in 2006, my friends at Swiss America forecast gold prices would top $1,000 an ounce, and they were right. Today, several financial firms are forecasting $3,000 gold. Now, for over 40 years, Swiss America has helped folks like you and me purchase precious metals for home delivery and for our IRAs. So don't miss this opportunity again. Call or text Swiss America at the number on your screen now to receive your free portfolio review and a copy of The Timeless Truth About Gold and Silver. Learn for yourself how easy it is to safeguard your money. Call or text Swiss America today.
We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Join the over 2 million Americans who love this country. Join the over 2 million members who love America. Join AMAC.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active? Introducing the EasyWell Remedy Massage System. a triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax. The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it. Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
Hey, Real America's Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored, and it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec.
And so many more.
And the best part?
You can watch Real America's Voice right there on Getter.
Live.
So join the conversation.
Hop on the Getter chat room.
Engage with patriots who are just like you.
Good morning, Getter friends.
We're breaking news, we're delivering the truth, and we're doing it on Getter
every single day.
So don't wait. Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
It isn't just an app. It isn't just a social media platform. It's a community.
I think that's finally over this week. Next week, look out. Here come the 90s.
Heat wave's coming.
Finally get the pool heated up and maybe actually use it.
And Thursday it's going to get a
I
little
hear
hot.
Saturday could be 90s.
Yeah. Okay, let's go.
Looking forward to it.
Big D's got to get his pool going. Come on.
Oh, the pool's open, but it's got ice cubes on top of it. I mean, it's ridiculous.
Oh, you got to put the heater on, and I'll wear my one
Well,
piece.
why put the
He's
heater
in the
on?
jacuzzi.
Every night, it's just going to, you're just wasting it.
He's in the jacuzzi.
Well, yeah, I do use that a lot, but the pool, let's just forget it. It's dirty, and I haven't even bothered giving any time to it, but I will now.
We need to have a party this year at Damon's.
Farmer Brooks says, Damon, come to Arizona. A little toasty here. Oh, I'll bet it is.
It's always toasty there.
If I come to Arizona, though, I'm bringing my golf clubs. Where can we play? I know you got some great golf out there.
Oh, they got great golf there.
So
140 degrees, but sorry.
Yeah.
Shake and bake, baby.
Yeah, no, I love when they say it's a dry heat, though.
Yeah, it's a dry, more like a dry heave.
Yeah, exactly. 9 o'clock on the East Coast, Real America's Voice. Glad you're in. Slick's going to do some more sports in an hour or two. Damon, do the cold plunge. Yeah. You know, my son does that every year. We open the pool and he goes in at that first, once it's finally clean.
It's good for you.
The first
and shock it. At least it clears up a little bit. Then he goes in. It's like a tradition.
Yeah.
It's like 40 degrees. I mean, it's like, he loves it though. I don't know. Nuts.
It's healthy for you. That's what they say. We'll have to ask Dr. Drew about that.
We had Dr. Drew on, yeah.
I know.
Yeah.
I was here.
All right, let's do some headlines with Vinny Max, see what's on his mind, and then we'll do some more headlines with Delgado Sports with Slick. I got a couple things I'd like to get to. John Solomon obviously there's a lot going on, but this is as big.
Yeah.
I mean, in some ways, it's almost bigger than what's going on in the Middle East because obviously, we don't want to lose sight of all the things that are still going on at home. John Solomon's headline, FBI asks spy agencies to destroy intel on alleged China plot to aid Joe Biden in the 2020 election. I got to get to that because that's a huge story. So we'll do that. But Vinny Mac, what's on your mind?
Well, today was filled with trying to correct a lot of people who just don't understand what ICE does.
I feel like I've heard this story before.
They don't understand that there are people here who aren't supposed to be here, that are here both illegally and they're criminals. And they don't understand that if you're here illegally, you've broken the law. Now, you're not a felon. You're not something, you've harmed a store owner or shot someone, but you've broken the law and you shouldn't be here. And I say that because I had to post this to a bunch of my crazy liberal friends who were freaking out about ICE, arresting people without a warrant, without due process. You guys remember that whole word, due process? Well, I pulled this up, and it basically says ICE does not need a warrant to arrest an individual suspected of being an illegal alien, especially when the arrest occurs in a public place, like a court, like a Home Depot, like all these places they're going to pick these people up. ICE officers have broad authority to make warrantless arrests based on probable cause that a person is removable from the U.S. and likely to escape. Arrests made in the home, however, they do generally need a judicial warrant. So if you're going to go to someone's house and pull them out, you got to have a little more paperwork. But the stuff that ICE is doing is they're going where the criminals are and the illegals are, and they're arresting them. And you have countless people and now individuals, just citizens of our country, jumping in with no idea what they're talking about. And the last thing that I heard was that ICE is there to protect us. ICE is there to help us. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy put out a tweet that's pretty interesting, because all of these sanctuary cities are basically saying, we want Trump now to pay for all this stuff. LA mayor has asked for Trump now to pay for it because he caused the problem. And Duffy's basically saying, no, federal government's not going to pay for that. These are rogue states. And the fact that they're a sanctuary state is opening the door for all of these protests to happen. And the big reality here, and I so love what Donald Trump, our president, did in retaliation to this and also to address this. He didn't say, well, let's just, let's just pull back a little bit, and try and go after some other places. He said, no, this is where they are. They're in sanctuary cities. They're in sanctuary states. Why? Because that's safe for them. They're protected by these rogue mayors and governors and all that kind of stuff. So he just yesterday just doubled down and said, no, I want to direct our team to go right into those places. And a big part of this big, beautiful bill are monies to support this, so we can go get these things done. And it's one thing that I kind of disagree with the way Trump is handling this bill. We need a lot of this stuff passed now. Like leave this other budgetary stuff as a secondary bill or a second bill. Let's get the tax reform. Let's get the money for ICE and the rest of the cleanup of the open borders that Biden had. But the key to everything that I'm saying right now is, if you kind of see what's happening on social media and what citizens are talking about, they're grossly misinformed, like they are in every issue, because the left puts out misinformation about everything, including these clowns that we talked about before that were Padilla and that other jerk disrupting things. And by the way, not just disrupting, they're pushing back and assaulting police officers. I don't know what country these people live in, but you can't assault a police officer, an officer of the law. I mean, you get pulled over for a traffic ticket. You got to cooperate. I mean, that's what we're all taught. How many times have you seen, lack of cooperation turn into a bad thing? Well, that's what these politicians are doing. They're setting an example that's just so terrible. But at the end of the day, ICE has the jurisdiction. ICE does not need that whole process. And ICE is doing exactly what we asked them to do. And kudos to Donald Trump for pushing that into sanctuary cities and states, because that's where they are. So that's what's on my mind, Damon, right now. I guess we can jump right back into the show. And I want to talk about the Chinese, the driver's licenses, and the stealing of the election, because that was something I had in my list here, but I want you to kind of
we'll get to that. John Solomon has that on Just the News. So we'll get to that, and Vin will have some more headlines. But right now, let's do some sports, since we didn't do it in the fourth segment. Sports is brought to you by Mike Lindell. LFSXB is the promo code to use. Slickster, what's going on?
All right, Big D update on that Stanley Cup final, Game 6, end of one. Florida up 2-0. So the champagne is on ice, and that Stanley Cup is looking to get relaxed and put on its shorts and stay in Florida for another year, it looks like right now. 2-0, but as Rick mentioned earlier during the break, it's the dreaded 2-goal lead that I often refer to. So we'll see if Edmonton can come back, but they're going to need a rousting comeback right now, because Florida just seems to have that whole rink is tilted. So speaking of ice, the champagne is on ice in Florida down there, and they look like they're ready to take it home. So we shall see. And, we got to do a little rodeo, Big D. Haven't done rodeo in a few days. People have been asking for the rodeo. So let's wrap up the Sisters Rodeo. That was over the weekend in Sisters, Oregon, at the Sisters Rodeo Arena. All-around cowboy Tanner Green picked up $7,000 for tie-down roping and team roping. Bareback riding, Wacy Shala, 89 points on Cook Rose Rodeo Rubber Match. 60-98 picked up their steer Amateur Wrestling went to Dalton Massey, 3.9 seconds. Team Roping, Cody Snow and Hunter Koch, 5.4 seconds took that. Saddle Bronx, Zachary Dallas, 86.5 points on Corey and Lang. Rodeo's Barmaid, almost no AOC. Town for a second round, went to Riley Mason Webb, 6.9 seconds. Barrel Racing, my favorite, as you all know. Madison Kamosi, 17.9 tenths. Great time there. Picked up $7,099. Not bad for a day's work. Bull Riding, Cade Grigo, 84 points on Corey and Lang. Rodeo's Hostile Arrows, $6,700. $251,230 picked up there. And, well, let's see. Terry Bradshaw was in the airport a little upset. Big, did you hear about this one?
No.
This is ridiculous. Terry Bradshaw blasts TSA after multiple pat-downs at airport. A little illegal use to the hands there. Dylan Gwynn at Breitbart. Terry Bradshaw is used to being the center of attention. However, on Monday, he found himself the center of attention of TSA agents, and the experience did not agree with him at all. Bradshaw, 76, found himself selected for extra thorough searching by TSA agents at Springfield Branson National Airport in Missouri. The four-time Super Bowl champion's discontent was apparent and captured on camera by a person traveling with him. I'm not against being safe, but this is ridiculous, Bradshaw said. TSA approved, had the body pat down, all the luggage checked, unpacked item by item, now going into private room for another pat down. Still, despite his annoyance, he complied with the agent's directions and went through the motions. Bradshaw was in Branson as part of his Terry Bradshaw show tour. I didn't know he had a show tour, but okay. The show features Bradshaw regaling his audience with stories, humorous anecdotes, and singing. His singing isn't that good. The Hall of Famer just finished his show on Sunday and was traveling out of Branson on Monday. Bradshaw had enjoyed a 40-plus year career as an NFL analyst following his 14-year career. In December 2024, the former SEAL opened up about his love for TV commentary and all of his recognition that he can't do it forever. You know what, man? I don't know when that time comes, when they say that to me. You know, happy trails, Bradshaw said. Yeah, man, you don't want to know that thing's never going to happen. We want to talk about the Cowboys and the Giants and blah, blah, blah. But anyway, Terry Bradshaw wasn't too happy about being patted down at the TSA. Hey, I just traveled. I don't mess with the TSA.
No.
They say stand over there, I stand over there. One of the guys gave me, one guy asked me, did he just get done doing the merengue last night? I guess the outfit I had on. I thought that was funny as I boarded the plane early morning out of New York. I had these studded jeans on, and they came over. They said, boy, these are the wrong things to wear, but they look good. So they patted me down. I had studded. I travel ridiculously.
Did you give him a little spin, too, while you were at it?
Yes, I did, as a matter of fact.
Nice.
Yeah, put your hands up and spin, please. Yes, sir.
All right, Big D, I know there's more important stuff to get to. That's a Rapid Sports. Back to you.
There he is. There he is.
All right, Slick.
That was Slick.
Look out.
Is
Slick
this
at
the whole?
yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
At TSA.
Come on, Big D. That's at Paisley Park. TSA, baby. Hey, not bad with a hip replacement.
Looks like you could have another one if you slipped there, pal.
Yeah, right. Damn right about that.
Yeah, so.
Come on.
All right, 11 past the hour, live from Studio 6B. Lisa Mello on Facebook says, hey, Vin, why not mention the strain aliens have on our system? They don't pay taxes and send their money home to families and the cartels.
Yeah, 100%. And that everybody wants to be so free in giving until we don't have any money left to pay for any of the things we're supposed to pay for with the amount of money that's gone into, especially from Los Angeles, San Francisco, New York, and Chicago. Those four cities have paid so much money out to these illegals, and it's draining the coffers. No wonder they're all going broke. It's such a great point.
All right, well, a couple minutes left here. Let me get to something quick before we hit the break. And this is, I just kind of laughed when I saw this. I actually put this on social media. This was a study that came out today. Americans are more conservative than their representatives in Congress. And I was thinking, duh. A new study of voting records found that congressional lawmakers are less conservative than the voters they work for in 41 out of 50 states, according to the Institute for Legislative Analysis. Yeah, I mean, that's not a big surprise, at least to me. Quote, while one may expect the most conservative lawmakers in Congress to represent the deepest red states, the data proves this is simply not the case. A number of mismatches exist between members of Congress and their constituencies across the nation. The analysis overlaps a district's political ideology with the political voting patterns of the district's lawmakers to statistically determine if the representative actually votes in tandem with the area he represents. We talk about this endlessly on this show. And as if we needed more proof, which we don't, here it is. All right, live from Studio 6B. More news with Delgado coming up right after this.
To avoid digital threats, just turn on NordVPN. Improve your protection against trackers, malicious websites, and malware-ridden downloads. Get the deal now.
Be part of a historic event. Join Lech Walesa, Nobel Peace Prize winner and one of the world's greatest leaders, on his first ever grand lecture tour across North America. Meet the global hero who changed the course of history and inspired millions. Now, the greatest challenges of our time lie ahead. Walesa will take you behind the scenes of one of history's greatest turning points to draw lessons for a future we must build together. Register now at historyexplorer.com.
There's nothing worse than losing your dog before their time. So why do so many dog foods contain awful things a human would never eat? To save his pets, world-famous veterinarian Dr. Marty knew he had to change what was in their bowl.
That's why I created Dr. Marty Nature's Blend, my breakthrough formula that's changed everything about dog food.
Nature's Blend contains nothing but all-natural ingredients, designed to help dogs with everything from digestive issues to itching and paw licking, even moving around better. And that's because Nature's Blend is freeze-dried. So instead of destroying the nutrients with high heat, we gently preserve them, and you'll see the difference in your dog.
Take it from a veterinarian with over 50 years of experience saving dogs' lives. I have never seen a food make this much impact on a dog's health.
Such a huge difference in her health. More energy, more playful, no more pooping issues. He's healthier, he looks better.
Dr. Marty has thousands of 5-star reviews. And for a limited time, get up to 54% off Dr. Marty Nature's Blend, plus a free gift with our special TV offer. Call or go to drmartypets.com/TV. That's drmartypets.com/TV.
Funerals can be emotionally devastating for a family to go through. Besides the sorrow, loved ones are left with the high cost of arranging a funeral. Funeral Advantage was formed to help protect your family when they need it most. It pays your loved ones up to $20,000 immediately for funeral and any other expenses.
It's a good feeling to know that my family will be taken care of if anything happens to me.
Funerals can easily cost $9,000 or more, but government benefits pay only $255, leaving your loved ones to pay the rest.
It's so easy, just answer a few simple health questions. This is so affordable, even for someone like me who's on a fixed income.
If you're 40 to 85, get information on how to protect your family. Funeral Advantage is something we all need. There's no risk or obligation. Call now.
Get the facts about how easy it is to protect your family. Call 800-849-7919. Don't wait. Call now.
The bathroom of your dreams is only a phone call away with BCI Bath and Shower. We can make your ordinary bath and shower extraordinary. This is not a cookie cutter design. This is a complete custom build that will fit your every need, and discounts for seniors and military.
All right, sound like the blues on a Tuesday night. Let me talk to you about our friends over at Tax Network USA. This month, Tax Network USA proudly celebrates our nation's birthday, honoring freedom, resilience, and financial independence. To mark the occasion, they're offering 10% off all of their services through July 4th. If you're dealing with back taxes or missed the April 15th deadline, don't wait. The IRS is rapidly stepping up enforcement. Penalties can add up quickly, up to 5% per month, maxing out at 25% of your total tax bill just for not filing. That's on top of what you already owe, but there's good news. Tax Network USA can still help you turn things around. Whether you're self-employed, run a business, or your books are a complete mess, their team knows how to cut through the chaos and find solutions that'll work for you. Your consultation is always free, and getting ahead of the problem now could help you avoid harsh penalties, wage garnishments, and surprise bank levies. Take the first step. Call 1-800-905-8000, 1-800-905-8000, or visit tnusa.com/RAV, tnusa.com/RAV. And don't forget, you get 10% off all services through July 4th as part of their celebration of our nation's birthday. Regain control of your finances with expert help from Tax Network USA. Call them right now, 1-800-905-8000, 1-800-905-8000, or go to tnusa.com/RAV, tnusa, all one word, .com/RAV. All right, folks, let's talk about winning, and I mean real winning. President Trump, as you know, is back in charge, and in just 5 months, we've seen with our own eyes the borders being secured, deportations are happening, the woke agenda is crashing, and the military is getting back to strength. But make no mistake about it, this isn't a one-man show. It's an all-hands-on-deck moment. If we want Congress to stop playing games and start passing laws that reflect the America First agenda, we need to step up. That's why we're proud to stand with AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. It's the Patriots' alternative to AARP. And just for $12 a year, you get a hard-hitting magazine, deep discounts, free resources, and most importantly, a seat at the table in the fight for faith, family, and freedom. So don't sit on the sidelines anymore. Go to amac.us/Studio 6B, amac.us/Studio 6B, and join the movement today. AMAC is fighting for you. So let's fight with them. Let's get the country back, and let's do it together. Go to amac.us/Studio 6B today and sign up for AMAC. Great stuff, great people, great agenda. Go there now, amac.us/Studio 6B. Oh, blues and blues. 19 past the hour, live from Studio 6B. Let's do some more news. Headlines of the day. Rick Delgado's got them. News is brought to you by our friends at EternalLifeCoin.com. What's going on, Delgado?
All right. Well, some of the greatest headlines in the world. We're going to start with, though, the first greatest birthday wish in the world, going out to Elaine Emmerich. Damon, she turned 70 yesterday, and the only thing she wanted for her birthday was a sexy wink from Slick Rick. So Elaine Emmerich, I hope you're watching. I know this request came in yesterday, but here it is today for you. Your 70th birthday, Slick Rick.
70, that's awesome.
Sexy wink.
Wow.
God bless you.
There you
Slick
go.
with the magic winks.
Go, girl.
Yeah, go girl.
Yeah.
Anyhow.
Yeah, wait till you see the One Piece.
Come on.
Yeah, just think about Slick winking at you in his one piece. That'll get you.
Bananas, anyone?
Right down to the pool. Anyhow, I don't know if you guys caught this, but Arnold Schwarzenegger went on to The View today, and The View probably thought that they were going to have their own little immigrant spokesperson to side with them. Well, Joy Behar pretty much got wrecked, courtesy of Matt Margolis from PJ Media on The View. Check this out. Here's cut number 2 when she tries to corner him into bashing Donald Trump's immigrant policies live on The View. But as you can see here, it backfires. Cut number 2.
If you are an immigrant, you're an immigrant in this country. Yeah. Did you have a visceral reaction to what they're doing, what ICE is doing when you see the videos of it?
Well, I tell you, you said that the immigrant, I'm so proud and happy that I was impressed by the American people like that. I mean, imagine I came over here with the age of 21, with absolutely nothing. And then to create a career like that. I mean, in no other country in the world could you do that. Every single thing, if it's my bodybuilding career, if it's my acting career, becoming governor, the beautiful family that I've created, all of this is because of America.
That's true.
And so this is why I'm so happy to see firsthand that this is the greatest country in the world, and it is the land of opportunity. But the key thing also is at the same time that we got to do things legal. That is the important thing, you know. So you got to do things legal, and those people that are doing illegal things in America and they're the foreigners, they are not smart. Because when you come to America, you're a guest. And you have to behave like a guest. Like when I go to someone's house and I'm a guest, then I will do everything I can to keep things clean and to make my bed and to do everything that is the right thing to do rather than committing a crime or being abusive or something like that. So that doesn't really work in this country. So I think the important thing is when you become an immigrant, to think about, okay, I go to America because I want to use America for the great opportunities that America has in education, in jobs, creating a family, all of those kind of things. Then you have to think about, okay, if I get all of those things from America, then I have to give something back. You have a responsibility as an immigrant to give back to America and to pay back to America and to go and do something for your community for no money whatsoever. Give something back to after-school programs, Special Olympics, or whatever it is. Make this country a better place.
They just wrecked their entire narrative. That's what happens with these left-wing wackos.
It was good. Das Obama now. Yeah, Arnold, haben Sie einen Planspieler bitte?
Just insane because, you know, they walk in there with their blind blind, obsession, right?
Yeah.
This is my narrative. This is my talking point. I know I've got this guy. He's definitely going to back me up, and the crowd's going to cheer. And he actually says the exact opposite. And
make a bed.
And the crowd, yeah, exactly.
I love that.
And the crowd claps along because you know what? It makes sense.
It's logic, it's common sense, and you talk to any immigrant that succeeded in this country,
yes,
they will answer it exactly the same way.
Yeah.
I mean, Schwarzenegger is great, when he talks about it and articulates the whole situation. Love how he does that. But every immigrant in this country that's succeeded, that's got the benefits of what we're doing, man, they tell the same story.
Yeah,
it's awesome. I'm so glad that you showed that clip, and also that he put the View people in their place.
Oh my goodness, they didn't know what to do with themselves. You could see that they're trying to grab him by the arm, okay, can we go to commercials? Can we do something?
Please.
We have to stop this.
Stop the German guy.
Unfortunately for them, Arnold made too much sense, which is not something we see a lot from him these days, but it's nice when it actually happens. So it's good to see. But I think the key thing there was when he got right to it, and he said, do things that are legal. Don't be stupid.
And then he said, I won't be back.
They probably won't have him back after that.
Won't be back for sure.
I won't be back.
So there you have
I won't be back.
And again, it speaks to the whole this whole narrative of what they're trying to push in terms of this what they tried to push all last week with the no kings and all that crap. So we see, let's face it, when it comes to liberals being wackos, they don't stop. Speaking of wackos, cut number 4.
Hello.
I played this during What Even Is That last night. Check this out. A quick 8 seconds. Cut 4. Liberal wacko. Trying to stop a truck.
Don't kill me as I walk backwards in front of your moving vehicle.
Well, I have a follow-up to the wacko. Cut number 5. Here's the liberal wacko after she got thrown off to the side by the police. Well, she gets dragged out.
Let my people go. Oh my God.
Let my people go.
Yeah, people, I guess, overweight, ugly liberal women who shave their heads.
Don't touch her.
Start singing Blue Moon soon.
Aaron.
Running out of ammo tonight.
More headlines, more sports, more Vinnie Mac coming up right after this.
She's going ballistic. Literally.
How many times have you tried to clean a stubborn mess but end up with no success? What you need is the all-new waterproof Ruby Horsepower, the new cordless and rechargeable power scrubber that cleans faster and easier, guaranteed. Watch, baked on oven grease is no match. It easily blasts away dirt and grime in no time. The power comes from our rotating brushes spinning at 350 RPM. The incredible torque fights calcium, soap, mildew, mold, and more. Forget harsh chemicals. With just plain water, Horsepower can clean bathroom tiles and tubs back to their original shine and luster. It's a game changer in the kitchen, where it busts through caked-on crud. Take it outside and tackle tough tasks with ease. How strong is Horsepower? We took this distressed 100-year-old antique and restored it to like new with Horsepower. Amazing! Get your Ruby Horsepower scrubber today with bonus scouring sponge for just $39.99. Save on buying batteries. It's powered with the latest rechargeable technology. But wait, you'll also get this stainless steel brush to make range hoods and gas stoves look brand new again. Yours free. And we're not done. You'll get this Smart Flex cone brush that fits perfectly into corners, tiny crevices on toilets and tiles, or hard to reach shower door rails. Yours force-free. And to top it off, we'll include this microfiber cloth to clean delicate surfaces and polish cars sparkling clean. It's also free. Great news! Horsepower is now in stock and ready to ship, but due to high demand, there is a strict limit of 2 per order. Order now.
Call 1-800-953-8622. That's 1-800-953-8622 or visit horsepowerscrubber.com. So call 1-800-953-8622 now.
Don't you hate that dirty old hose? It kinks, splits, and it always leaks. And it's way too heavy to carry around. It's time to get the brand new Pocket Hose Copperhead. Just turn on the water and watch it grow to a full-size hose. Old-fashioned hoses get kinks and creases at the spigot, but the new Pocket Pivot swivels 360 degrees. Just connect to the spigot and watch it pivot. And when you turn off the water, away it goes, shrinking back to a pocket-size hose. And it makes it easy to carry and put away. Call or go online now to get the Superlight 25-foot Pocket Hose Copperhead today for only $29.99. Order right now and get our 10-pattern thumb drive spray nozzle free. Simply use your thumb to turn it on or off. There is a strict limit of 3 per order, so don't wait. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-956-8517 or visit getcopperhead.com. So call 1-800-956-8517 or visit getcopperhead.com. Order now.
All right, live from Studio 6B, Real America's Voice on a Tuesday night. Damon's making, as Slick Rick would say, coffee.
Coffee.
He'll be back in just a moment.
I'm paging Damon Roberts. Paging Damon Roberts.
And we do have to get to the probably the biggest story. I mean, I've got a ton of this stuff regarding the 2020 election. Just the News, John Solomon has some of the articles posted on Just the News. I'm seeing this start to pop up everywhere. And I think, Vin, you have some on it as well, right?
I mean, I would say that I have the story in terms of I heard what happened and what's been uncovered and how the FBI tried to gloss over it. I don't have any videos or anything, but let's dig into it because it is a huge story. And it validates how at 4 in the morning, hundreds of thousands of mail-in ballots showed up at various voting districts that changed the entire election in 2020. I mean, common sense tells you something nefarious happened.
Yeah. Something definitely happened. And you know, it starts out, it caught my attention yesterday because according to this from Just the News, John Solomon, FBI Director Kash Patel last night turned over to Congress an intelligence report raising concerns that China had mass-produced fake U.S. driver's licenses to carry out a scheme to hijack the 2020 election with fake mail-in ballots for Democrat Joe Biden. The newly declassified intelligence report from August 2020 weren't corroborated or fully investigated, and instead were recalled from the intelligence agencies about the time that then Director FBI Christopher Wray testified that there were no known plots of foreign interference, how coincidental, for the 2020 election in which Biden beat Donald Trump, according to officials, what they told Just the News. Now, here's a clip regarding that. It's cut number 7. About the finding and the location and grabbing of these fake driver's license that were sent here to this country. Here's cut number 7. Check this out.
U.S. Customs and Border Protection officers in Chicago have seized more than 19,000 fake IDs in the first half of this year, with the majority arriving from China and Hong Kong. According to a news release issued by the CBP, the fake driver's licenses were intercepted at the International Mail Facility at Chicago's O'Hare International Airport between January 1st and June 30th this year. CBP Chicago said on Twitter, "Take a look at these IDs. Same person, different bioinfo." Officers in Chicago have kept a tally of how many fraudulent IDs have come through the O'Hare Mail Facility. From January 1st to June 30th, CBP officers have seized nearly 20,000 counterfeit driver's licenses. The 19,888 seized fraudulent IDs, which arrived from China, Hong Kong, the United Kingdom, and South Korea, were in the majority of cases headed for neighboring states, mainly for college-aged students.
Yeah. So again, that news report, and then you followed up with the documents that were turned over. Again, declassified by Kash Patel, FBI Director Kash Patel. The new documents were turned over to Senate Judiciary Committee Chairman Chuck Grassley, who had first raised concerns to the Bureau that the intelligence hadn't been fully vetted and instead was just dismissed, even though there was evidence of the fake licenses. And, you know, you point out, that report points out that nearly 20,000 in the first 6 months of 2020 to Chicago. That's not counting the rest of the country.
Oh, yeah.
That's just in Chicago. And those are just the ones that they snagged. So it's got to be in the millions that were sent.
Well, let's pull it back a little bit. Who doesn't want Donald Trump to be president? Russia.
Yes.
China.
Yeah.
Iran.
Check.
And the entire Democratic Party.
Right.
And the media.
Yes.
Yeah.
So those four entities, just to generalize.
And Europe.
Yep.
None of them want him to. So would they kind of cooperate or collude to cheat? Yeah, I think that's possible. Kind of wink and nod, and China did this. You know, those voting machines, there's voting machines in a couple of states where they leaked out the passwords.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
And now they're just getting that back, and now that information's coming out. There is just so much scandal around the voting of the 2020 election. And it was, for those of us who really wanted Trump to win, even if you were an objective observer and you weren't sure if you wanted Trump to win, the logic of how those votes came in and the numbers of votes is you know, just enough of a red flag to tell you somebody cheated. But then you come for the next election that Trump wins with, you know, Kamala Harris anointed as the person to represent the Democratic Party, and they get less votes. Trump gets a huge amount of votes, but they get less votes. What happened to 10 million people? Well, because they didn't exist. That's what happened.
Yeah.
They did not exist. They cheated. It's going to take a while to have them get caught. But this story that you're bringing up here, along with other stories that are going to come out, I bet. This whole mail-in voting thing we knew was a joke. It was used to steal the election. Anybody who says differently is not objectively looking at the facts. Just look at the total votes.
And they're not being honest with themselves that this probably did happen. It's kind of like the COVID thing. It's like, no, I have to go get my booster. You really have to stop. You're really hurting yourself. There's more news on that coming out. We'll probably get to tomorrow night. But another story from John Solomon, again, from Just the News, confidential human source. Again, this has to do with this this fake driver's license story coming from China. The confidential human source told the FBI counterintelligence in summer of 2020 that China's communist government was shipping fake driver's licenses to the United States to manufacture tens of thousands of fraudulent mail-in votes for Joe Biden. According to the raw intelligence report distributed to federal agencies that was reviewed by Just the News, the report, one of two sent Monday by FBI Director Kash Patel, was uncorroborated, according to this, but then suddenly recalled with little explanation other than the Bureau wanted to re-interview the source. The recall notice specifically asked spy agencies to erase or delete the original intelligence memo. So the FBI then reached out to everybody else and said, hey, you know that stuff that we just told you about all these fake Chinese driver's license? Can you forget that we ever told you that? And don't tell anybody about this?
That one statement there alone is just, it's outrageous. Yeah. One for FBI agents to actually go along up with this without whistleblowing. But, you know, you couldn't be more guilty when you have to put out an alert like that. Oh, no, delete that. That's actually not true. And Christopher Wray, I mean, what a lowlife. Comey, we know, was a lowlife.
Yeah. Weasel.
He's a jerk, and he's a lowlife. And he's got Trump derangement syndrome. Christopher Wray, man, is that guy one giant pathetic disappointment.
And should he be brought up on charges? I mean, how many times did he go up on the Hill to testify in front of Congress under oath and then lie? Like these are blatant lies now. They're finding all the information that he had secured in the FBI offices that he would know because, you know, he's the guy.
Yeah.
How is he not now under investigation? Maybe he is. Again, maybe Patel and Bongino, as they've said, you know, there are things going on that you don't know yet that will come out later. Maybe this is one of those investigations. Let's hope, because we need to see some perp walks According to this story, again by John Solomon, officials told Just the News the recall kept the FBI and other agencies from fully investigating the allegations that Beijing was trying to meddle in the U.S. election to Biden's benefit, though corroborating evidence came in from a fellow law enforcement agency. So not only did they hold it back so they wouldn't investigate it, and they didn't want anybody else to investigate it, but then they had information from another intel source saying this is what's happening. And they were like, yeah, we can't talk about that because we're not investigating.
Another piece of irony to this is if it was the other way around and there was a more conservative or Republican FBI director and this was going on and it was hurting the Democrats and this type of story came out, they would investigate it.
Oh, yeah.
Like we don't play like that. We're not dirty like. Now, I'm not saying all these Republicans are clean. I am not saying that. They're not. But we don't do that type of stuff.
Right.
Our agencies don't do that type of stuff. The left, they're so brainwashed on ideology, so fixated in what they think is real and true that they're willing to let murderers and rapists live amongst their communities. I mean, it's crazy. And then they're willing to steal an election and cover up stories that prove it.
Yeah, it's just amazing. And again, this is just, I mean, John Solomon's got, a few different reports from this on different angles. So it's just a story that, again, broke kind of last night during the show, and we didn't get to it because it was kind of incomplete. But now it's starting to really start to unfold. And again, another story here, the newly declassified information reports August 2020 seems to be the date where a lot of this is starting to be fixated on. Based on the new information about China trying to influence the 2020 election, Just the News asked, what should be done? An immediate congressional investigation? I would say yes, but how far do those things really go? You get 5 minutes to ask questions that nobody wants to answer, and then nothing ever happens.
Forget Congress. I mean, I hate to say this, but with these investigations, they do present some information. That's all it is, and they're pretty useless. What you need is a real FBI criminal investigation. And my theory plays out here all the time, and my theory basically is this. Bad stuff happens. Yeah, I have a lot of theories.
Oh, yeah. Here we go.
This is one of them. My theory is that when bad stuff happens, particularly when the left does nefarious things, which they are very good at and they do all the time, it usually takes about 4 to 6 years for the truth to come out.
Right.
There's a cycle to that. If you look at all the stuff that's come out now about the 2016 Russiagate and all the stuff with Trump and all these things we're hearing about that are being proven to be made up and hoaxes, it takes about 4 to 6 years. So they don't care. They just want to be in that moment, get their person in the office, and then deal with if any of this ramifications happen. And no one's going to do a lot. That's really what their basis of protection is, that, they're not going to do anything. The deep state kind of controls the thing. Trump has ruffled all those feathers and turned that upside down. But you give every story that window, I guarantee we'll be finding out the real story to election fraud, the real story to January 6th, the real story to all of these things. And we're starting to see that, right? The January 6th thing is
starting to come out.
It's beyond obvious what happened there. To all of us, but for the rest of the public that thinks that was an insurrection, it's going to take some hard information and facts to prove to them, what happened, which we're going to see now.
Yeah, and what's crazy is when the FBI asked the other spy agencies, the intel agencies, to destroy the information that they got.
Destroy.
That's
a huge word, man.
Not just, can you guys not share that with anybody right now until we fully investigate this? Which would make sense. Okay, you know what? Before we go full bore on this, let's make sure that the I's are dotted and the T's are crossed, or whatever the stupid sayings they got. But when they ask, and again, Christopher Wray, when they ask the spy agencies to destroy the information of the alleged China plot to aid Joe Biden in the 2020 election, it makes you wonder, how bad or how much did he actually win by?
Well, it also makes you wonder how not only was China involved, but how involved are all the politicians that look the other way
to
this whole thing that are in the bag with China, and why we haven't been able to protect ourselves until Donald Trump.
Right. And why we still don't see anybody from the Epstein files, and why we don't see anybody getting perp walked.
Yeah, it comes back to that.
Exactly. And why is Lindsey Graham and Dick Blumenthal in Ukraine with Mike Pompeo? It makes you wonder.
It makes you wonder.
It makes you wonder.
Ooh,
and why is James Comey still walking around free and clear?
Yeah. They're going to get theirs.
Come on.
I'm convinced.
Come on, Patel. Come on, Bongino. Perp walks.
Who's asking about the shirt?
We want perp walks.
Ireland.
All right, we'll take a quick break. When we come back, we'll wrap it up. We'll do some sports and some more news. Live from Studio 6B, Real America's Voice. Stay there.
When surprise breakdowns happen, American Home Shield will be there to fix or replace parts of the systems and appliances you rely on every day. They help protect your time and money by connecting you with qualified pros and helping pay for covered repairs or replacements. AHS offers flexible and affordable plans for every home. Sign up today and get $100 off with code AHS100. Visit AHS.com or call 833-PLAN-AHS.
Hello, I'm Veronica.
My name is Darvin.
I'm Courtney.
I'm Jackie.
And we switched to Consumer Cellular. My previous provider was terrible.
Surprise, we've changed your rate.
We wouldn't get to talk to a person.
And then all of a sudden it disconnects.
Now with Consumer Cellular, no problems.
Better customer service. They tell me exactly what I'm paying and why I'm paying for it.
It's within $1 of being half of my old bill.
With Verizon, I was paying about $150 a month. With Consumer Cellular, I'm paying about half that.
Okay, this is doable. This is affordable.
I'm getting the exact same coverage for half the price. That's a beautiful thing.
Done deal.
I got to keep my phone. I got to keep my number.
Switching over took about 20 minutes. That's it.
It's month to month, very simple.
It's been amazing.
I was now a Consumer Cellular customer.
And I've been bragging to my friends about it too.
Call 1-800-726-2125.
To switch and save up to half with Consumer Cellular. Plus, new customers can save $25 when they switch today.
Funerals can be emotionally devastating for a family to go through. Besides the sorrow, loved ones are left with the high cost of arranging a funeral. Funeral Advantage was formed to help protect your family when they need it most. It pays your loved ones up to $20,000 immediately for funeral and any other expenses.
It's a good feeling to know that my family will be taken care of if anything happens to me.
Funerals can easily cost $9,000 or more, but government benefits pay only $255, leaving your loved ones to pay the rest.
It's so easy, just answer a few simple health questions. This is so affordable, even for someone like me who's on a fixed income.
If you're 40 to 85, get information on how to protect your family. Funeral Advantage is something we all need. There's no risk or obligation. Call now.
Get the facts about how easy it is to protect your family. Call 800-849-7919. Don't wait. Call now.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active? Introducing the EasyWell Remedy Massage System, a triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax. The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it. Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
All right, live from Studio 6B, Real America's Voice on a Tuesday night or Monday?
Tuesday night.
I've lost
Tuesday night, Damon. Come on.
Tuesday night.
It's leap year, Tuesday.
Anyhow, on a Wednesday night, thank you for joining us. Hour number 3 coming up next. Just kidding. Slick Rick has got sports. Let's do that. We'll do some more news with Vinnie Mac and see if Damon wants to join us before we close out the show. But let's do some sports. Sports brought to you by Mike Lindell's MyPillow. Go to mypillow.com. Use our code LFS6B at checkout. You'll get some great savings on some great stuff from a great company, MyPillow.com. Slick, what do you got for us?
All right,
Spin it
Rick.
out
Well,
there.
2 first-period goals are holding up by Matthew Tkachuk and Sam Reinhart for the Florida Panthers right now, leading 2-0. And I'll tell you, Sergei Bobrovsky, the goaltender in net for Florida, looks completely impenetrable. So I don't think they're going to get through
He's
him
huge,
at
too.
all. He's a big guy. He's like a mountain. And Edmonton really needs to get going. There's 4 minutes to go in the second period. This could be, I don't know, it could be over for Edmonton. I think the Cup may be staying in Florida, but we shall see. You know, hockey, that dreaded 2-goal lead can always collapse in the last 2 minutes even. So we'll see what happens. But right now, no firepower. I don't see anything going on with the Edmonton Oilers. So again, it is 2-0, 3:55 to go in the second period. Amarant Bank Stadium, arena, I should say, about ready to explode with a Stanley Cup and keeping it in Florida. That'd be the 2-time champion if they can pull it off. So hope I didn't just give him the jinx, and hopefully Lord Stanley remains down there.
Thanks,
I know he'll be leaving for a little trip to D.C. to see the president too, and give him another nice Florida Panthers jersey. But good for Florida. I like them. They're a nice club.
How hard is it to win the Stanley Cup? I mean, look at what these guys go through with these series.
Look what we went through when we were kids with the Islanders, how many games we were at. Just as a fan, I was exhausted. They took 20 years off my life. I would live to be 100, but I won't make it to 100. So let's get to that. And then we got the NBA, of course. We got a big game tomorrow, actually Thursday night. That will be a Game 6. Pacers right now in a must-win situation at home, and I'm not so sure Halliburton, their star guard, may be out, and who knows? He says he's going to try to get on the court, but he's dealing with a very bad calf strain, so he's got MRI coming up tomorrow. Maybe 2 days rest, he'll get out there, but without Halliburton, I don't see them being able to come back and win that series. I think that Oklahoma City may be their season as well, but then again, don't count on what I say because I'm not always right. Major League Baseball, real quick, Diamondbacks 4-3 over the Blue Jays, bottom 8th. Also, top of the 8th, the Reds right now leading the Twins 6-5. Mets with a 4-1 lead over the Braves. That's also in the top of the 8th. Mets playing good ball. Orioles 4-1 over the Rays, top 8. Also, Cardinals 9-2 over the White Sox. Bottom 6, Royals lead the Rangers 6-1. Bottom 6 as well, Cubs 4-3 over the Brewers. No score, Red Sox and Mariners. And there you go, 3-0. Rick just tapped me on the shoulder. Florida now with a commanding lead here in game. Well, this is going to be pretty much it. Game 6 here, Stanley Cup Finals. But 3-0. I don't see Edmonton with any chance of coming back here. So that should be it. I know, kiss of death. Baci Morte. And the Angels have defeated the Yankees 4-0. Yankees on a little bit of a
Didn't you do this on the Knick game? When Indiana came back from like 20 down, you're like, oh, this game's far from over. It's over. It's not happening.
This is hockey. Much different.
What's kind of funny is that Florida went up 3-0 in Game 1 and lost.
I know.
So
That's one goal.
They're going to look at this to see maybe perhaps he was in the crease a little early there, but I don't know about that. We'll see. Okay. I think all the goals stood. And, real quick, video shows Conor McGregor knocked man out in Ibiza nightclub. How you like that one? Talk about a Hawaiian punch, Eric. Dylan Gwynn at Breitbart. It's been a while since Conor McGregor knocked someone out in the octagon, but he has succeeded in at least one KO in a nightclub.
Is that the lead? Is that the lead line?
That is. It's Breitbart Sports. My
funny.
good buddy there, Dylan Gwynn. A video is circulated showing the former 2-division UFC champion delivering not one but 2 lefts to the jaw of a fellow clubgoer in Ibiza, Spain, and sending the man to the dance floor, literally. McGregor, standing on a platform above the dance floor, leans in and talks to someone, and then apparently displeased with the conversation, fires the 2 shots that send the man falling back. Yeah, it's a rough video there, but you can see that those 2 lefts there. McGregor was not removed from the club. The man he punched was escorted out by staff, so he must have been said something really, really rude. Clearly, something's been said to annoy him, and he's reacted very badly, one witness told The Sun. The guy seemed to fall to the floor, and his mates came to pick him up and get him away. There didn't appear to be any consequences for
Let me
Conor.
pick on a professional fighter.
Yeah, I don't know. McGregor, his last fight in the octagon was a loss to Dustin Poirier nearly 4 years ago. Wow, that was July
It's been that long?
2021. I cannot believe it. So Conor McGregor, I tell you, you talk about a guy who's taking no nonsense. If he became president of Ireland, oh boy, he wouldn't take any nonsense. Talk about firearms. Anyway, that's a wrap in sports, Big D. Back to you.
All right, Slick, very good. Sports is brought to you by Mike Lindell. LFS6B is the promo code to use. So did you guys talk about the FBI story?
Yep, we just did.
Okay, very good.
Yep, we the Chinese are guilty. So is the FBI.
Yeah.
Yo, how about Christopher Wray? Did you talk about him?
Yeah, we did. Yep. Christopher Wray, guilty.
Probably lied multiple times under oath in front of Congress.
All right, then let's do some other headlines before we wrap. And here with that is Rick Delgado. What else is going on, Delgado?
Well, this has got to be the greatest headline coming out of the Middle East right now, Damon. As Israel earlier today announced that it had killed Iran's wartime chief of staff, Major General Ali Salami, or Shadami, or however you pronounce his name, the country's most senior military leader. The IDF spokesperson said in a statement that Shalami was killed at the regime's headquarters. It was for the second time in 5 days that the person sitting in that spot has been killed.
Where was that, New Delhi?
I'll have a salami with cheese, please. Provolone.
Think about it. So Salami gets the job after the first guy gets killed.
Yeah.
He's there for 4 days. On day number 5, he gets killed.
What a ham!
Don't get hired. That's the lesson here.
I'm thinking nobody wants this job now.
No, absolutely.
Like I said yesterday, when you kill all the people who keep saying no, eventually someone's going to say yes.
Right. Yeah.
No more heroes.
No.
Literally.
Want to make a deal? No. Want to make a deal? Sure.
Yeah. He's being replaced by provolone.
This guy was made,
bologna.
He was made Iran's senior-most military official and Khomeini's closest military advisor, and he was killed, of course, in a precision strike from the IAF in Tehran. So he lasted all of 5 days. Not a bad run for the top spot. We'll see if the next guy actually shows up to work.
Hey, let's.
Tomorrow.
Tucker Carlson just put out a clip that Ted Cruz is going to be on with him on his Tucker Carlson show. Here's a clip of it. I have not seen this, but I'm assuming these two clearly do not agree on what's going on. Let's hear this clip.
How many people live in Iran, by the way? I don't know the population. At all? No, I don't know the population. You don't know the population of the country you seek to topple? How many people live in Iran? 92 million. Okay. Yeah, how could you not know that? I don't sit around memorizing population tables. Well, it's kind of relevant because you're calling for the overthrow of the government. Why is it relevant whether it's 90 million or 80 million or 100 million? Why is that relevant? Because if you don't know anything about the country... I didn't say I don't know anything about... Okay, what's the ethnic mix of Iran? They are Persians and predominantly Shia. Okay, it's not even. You don't know anything about Iran, so okay, I am not the Tucker Carlson expert on Iran. You're a senator who's calling for the overthrow of the government. You're the one who claims anything about the country. No, you don't know anything about the country. You're the one who claims they're not trying to murder Donald Trump. You're the one who can't figure out if it was a good idea to kill General Soleimani, and you said it was bad. They're trying to murder Trump. Yes, I do. Because you're not calling for military strikes against them in retaliation. And if you really believe that, we're carrying out military strikes today. You said Israel was right with our help. I said we. Israel is leading them, but we're supporting them. Well, you're breaking news here because the U.S. government last night denied, the National Security Council spokesman Alex Pfeiffer denied on behalf of Trump that we were acting on Israel's behalf in any offensive capacity. No, we're not bombing them. Israel's bombing them. You just said we were. We are supporting Israel. High stakes. You're a senator. If you're saying the United States government is at war with Iran right now, people are listening. Okay.
Wow.
There you go.
There you go.
I have to say, I like Tucker, but this line of questioning was just stupid.
It's sabotage.
I mean, to get him on a gotcha, like, what's the population, please.
Kind of silly.
Come on. You're smarter than that, Tucker.
Yeah,
As always, we salute our military, active and inactive, police, firefighters, first responders, EMTs, everybody on the front lines protecting us. Have a great night, everybody. Aaron Frank, great job as always. Thanks to the guys on the show. We'll be back tomorrow night, 8 p.m. right here, live from Studio 6B. We'll see you then.
Is your body ready for summer?
We're gonna build a body you can be proud of. You just give me 30 minutes a day for 21 days, and I promise you, the weight will come off.
This is 21 Day Fix, the perfect program to get you summer ready.
I am in perfect shape for my bikini.
I had that sexy little V.
Get simple fitness, simple nutrition, fast results in just 21 days.
Get ready for summer with 21 Day Fix. This week, try it free at 21dayfix.com. That's 21dayfix.com.
When the grid goes down, what's your plan? I'm Cade Courtley, former Navy SEAL. I've defended freedom around the world. And here's the truth. Freedom starts at home. That's why I trust the Patriot Power Generator 2500X. Solar powered and built tough to keep your fridge, phones, and medical devices running with no gas and no fumes. This 4th of July, get 2 solar panels absolutely free. Stay self-reliant. Go to ForPatriots.com. Get peace of mind before the next blackout.
You push it. You try to slide it. You even try to hold them shut. But your doors just won't stay closed no matter what. Introducing Ruby Monkey Magnets. Brand new ultra-thin magnetic plates that will keep your doors and drawers shut. And now may be your last chance to get them at a low price. Just peel to reveal the super strong adhesive. Place the monkey, then the magnet, and close. Installation is that simple, and now you have a door that will stay shut. So forget drawers that won't stay closed. Every drawer stays closed. It's so fast and so easy. Even large sliding doors or cordless window blinds. Everything stays closed with Monkey Magnets. The secret is the ultra-strong industrial magnet that's powerful attraction keeps your doors and drawers securely shut. These magnets are so strong they can hold this hammer that's nearly 5 pounds. Plus they're super thin. They'll fit just about anywhere, and they stay out of sight. Even screw them in for a more permanent solution. Monkey Magnets are perfect for cabinets, dresser drawers, sliding closet doors, accordion doors, and more. They're made of ultra-durable metal, so even your outdoor problems are solved in an instant because they're corrosion and rust resistant. Use them anywhere outside the house, even on that stubborn mailbox that won't stay shut. Monkey Magnets can stick anywhere, from drywall to all types of wood frames, metal surfaces, and more. Call or go online now to get 8 sets of Monkey Magnets for only $9.99. Monkey Magnets are guaranteed to last 10 years or your money back. But wait, due to rising costs and supply chain shortages, this may be your last chance to get Monkey Magnets at this low price. There is a strict limit of 1 full house pack per order while supplies last. So order now to keep all your doors and drawers shut tight with Monkey Magnets.
Call 1-800-519-4810. That's 1-800-519-4810. Call or visit GetMonkeyMagnets.com. So call 1-800-519-4810. Order now.
We've got another Alex Padilla wannabe trying to grab attention from the media by doing something very, very stupid. Also, the No Kings March. We will talk in detail. Guys, it did actually work. There are no kings in this country, which is fantastic, and we're very, very excited about that. And also, trouble in the DNC. You know, we hate to see that. It's just the worst. Another top member of the DNC is out. All that and more coming up on this episode of Turning Point Tonight. My name is Joe Bob. Thanks so much for tuning in. Together, we are charting the course of America's cultural comeback. This is Turning Point Tonight. Now, before we get to that, in our fantastic panel, the deportations. I thought this was a fascinating opinion piece in the New York Post that highlights the success of self-deportation. Now, we've all seen the raids on illegal immigrants in specifically sanctuary states, places that say, well, we're not going to coordinate with ICE and therefore ICE has to go raid places where people are because, yeah, you don't want criminal illegals in your city. And then all of a sudden LA burns down, which, who could have seen that coming in the lawless hellhole that is Los Angeles? But aside from all of that, a lot of the things that have been made fun of about the Trump administration is this idea of self-deportation. Who is going to self-deport? Well, according to some of the numbers, a lot of people. Now, keep in mind, it costs money to deport criminal illegals in this country, about $17,000 per person that ICE has to round up and deport. Now, the Trump administration is offering a $1,000 stipend for anybody who decides to self-deport. And again, you might be thinking, well, who's going to want to do that? Well, if you came into this country because, well, there was a lack of opportunity in whatever country you came from, well, then you'd probably leave this country if that opportunity withered away. The Washington Post, of all places, claims that 1 million foreign-born workers have exited. 1 million foreign workers have not been executed, have exited the workforce since March. And they're saying that, well, now that companies don't have these illegal immigrants to do the jobs, wages have gone up, which, holy cow, 2 good things at once. In other words, the idea that people won't self-deport hinges on the idea, well, of course, they would stay here because we have everything. Well, except if you can't physically work, if you can't actually tangibly get a job here in this country, which the Trump administration has made it difficult to do, which is a good thing, they'll just leave. About 1 million have so far. I think that's fantastic. Let's bring in our panel to discuss this and so much more. Morgan McMichael is a TPUSA contributor. Savannah Blaze is a commentator / political commentator, content creator and commentator. Mess those up. Guys, thanks for joining me.
Thanks, Joe Bob.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you, Morgan. I want to start with you here. I feel like a bunch of the libs, and continuing to do so, just laughing, oh, self-deporting. Who would self-deport? But yeah, if the jobs dry up and there's no reason or incentive for you to stay in this country, you actually might leave, especially if you're getting $1,000 from the government.
I definitely don't think the left saw this coming. And if there's one federal program that I would support, it would be let's pay them even more money to leave to incentivize the self-deportation even more. I mean, millions of our tax dollars have been funding illegal immigration, giving them plane tickets across our country, giving them cell phones, healthcare, food, and even housing in luxury hotels. So why not throw $5,000 at them and say, here's a plane ticket back to your country of origin, to the city that you want to go to, and we'll give you a couple grand just to get on your feet in your home country. That is something that I would support my tax dollars going to. I do think it's very funny how the left is spinning this, and they're like, there's no way there's self-deportations happening. I'd like to see more of it.
Oh, totally. And two, it saves the taxpayer dollars. Like, yeah, if you give them, a little bit of money to get out of here, that's still cheaper than the $17,000 per deported individual that has to be arrested. Savannah, this is not the first time this sort of thing has happened. The Post piece points out that in 1954, Dwight Eisenhower launched his deportation roundup, and the amount of people that self-deported was like 15 to 1. In other words, for every one person that had to be arrested, 15 people were like, I'm out. I don't have to deal with this. So in other words, it shouldn't really be too much of a surprise that this is working as well as it is.
It really isn't a surprise. It's not a huge surprise. It's working, and that's amazing. And I think a lot of people aren't talking about it enough. Trump used the app that Biden used when people came in illegally to seek asylum, and he's turned it into a self-deportation app. With just a click, you can self-deport, which is amazing. It's a really smart move. And you know what? It's tough, but it's fair. And like Morgan said, I'd rather my tax dollars go towards giving someone the ability to self-deport, than having ICE come in and spending $17,000 on deporting someone. And a lot of people are saying, well, it's so inhumane. There's nothing more inhumane than putting people in cages, which is what Obama did. I think this is the most humane thing that we can do.
Not to mention that Obama deported more people than Trump has, yet the left likes to claim that President Trump is the bad guy for deporting illegal criminals, not just illegals who walked across the border and are working, but legitimate criminals in our country.
One of the biggest things that I'd gotten heat on Threads, which, by the way, Threads is just a wasteland of craziness, was I just want President Trump to get to Obama numbers. That's what I want to see happen first. He's actually got quite a bit of a ways to go because Obama, king of the deportations. Speaking of the whole deportations thing, we found out last week from Senator Alex Padilla of California that, hey, you can get a bunch of attention if you just flail your arms crazy and ask questions when it's not your turn to ask questions, and you just kind of yell and you don't identify yourself and all that sort of stuff. Well, there's a copycat, a guy named Brad Lander, who apparently is running for mayor of New York City. Weird. It feels like there's an incentive there for him to get attention. We'll watch this until we're sick of it, but this just happened today. Check it out.
Let go when you show me the judicial warrant. Where is it? Sir, where I have the warrant? Under my hand here. I would like to see the warrant. I would like to see the warrant. And and then I will let go. I need to see the warrant, and then I will let go. Take him in. Let's go. You don't have the don't have the authority to arrest you.
That's about enough of that. I think people kind of understand that. Yeah. Look, you can't just go run into rooms and start yelling. That's not how any of this works. Morgan, the person that was most mad about Alex Padilla last week was probably Governor Gavin Newsom, who was like, dang it, why didn't I think of that? I want the attention. I love the attention. Is this the kind of thing we're going to see a lot from libs?
I mean, I'll give it to him. It's hilarious and very entertaining for us on the conservative right. But I am so sick and tired of the left continuing to have this political performative activism, because we all know that it's for the clicks, it's for the press, it's for the photos, so that they can say, oh, they're being mean to me and I'm running for this election, so please elect me because I am now a political prisoner because I'm being silenced. It is just such a joke. I'm just sick of seeing this type of activism in the sphere. I don't know, maybe like wait in line, ask a question respectfully, don't just barge in there so disruptively, and maybe you'll actually have your voice heard. But instead, they're doing it for a reason, and the reason is the press.
Yeah, Savannah, he's claiming, well, I was just asking to see a warrant for so-and-so. It doesn't matter. He's going in and obstructing a whole thing. I have been searching for Alex Padilla to do a press conference, and I would love to go and just start yelling at the top of my lungs and just see what happens. Maybe they'll just let me do it. But Savannah, what do you think the chances of me just jabbering on at one of Gavin Newsom's press conferences and not getting dragged out by the security, which I should be if that's where I was doing? What are the chances of that happening?
Great. I think if you play stupid games, you win stupid prizes. All this is very performative. You can do things in a way that is respectful, that is going to get the job done. But he wasn't being respectful. He's not, they want a politically correct politician. That's not being politically correct. You're just trying to put on a show because they love screaming that they're being oppressed. And they're not. You're not being oppressed. You're literally just seeing the consequences of your own actions, and we're all getting so tired of it.
Yeah, I think it's funny, and I love to see people just get so worked up about it. I could read you some Instagram comments from the New York Times article about this. People saying, democracy is dead. What happened to freedom and liberty? Like, okay, fine. If that's the way you think, then I guess good luck with your mental disability. Morgan and Savannah will be right back after the break to discuss, again, just it's terrible. We don't want to see it, but division in the Democrat Party, which just so awful. We'll also check in with Turning Point's White House correspondent Monica Page. After the break, don't go away. We'll be right back. back to Turning Point tonight, where together we are charting the course of America's cultural comeback. Let's check in with Turning Point's White House correspondent, Monica Page at the White House. Monica, lots going on. Fill us in on what the administration is kind of posturing towards the crisis in the Middle East, or war in the Middle East, whatever you want to call it, between Israel and Iran.
Sure. Well, of course, the feeling on the ground here is very tense. We know that the president is holding his National Security Council meeting, or as we speak, around 2:45 p.m. Eastern time here at the White House. And essentially, this meeting is going to, I guess, show or, develop as to whether or not the United States will either be directly involved in this war or continue its defensive posturing for Israel. We know the United States has complete control over the Iranian skies as of right now. President Trump also posting on Truth Social kind of like these updates as to where he stands and where the White House stands as far as these latest developments, saying, we know where Iran's supreme leader is, and if he lays a finger on any American, any civilian, any soldier, it will be met with complete force and action, and they'll find him. They know exactly where he is. So we're kind of hearing little pieces of information as they come out this afternoon. But as of right now, they're in this meeting. Axios is also reporting that the United States is considering striking Iran's underground nuclear facility. But the message has been clear from this White House, and it's been consistent, which is Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. We know under the last 4 years of the Biden administration, Iran has been enriched with all this uranium where it could make it, I think under a dozen nuclear weapons in a span of like a month or so at a time. So the fact that Iran has really grown its nuclear capabilities is really alarming to this administration. And we'll see how war comes out of this meeting in a couple hours or even tomorrow, especially.
Yeah, it'll be fascinating to see how that plays out. And I think you mentioned it earlier. Yeah, the American people elected Donald Trump to solve these sorts of problems, which will be fascinating. You know what, Monica, everybody kind of talks about the nuts and bolts of things, which is all great. But one of the things that I think you do so well is commenting on kind of the intangibles, like the mood on the ground. What is the mood on the ground right now as you're seeing around the White House and around the administration?
Sure. Well, I can say it's very quiet. It's pretty tense. There's not many mainstream media members here. I think everyone is still at the G7 summit in Canada. They didn't expect the president to leave so early, but there's a lot of foreign press here on the ground. It's eerily quiet. We're not going to hear from the president today, as far as I am concerned and as far as I know of. But I think that there are rumors swirling that the president could address the nation, whether that is late tonight or tomorrow. We're definitely keeping an eye on the president speaking out about what we can expect to hear from this meeting and where it stands as far as this war in Iran goes.
Yeah, Monica, so we weren't here yesterday, but can you just give me some brief thoughts on your, were you at the parade this weekend? What did you think about it?
I wasn't at the parade. I was at the Young Women's Leadership Summit, but I do want to say it was a wonderful, from what I saw, it looked great. It didn't seem like it was met with much opposition as many people were expecting, but it looked fantastic, and the president did a wonderful job.
Yeah, looked like a great event there. Monica Page, Turning Point's White House correspondent, thanks so much for checking in. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you. What's been fascinating to see, and we've commented a lot about it on this show, is the hills that the libs are continuing to die on and the new battles they're continuing to wage. I want to play you this video clip, but first let's bring our panel back. Morgan McMichael, Savannah Blaze. Guys, so this is LA, the city of Los Angeles, making a plea as to why the federal government is responsible and therefore should pay for any of the damages inflicted by the riots that were definitely not riots. It was just peaceful protesting with, some cars burning and some chaos. But that's it. Watch this video and I'd love your reactions. Check this out.
I am demanding full accountability and reimbursement for the local costs incurred, including injuries to local officers and damages caused by the chaos unleashed when the Trump administration recklessly deployed the military and ICE agents into our communities. They are the ones who created this unrest, and they are the ones that need to foot the bill.
Yeah, that is a clown if I've ever heard one. Morgan, I guess if you were to tell this woman one thing, or to explain it to her, would you like to explain it to her in a way that maybe can get through the Neanderthal head there? It says, yeah, it's... We were trying to keep order. Nobody here was provoking anything other than your stinking rioters.
You know what I want to demand? I want to demand that the city of LA and the county of LA actually take accountability for the illegal immigration crisis that they have allowed to happen for decades, not just the last couple of years. Take accountability for the protesters, arrest them, put them in jail, and actually try them. Don't just release them after one night because it's easy, and to actually maybe help your law enforcement instead of defunding the police, maybe fund the police so that the federal government doesn't have to be involved in your city. But LA has become so decayed that we have to step in to actually bring back law and order. I don't know how peaceful thousands of Molotov cocktails being tossed at police cars really is. It's just really funny when you're using these big words to promote this dangerous rhetoric when we all know that the protesters were the ones actually inciting the violence and ruining the city of LA.
Yeah, Savannah, it never made sense to me to what Morgan was saying. Like, okay, well, the problem is you guys are saying we don't need the National Guard because everything is under control. Also, we need a curfew because things are out of control, which is like, okay, I guess. I don't know. Do you think anybody's going to buy this? Do you think these people are going to get reelected? Unfortunately, I probably think they will. What are your thoughts?
Well, you know, we have eyes. We can see what's going on. And social media, when you post something on social media, like they're not really telling lies when they're in downtown LA and they're like, oh my gosh, this car's on fire. Like, that's not green screen. That's not AI. You can't lie to us and tell us that. They're trying to say these are peaceful. Well, if it's peaceful, you don't have to set a curfew. Like, that's just ridiculous. You know, it must have just been all the candlelight vigils and group hugs setting cars on fire, right? You know, like, let's be honest, the military and ICE weren't the ones looting stores or torching I can't speak, vehicles. But sure, go ahead and blame the people who were sent to clean up the mess.
You know, I have to correct you there. Article 74 of the Constitution says that you can't get deported if you're wearing Nikes or Adidas, which is why they were looting stores. Obviously, that's not true, but maybe that's what some people think as to why that makes sense. Speaking of the loony bin, the DNC has hit another someone just out at the DNC. This is Randi Weingarten, the one of the biggest teachers unions bosses is now out. This follows David Hogg's exit from the DNC. Let me just play you a clip of this lady this weekend at the No Kings March, and let me see if you think she is hinged, so to speak. Watch this.
You are the community to this president's chaos, and together we build a future of opportunity and justice for all. Hope over fear, aspiration over anger, the promise of America for each and every American. That is what we are fighting for today.
Morgan McMichael, what do you think? Are we getting these people? I can't get through the whole thing.
Energizer Bunny on crack, okay? This woman is the Energizer Bunny on crack at this march. It is so hilarious to me that the DNC has now booted her just like David Hogg. But at the same time, as a conservative woman, I wish the left would continue to hold on to their radicals, because really it's just gonna hurt them in the polls. So maybe they're starting to figure out how decayed their party has gotten. This is wildly entertaining, though. I hope that the left continues to get even more weird and lefty.
Yeah, Savannah, Morgan hit on the thing that I'm concerned about. Unfortunately, the more the libs realize how crazy a lot of the libs are, they're probably going to be a more cohesive unit that actually might be a threat to conservatives, politically speaking, right? I love seeing people like David Hogg and Randi Weingarten inside big lib tent, because they're nuts, and I'm not concerned about people who are nuts. But considering the fact that Ken Martin, the now director of the DNC, or the head of the DNC, is taking the reins, so to speak, is this something to be worried about, electorally speaking?
I don't know if the Democratic Party is going to be okay in 2026, to be honest. I mean, yes, she does look like the Energizer Bunny on crack, and the Democratic Party is starting to crack. You know, I mean, for some on the far left, the party still isn't radical enough. I mean, it's good that they're leaving, but it's still a problem. And a lot of people don't want to take criticism. She doesn't want herself to be criticized. And wasn't she the one who held kids out of school for several years back in 2020? I mean, it's just crazy. They refuse to acknowledge it, you know? She expressed she no longer shares Ken Martin's vision and doesn't want to keep, you know, battling over the party's failure to broaden its appeal. And this could potentially be a good thing because we'd love to get the crazies out, you know, but they do have to reform their party and do a better job of criticizing it and why they've gotten to the place they're at now.
Yeah, it's almost like the person that kept kids out of school for no reason might be described as like a king or something of that nature, which by the way, guys, over the weekend, you know, we weren't able to talk about it yesterday, but we did it. We woke up, every single one of us, and America does not have a king. The protests worked. Thank you, libs. We are kingless. Morgan, there were about 2,000, more than 2,000 No Kings rally around the country. Are the libs maybe kind of missing the whole point of America?
It is pretty ironic that they're out in the streets protesting for No King's Day, self-proclaiming. You want to know when the real No King's Day was July 4th, 1776, when we gained our independence from Great Britain. And we really don't have a king in America. There's a reason that we have our 50 states and that we have elected officials in our government. There's a reason why President Donald Trump was elected, and that's because the majority of the American people wanted to see him thrive and execute his agenda within this country and make America great again. It's the golden age of America with this transparent administration. So I do think it's pretty hilarious to see thousands of liberals angry in the streets saying, we don't have a king. You're right, we don't have a king, and we're going to celebrate that again on July 4th this year.
Hold on, Morgan, are you saying that they were protesting Donald Trump being a king? Because that guy has to deal with Congress and a bunch of judges who don't want him to do Savannah. I mean, if that's what they were protesting, Donald Trump is a terrible king. He's like has to abide by the rules. What kind of king does that?
Exactly. You know, it's crazy because I think a lot of them are mad over his executive orders. And they're saying that's a king does that, makes the executive orders. But we have, balances in this country. And the reason he's had to make so many executive orders, mind you, is because he's been cleaning up after Biden's mess. Wasn't it their party who didn't hold a primary? Wasn't it their party who just gave Biden and Kamala a coronation? I mean, if you want to talk about acting like royalty, let's talk about their party, acting like royalty and making all of these rules we have to abide by. If you don't get the COVID vaccine in 2020, you're fired. No questions asked. That's starting to sound a little king-like to me.
Yeah, the no votes. Really, they haven't had an actual primary election, since 2004, I think. Sorry, 2008 when Barack Obama ran. Everything else has been like, all right, we've got Obama again. Now we got Clinton. Now we got Joe Biden. Now we got Kamala Harris. Nobody actually won, which again seems very king-like in a monarchy type system.
Very.
Yeah, definitely. Morgan McMichael, Turning Point contributor, Savannah Blaze, political commentary. Guys, thank you so much for joining. Really appreciate you taking the time.
Thanks, Joe Bob.
Thank you. Got another fantastic clip from Alex Clark's Culture Apothecary podcast. Coming up next, don't go away. We'll be right back.
My husband says he shouldn't have to change any diapers because he works and I'm a stay-at-home mom. Is he right?
Psychotic moron. No, that's idiotic, dude. That's just dumb. I don't have a phrase for that. Yeah. That's dumb.
But how does she handle that?
Yeah, they need to go see a professional therapist quick, because that marriage is fragile.
Yeah.
So the Gottmans talk about the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, of the relationship apocalypse, and one of the worst one is contempt. It's this idea of I'm remember, like when you're swimming the lifeguard stand, I'm looking at our relationship from up here.
Yeah.
Because I go to work every day.
I felt that so much in a previous relationship.
I do this and I'm talking down at you.
It's very self-righteous.
You do those things. And forget the division of labor in that situation. Go be involved with your kids. Put down the video game controller. Put down the remote control. And who cares? It's a basketball game. The season will start up next year. Be with your kid. Right. Mm-hmm. And I often find that comes from what I dealt with, which was, I don't know how to change a diaper. I don't know how to be present with a little lump of a human that doesn't like me or want me. It just wants my wife, because she's got, their heartbeats are synced up because they spent 9 months together, and she's got food. Right. And that baby just is designed to want her for a few years. I don't even know how to change a diaper. And so I had to learn to lean in and not get my self-worth from a screaming 9-month-old. I just go do the next right thing, which is, I'm going to change that diaper. I'm going to be involved with this.
This person says, my husband is so good at having fun, but lacking in the ability to lead and plan for our family. How can I encourage this? So it sounds like he kind of has like Peter Pan syndrome.
Yeah, but also is, so now I'm going to get myself in trouble with your women listeners. That's my house. My wife is a list maker. She thinks things through. She's like, yeah, but we have to wake up tomorrow. And I'm like, no, sis, that's a problem for future us. Let's do it right now, right? And she's talked to me about, you get to be the fun parent. You swoop in here from out of town. You're on the road. You come home and you're like, let's skip school and let's all go out.
Yeah.
And she's like, they have to go to school. And I'm the one who gets the emails from the teacher. And so partly, that's her sitting down and saying, hey, here's was like, and I want your help in some of these other areas. And we just had this conversation. I have a 15-year-old, and he was struggling in class. And my wife said, my relationship with him is becoming about this class, and I want to not have that be the case. I want you to step in on it. And I had to say, he has 9 portals where his grades are. I don't even know how to log into these systems. Will you teach me how to log into that? And that was me saying, I'm that detached from our kids. I don't even know how to check his grades.
Yeah.
And that was her exhaling and saying, he doesn't know how to do that, not because he doesn't love us, but because that's been my role in here. And so, so we're figuring this out together. Most men learn, I'm not going to help in the kitchen because I do it wrong every time. Well, hold on. You need to load the dishwasher like this, or put the cups in this way, or put them up. Guys just learn, I don't do that right. And so there's also, when you get the help, sometimes it's awesome just to exhale and say, that's not how I would have put those dishes away. But the dishes got put away.
Yeah.
Right? It's not how I would have planned this event, but it got planned. And then when the event is over and we get home, it's like, hey, so I want you to plan another thing. And we have to remember that the kids are 4 and they can't do roller coasters. Right? So it's planning, it's teaching each other how to do this stuff as we go.
If I had to guess, I would say when she says he doesn't plan for our family, he's lacking the ability to lead. You're saying like it's okay if maybe the woman is the one that's more organized and doing those types of things, and then he kind of steps in. But I bet she feels like, well, that's what leading is. Like he's not leading because he's not planning.
Yeah, but often in a house, because look at him, he goes to work, he gets his job done.
Yeah.
I remember I left a spreadsheet up. I was responsible for millions of dollars of revenue expense accounts at the universities I worked at, all the housing, the meal plans, all that stuff. And I didn't do the checkbook right. And I remember I left a spreadsheet up, and my wife came in, she's like, who are you? It was this long spreadsheet where I was running these expense accounts, and I had a reputation for always coming in under budget, always. And she was like, how do you, and I had learned in my house, I'm just gonna let you do that, right? And so often leading is, you'll do it my way, instead of let's do this thing together. And so guys learn, okay, I don't do this right. If he's a complete jerk and does have Peter Pan syndrome, nobody needs to plan, then he's probably not holding down a job either. And he's probably never been able to do it right. Have you seen the Instagram meme where it's like, thank God my wife drives to the store with me now, so I know when all the green lights and red lights are coming, right? And so it may be that she needs to sit down and say, I filled this vacuum because I had a picture of what I thought my house should look like. And I realized I took this from you and you felt dumb.
Yeah.
And so every time you did plan something, I critiqued it, or I was mean about it, or I was ugly about it. And so you've just stopped, and I'm sorry.
So this next question is kind of in the same vein, but a little bit more extreme. She says, I feel like my husband lacks purpose and ambition. It is so unattractive. Is this fixable?
That's hard. That one's hard. Yeah. When you marry the fun guy at the party, that's the opposite of the guy I was just talking about.
This guy just wants to play video games.
Yeah, that's a hard conversation. And usually that's a guy that doesn't have other men in his life that are men of value, right? That are saying, like, what? You just sit like, dude, you gotta be better than that.
Yeah.
It's hard to hear from your wife because it sounds like a mother. And usually
it comes off as nagging.
Well, usually, yeah, she's got a second or third kid. It's her husband. And that's a tough place to find yourself because he can't hear it from her because he's heard it from his own mom his whole life. And so often you have to hear that from another man.
This person says, my husband makes a lot of money for our family, but is absolutely miserable. How do I support him when we need this job, but he hates it and his mental health is suffering?
She's framed that as a need. Instead of, I want this. I want my Suburban. I want my Tahoe. I want this nice house. I want us to be able to go to the beach every summer. And I'm watching my husband die. We had a really hard moment. After my second book, I was in the middle of writing a second book. And I grew up with not very much. My dad was a policeman. And then he became a minister halfway through we didn't have anything. My wife was raised by school teachers. When I stepped into this world and then my show took off and then the first book went number one, I didn't understand what money meant. Right. I knew it, but I didn't know what it meant, like in my guts. And I'll never forget this. I was sick. I was coming off of being sick for 10 days. My family had just left. And you know this when your family comes and they stay like 4 days too long and they know it and you know it and everyone's just like, ugh, but they're stuck. And then my manager called and I was in my basement gym and he called and I just started cheering because we'd gotten 2 speaking gigs that were going to be shapeshifters for us. It was like, it's going to be a big deal.
Yeah.
And you know that world.
Yep.
And I'm cheering. And she comes down. She's like, what are you yelling about? And I was like, wait. And she normally is she's the Xanax in our family. She's very calm and measured. And she came and got real close, which is not like her. And she said, I'm watching my husband die and I'm watching him cheer the whole way. And then she said something that was a shift for me. She backed up and I got upset, mad. And she said, I told you I would never tell you no when I married you. So go do your speaking gigs, go travel around the country, do your music. I like going to comedy clubs, go to your comedy and do your stuff. But she says, don't say it's for me and the kids. This is for you and your ego. And then she said, we have enough. And when she left, I realized I don't have a psychology for that word. I didn't know what that meant. But it took her saying, I would rather drive an old used Corolla and live in a 3-bedroom, 2-bath house and we all share a bathroom than you die.
Yeah.
And so we need this job. I'm married to somebody who is willing to say, we'll make do, but I want you. And I'd rather have a healthy and whole husband show up here at home than have all of the stuff. And so I always want to challenge somebody on that we need. If you want it, cool, be honest about that. But if you need it, you can move to Nebraska where it's cheaper to live and you can do some things to get your husband back, right? Or to let him exhale. But when he hears, we need this, okay.
That's a lot of
Then
pressure.
he's being a dutiful guy and he's going to go die on that white horse.
This person says, my spouse is starting to get too overweight and it's hindering my desire to be intimate with him.
Yeah, you have to sit down and be honest. Secrets will dissolve a marriage. They'll ruin it. They'll dissolve a dating relationship. And I'll also say you can weaponize truth.
So how do you motivate your husband, for example, in this scenario, to start working out again without emasculating him?
It's like people call and like, hey, how do I tell my kid they're on the screen too much without like making them frustrated? I'm like, you can't control how they feel.
Yeah.
What you can control is how you show up and how honest you are. That's my challenge with our political discourse these days is people weaponize truth. It's true. And you don't have to say it like that. Does that make sense?
Yep.
And so you can sit down and be like, you've gotten too fat, you've gotten overweight, and you disgust me in the bedroom now. You can do that. What any marriage therapist will tell you is never start those conversations with the word you. Always start them with I. I'm struggling. I'm worried about your health. I grew up in a house where my dad was overweight and he couldn't play with us and he just started watching TV. I'm struggling with being attracted to you and I'm worried about us. That's an invitation when you say the word I. And if he chooses to hear that as how dare you and emasculating, he's made that choice, not you. But to dance on eggshells for, I want to say something that is true in our home, but I'm worried about how they are going to receive it, then that's how secrets are born. You just sit on it, and you sit on it, and you sit on it, and you start having 1 day less sex, 2 days less, and
the distance grows.
And if he's somebody that deals with a lack of connection by eating, some do it with drinking, some do it with pornography, some do it with scrolling, some do it with online gambling. Everybody's trying to heal that disconnection with a thing. Then it exacerbates the problem.
My spouse frequently texts coworkers of the opposite sex outside of work hours about non-work related things. Is this a red flag?
If you have sat down and said, it makes me uncomfortable when you're texting other people, then yes. And it probably depends on who and what the needs are. If it's some of my old friends that are my buddies' wives, I don't know. Like that, that's not a red flag for me. Here's the red flag. If he deletes the text, if he flips over the phone, if you don't have a code to his phone, if he hides it from you, if there's any sort of secrecy, then yeah, it's a huge red flag. If you have said, hey, this makes me feel uncomfortable.
Immediately, no BS, thought about you, who's just 24/7 flooding the zone, back to my 13-year-old, owning this space, every day getting a convert. And then I'm thinking about, we're going to stand back and watch you run circles around us.
He said it best at Turning Point USA. We're relentless. We're changing minds on campuses every semester, defending conservative values and fighting for America's future. Your donation helps keep us on campus. Join the movement and donate to TPUSA today.
TPUSA.com, where you can donate and keep the conservative voice alive and well on college campus. Thanks so much for tuning in. Thanks for sticking with us through the break. TPT, we're charting the course of America's cultural comeback. Turning Point tonight here. Again, you can find anything you need to know about Turning Point USA, especially the events coming up this summer, the Educator Summit that's being put on by the Turning Point Academy, which is fantastic, especially if you're trying to combat the evil government schools, and also the Student Action Summit, CLS. There's a bunch of stuff. Just go to TPUSA.com. You can find out about any of that, and super excited. We're putting the other stuff on the calendar too, including America Fest, but I don't know if that's up there yet, but that's another massive big event that you should come to in the winter. You can also email the show, tpt@tpusa.com. TPT's Turning Point tonight, the acronym. So yeah, tpt@tpusa.com. There's so many of you that email, and I appreciate you. They're all nice. There was even one, I should have brought up her name, said, this is so bad. Haha, JK, we actually love it. So I appreciate you doing that. I appreciate you emailing. You can email whether you agree or whether you're wrong. And, maybe we'll respond because we read every single letter of every single email. Without further ado, it's TikTok Tuesday, kind of, but this is actually a positive one. I thought this video was fascinating. This lady, it's a 9-minute video. We're not going to play you that. We're going to play about a minute of it. But she says something that I thought is so revealing in terms of how people look at the general populace, especially those kids on those college campuses that Charlie decimates constantly. This lady had to apologize to Charlie Kirk, and the reason why I think you'll think is fascinating. Watch this.
I just got back from the No Mo Kings rally here in Beaumont. I owe Charlie Kirk an apology. I watch his videos where people come up and ask him questions and then he answers it. I thought it was staged. I really didn't think anybody could be that stupid. I was really naive. I really didn't think anybody could honestly be that dumb. I talked to about 10 or 15 people. First, they got so excited when I walked up because of my purple hair. I'm sitting here totally, my whole idea blown to smithereens. I didn't think there were people out there that were legitimately that ignorant.
I love that. I also think, too, it is, if you watch a bunch of those videos of Charlie debating kids on college campuses or really anywhere, you have this kind of perception of like, there's no way this person actually thinks this, especially if you've been paying attention to politics and culture for long enough of a time where it's just kind of second nature to you. It's like, well, yeah, of course this is dumb. Of course this is not how we should do things. And then you see people who are supposedly more intelligent, or at least will be quote unquote more successful because they went to college. Those people think that, no, there's no way. There's no way that somebody is that dumb. I think we played it on this show, but one of the ones that was the most telling was like, this kid was talking about abortion. And he's like, well, yeah, you should be able to murder a baby until they can talk. And Charlie's like, that's like 2 years old. And he's like, yes. What? Right? And it's unbelievable. You kind of think there's no way that this is legit. But I'm here to tell you that even outside of the engagement between Charlie and a student, me or whoever else, Bo Diddle, Morgan, a bunch of the people that kind of go around and talk to people outside of it, they actually think that too. I'm sorry to burst your bubble, but it's just not staged. Unfortunately, the reality is substantially worse. I wish it was staged, because it being staged would mean that there aren't actually people out there, voters, who are that incredibly stupid, but there are. So I thought that video was fascinating, had to share it with you. And with that, that'll do it for us here at Turning Point tonight. Thanks so much for tuning in. Really appreciate you taking the time to watch. Charlie is going to take us out. We will see you tomorrow, same time, same place. God bless America.
breaking news, USS Nimitz headed to the Middle East ahead of schedule. Will the United States get involved? That is an open question. But first, we have with us a great man from Oklahoma, Senator Markwayne Mullin, who is the liaison between the House and the Senate for the big, beautiful bill. We're also going to ask about Israel and Iran as well. Senator, great to see you.
Hey, Charlie, how you doing, brother?
I'm doing great. First, on the Iranian news, what is your analysis of what is happening, what is going on, Iranian nuclear program, and what is your thoughts on how Israel's been handling and brokering this war?
Well, I think it's interesting. First of all, let's take on the president's posture here. I want you to understand what you brought up, Nimitz repositioning. The president's posture here is the one word we need to take away is deterrence. The president is trying to prevent an all-out war by deterrence, peace through strength, which I think is very important here. As far as Israel, I think Israel is doing everybody in that entire region. I don't care if you're Egypt or you're Qatar or your Kuwait, Iraq, UAE, Saudi Arabia. I don't care who you are. If you're in that region, you do not want the Iranians to have a nuclear weapon because they will kick off a nuclear war if they have it. So Israel's doing them a favor by taking the fight to them, and I think they're doing a great job. And it's systematically too, right? So you think about it, that the Iranians have not really committed troops for quite some time. And the last time they did was in Iraq, and it ended horribly for them. So they fight proxy wars. They fight proxy wars with Hamas, Houthis, and Hezbollah. And over the last year and a half, I mean, literally Israel has decimated every one of them. And then they took out their air defense, which Israel now controls the air defense over Iran, showing that they were just simply loudmouths, not able to back up anything. People worried about a full-scale war. It'd be nearly impossible for the Iranian regime to actually be able to put troops into Israel. Now, they can fight a covert war, which they are. They're shooting missiles, which they are. I believe that you're going to see a lot more terrorist-style activity happening in Israel, God forbid. But what President Trump has done here is he's positioning assets by warning Iran, because there has been some credible information that they would like to hit the United States because they feel like that we are supporting Israel, which we are. But at the same time, they don't want to draw us into the fight. And what we're doing is we're positioning ourselves so they don't draw us in a fight. So I think Trump is handling this. President Trump is handling this very well, and Israelis are doing the Lord's work here by literally kicking the snake's head into the dirt.
And so what do you have to say for some people, and I share some of this concern, that we do not want regime change? Is there something short of regime change, of getting rid of the nuclear program and not potentially destabilizing the country, that could result in a civil war? I'm basically asking, in your estimation, Senator, what do you think victory looks like?
We are absolutely not talking about regime change. The president hasn't talked about it. We are not. This is not Hillary Clinton as Secretary of State having the Arab Spring. That is not what we're trying to do here. President Trump has made it extremely clear that he would love to have diplomatic relationships. He's even talked about trade with Iran. However, they will never be able to have a nuclear weapon. So what victory looks like is their inability to ever have a nuclear weapon, or inability that we never want them to have a nuclear weapon. So when we can knock out their infrastructure and prevent that from ever happening, that is victory. And this is what prevents a forever war, by the way. When you don't know what victory looks like, if you can't define victory, that's how you have a forever war. So I'd go back and use the argument in Afghanistan. After we took out Osama bin Laden, we should have left. We shouldn't have dragged that on. And I think a lot of guys that fought there would feel the same. So if you can define victory before it starts, which that's what President Trump has said, we will never allow you to have a nuclear weapon, ever, full stop. We knock out their infrastructure, we're done. As far as regime change, that's not on us. That's on the people of Iran to figure out what they want to do themselves. That's not our fault, our fight, or our problem.
Yeah, and look, J.D. Vance made a really important point. President Trump has been remarkably consistent about Iran not having a nuclear weapon. Right. 10 years ago yesterday, Senator Mullen, President Trump, businessman Trump, came down the escalator, and a little buried nugget in his speech was, I will stop Iran from getting nuclear weapons. This was 10 years ago. He talked about the border. He talked about an invasion. He talked about trade. He talked about how we don't win anymore. But let's play cut 303. The consistency 10 years later, it's really something. Play cut 303.
I will stop Iran from getting nuclear weapons, and we won't be using a man like Secretary Kerry that has absolutely no concept of negotiation, who's making a horrible and laughable deal, who's just being tapped along as they make weapons right now.
Senator, that was 10 years ago. This is a through line of the MAGA movement. Thoughts?
Well, that's I think you said it right, Charlie. President Trump has been very consistent. He has made it very clear, we will not allow you to have a nuclear weapon. Full stop. And that's what this fight is all about. Unfortunately, the Biden administration did not keep the Trump administration policies in place on anything, which is why you had a disastrous withdrawal out of Afghanistan. We had disastrous foreign policies all over the country. That's why the Ukraine war started. That's why we had destabilization around the world and aggressive China because they got away from it. But you also had an aggressive Iran who aggressively sought a nuclear weapon. President Trump, by the time he got in, unfortunately, diplomacy wasn't working. President Trump said in April that they have 60 days. They have 60 days, and I think it was April 12th, that they had 60 days to negotiate doing away with their nuclear program. And by the way, at midnight on the 60th day, going into the 61st day, is when the airstrikes from Israel started. So he doesn't bluff. Once he puts a red line out, he makes that red line very clear and decisive, and he backs it up.
Charlie Kirk Show starts now.
What you're watching in real time is Peace Through Strength and America First. Our job is to be strong. We are postured defensively in the region to be strong in pursuit of a peace deal. And we certainly hope that's what happens here. And America First means we're going to defend American personnel and American interests.
What they're doing is they are using Hispanic Americans the way that BLM used Black Americans during these whites, and frankly, the way that Code Pink, which is also funded by the CCP, is using Palestinians. So what they're trying to do is they're using this to usher in Marxism. But it's important to note that actually when you find and you follow the money trail, Mr. Singham is actually largely funded by the Communist Chinese Party. So House Oversight has issued and will be sending a letter this Friday with all members of Oversight calling Mr. Singham to testify before Congress. If he does not appear and does not provide documents, he will then be held in contempt of Congress.
What specifically is better than a ceasefire? What are you looking for here?
An end, a real end, not a ceasefire. An end.
So something that will be permanent.
Yeah, or giving up entirely.
That's okay too. Are you closer, or are you possible? Is that possible in the next 24
White House? Certainly possible. Complete give up. That's possible. Yeah.
Our security is already guaranteed. We have more than enough power and more than enough force to keep our assets clean and safe everywhere in the Middle East, and in fact, all around the world right now. We don't need a war to keep us safe.
I am demanding full accountability and reimbursement for the local costs incurred. including injuries to local officers and damages caused by the chaos unleashed when the Trump administration recklessly deployed the military and ICE agents into our communities. They are the ones who created this unrest, and they are the ones that need to foot the bill.
Be all in, President Trump, in helping Israel eliminate the nuclear threat. If we need to provide bombs to Israel, provide bombs. If we need to fly planes with Israel, do joint operations. But here's the bigger question. Wouldn't the world be better off if the Ayatollahs went away and replaced by something better? Wouldn't Iran be better off? It's time to close the chapter on the Iranian Ayatollah and his henchmen. Let's close that chapter soon and start a new chapter in the Mideast, one of tolerance, hope, and peace.
Are you open to negotiating with the Iranians right now, or do you want to wait?
I don't know. I've been negotiating. I told them to do the deal. They should have done the deal. Their cities have been blown to pieces, lost a lot of people. They should have done the deal. I told them, do the deal. So I don't know. I'm not too much in the mood to negotiate.
To be coming out of our country. I mean, I grew up in a dictatorship. And I don't even remember ever witnessing anything like that. To have a democracy, a beacon of hope for the world to now be turned into one of the worst countries.
I want them to focus on the cities, because the cities are where you really have what's called sanctuary cities, and that's where the people are. Biden allowed 21 million people to come into our country. Of that, vast numbers of those people were murderers, killers, people from gangs, people from jails. They emptied their jails out into the U.S. Most of those people are in the cities, all blue cities, all Democrat-run cities, and they think they're going to use them to vote. It's not going to happen.
At Turning Point USA, what we are doing every single day is we are dedicating ourselves and our staff and our students and our activists for a full revival of America.
Get ready to launch into the future of freedom at the largest student event